We're telling the truth. Now we don't have to worry about the cameras. Yeah? What's wrong?
The security sign at the bottom of the drive.
What about it?
I swear it wasn't there when we arrived.
But it'd have to be. Right?
See for the top. Felt that, boy? Unlock his boy. Hang on. Good, good.
The station said you'd be here.
He also tell you it was my day off. My missus finds out I'm doing anything work related to my son's match. You're my human shield.
Deal. So which one's yours then?
That one there. And as you can see, this requires my undivided attention.
No, he's cute.
Yeah, he is. Lincoln told me you were back in town. And she told me what you were doing.
Listen, I know I've got no business looking into your cases.
You don't. Oh, come on, Thomas, keep the bill, boy! Oh, come on, ref!
So you're 100% on Minute Cable?
I am.
You ever look into any drug connections?
What, with Sophie and Hugo? No.
Well, you don't think they could have been into drugs? Or...
Still into drugs. And I'm sure we didn't hear about it from their friends because they paid attention to them by the time. You shouldn't as much, Jack. We're not stupid.
No, I don't think we were.
You think those friends were hiding an involvement in drugs that was so deep that it resulted in Sophie and Hugo's gruesome double murder? What were they, international kingpins?
Well, I'd like to look into the drug angle.
You know, you've got the authorities to do that, Jack. Oh, we'll say it is a bit...
Weird, yeah. I've been told as much. So which Fed would have known the most about the drug scene back then? And not just weed, but other stuff?
I know one guy. He was a sergeant, about the same time as you, actually. I don't think we knew each other very well.
Oh.
But you're in touch? No regrets about leaving Wales? You're moving back to London to fix it? I was rooting for you, you know? Come on, Ron. Come on, Winfield, dive in. Lie down.
Sorry you had to come all the way out, Joe. I was checking something out.
Oh, that's not good. And congrats on making detective.
Ah, yeah. 4 months now. Settling into it. Mostly. Yeah.
Really quickly, I feel really happy. Like,
Do you?
yeah, I don't feel as alone in the world.
Sorry.
You know, it's really good.
A week later, Joe and his wife Sarah have travelled more than 3,000 miles to Bermuda, the country where Joe was born.
The past week or so, it has overwhelmed me at times. You know, what's actually happening. I'm feeling happiness, sadness as well, that my mum has passed away. Nervousness, lots of feelings really, all kind of mixed up.
The anxiety is high right now. I've never had a brother before. I always wanted a brother coming up. I never knew I had a brother. But I'm just ready to go forward and, you know, meet him and see what it's about.
I'll be around if you need me.
To get to know him, to get to know about his life, that's what I'm looking forward to most. We're not young men anymore, but maybe that's better because we know who we are, you know, which most young men don't. And maybe it's a good time for us to do it.
brother.
Yes, bro.
What's up,
How you doing,
brother?
man?
I love you, man.
Good to meet
I
you.
love you, man.
Good to
I
meet
love you, man.
Ah, respect.
First, but I love you with all my heart, man.
Oh,
Good.
good to meet you.
Good.
It's so good to meet you.
You have a seat, man. Yes.
Thanks.
Yes. Yes.
It's a crazy day, right?
It is. It is. Yeah.
Thanks, man. Thanks. Ah,
So finally get this chance, yeah. Yeah.
this is very strange for me,
Yes.
but it must be even stranger for you.
It is. It
You
is.
know, and I don't want to say like, not that I'm sorry, but it just must have been so weird
Yeah.
when this all first started and you found out.
Uh-huh.
You know?
Yeah.
And for me, I was looking for people, but you
Right.
weren't.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah. And I'm just looking at you. You look so much alike. You know, I'm even looking at your fingers and all that. Look, same way, look. Right? Yeah. My son carries some. And my grandson.
That's being half brothers or all brothers. It
Yes.
doesn't make any difference.
Yes.
A brother is a brother.
Brother,
That's the way
yes.
that I see it.
Yes. I just wish Mom was alive so she could have seen you like, no,
I
you
know.
know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. I just want to apologize. I don't know the reason why it happened. You know what I mean?
You don't
Things
even need
happen
to
for
do
a
that
reason.
because
Yeah.
even when I was young, I never really blamed her for it.
Right.
What my parents told me
Uh-huh.
was that my mum wasn't able to look after me.
Right.
So I was given up for adoption so
Right.
I could leave a family that could care for
Okay,
me.
right. But I'm glad that you had a good life. You didn't have to go through no hardships
no,
and nothing.
no.
Yeah.
It turned out fine. You know?
Right. Yes.
And that's why I wanted
Right.
to meet her,
Yes.
just to show her that everything works out all right.
Right. Yes. I'm just so glad for this, her brother, man. It's like it's not real. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I believe you, man.
I know.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I always have been.
Yes. Yes.
Mr. Sarah?
Hi, sister. How are you?
Nice to meet you.
Likewise.
I've got exactly the same
Right.
profile.
Yeah.
At a nearby bar, the rest of Gavin's family and friends are waiting to meet Joe.
This is your nephew, right?
Yeah,
Sure.
it's definitely good.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah, it's a strange.
This is for him, my good friend Charles.
Respect, man.
Harlem. Call him Harlem.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. Right.
Really good feeling. It means so much. And I feel really honoured. And I see it as like the next phase of my life in a way, you know? And that this is all kind of starting now. When I come here, I'm coming home. It's just good to meet people who I'm linked to. You know what I mean? It's just a really good feeling, man.
Yeah, man. Every little step of the way has been a life-changing experience right up until now. I told you feel different from my day a month ago, from my day 2 weeks ago, from my day yesterday, reuniting with Jim.
Do you want to get a photo, Sarah? It's difficult to know where you're going to unless you know where you're coming from. I stole that line from Bob Marley. I'm going to have to check that with the lawyers. It's in one of his songs. I don't think he'd mind using it, you know.
Surprising discoveries. Ancestry sponsors real life stories on ITV.
Do you prefer digital currency for this exchange?
Have a fiver.
No, it's crypto only, mate.
What a load of malarkey. We keep things simple. Less malarkey, more smarty. Search Smarty Mobile.
These are just little things. Little things. Oh, but they mean a lot. Alright. 'Cause it's the little things that mean an awful lot.
You can't play here.
Come on.
We rise by lifting each other. Kenko, made to uplift.
I get nothing to eat.
Nothing.
Hold on, I can do something.
Turning nothing into something.
Turning nothing into something.
I turn nothing into something.
It's amazing what you can do with nothing. And the little helmets. Make taste, not waste. Ah, the Thatcher's Farm. Slightly obsessed perfectionists making cider with nothing but love. I mean, why grow 8 varieties of apple when you can grow 458? The Apple Spa. Because happy apples make better cider. Here comes Martin Thatcher. Friday, 12:30, tasting time. He needs to hit the spot or not a drop will leave the farm. Yes! And that's why Thatcher cider tastes the way it does. Perfect.
It's time to say goodbye to the dish and hello to Sky Stream, the new way to get unmissable Sky shows.
I love it.
And Netflix.
Everything's going to be perfect.
Is that fair?
Take it home.
And Discovery Plus. And so much more in one simple subscription. And right now, you can get all this amazing TV with a 1-month free trial on us. Sky Stream. TV simplified.
Washing with detergent alone can sometimes let you down. Boost every wash with a scoop of Vanish. Even at 20 degrees, our Oxy Action formula lifts away the toughest stains, helping to keep your colours brighter for longer. So, wash it right first time to save on energy bills and save clothes. Clothes live longer with Vanish.
Welcome to my crib. Let me show you what I've done with the place. We got the fridge stacked. Oven ready leftovers.
Show off your savvy. IKEA, the wonderful everyday.
There's only one way to get in the mood for the new series of Towie.
Let loose and sugar hut.
Not quite what we were thinking, GC. Well, you would know, Mark. Any other suggestions? No. The only way is to stream every Towie episode ever from the very beginning on ITVX.
Personal Discoveries. Ancestry sponsors real-life stories on ITV.
Simon Miller is looking for the sister that he accidentally discovered when he was 14.
She could be a grandmother now. She could be living abroad. She could be anywhere.
Simon's need to find his sister is huge because it's not just for him, it's to fulfill the last wish of his mother. So I can't wait to lift that burden by telling him that his sister Bronwyn has been found.
Hello.
Hey, Simon.
I want to be come on in.
Thanks so much.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Tell me about your mum. What was she like?
She was funny, caring, honest. She liked her cooking. She couldn't bake. I do the baking. She had a soft heart. Near the end of the time, when she was ill, she used to say to me, "That could be my daughter on that telly. I could be in any supermarket. She could be the one on the till."
Did she look for her?
We spoke about it, but she goes that she was embarrassed and ashamed because she didn't know she'd reject her.
Scary.
She goes to me that I'd be the stronger one trying to look for her out of everyone.
There's a big responsibility on your shoulders too. It's a lot.
Yeah.
I am here to give you a bit of news. She is okay.
Oh, Davina, really?
Your sister has been found.
No way. Is she okay? Is she well? Does she know that I'm looking for her?
Well, We've been in contact with her and Nikki's met her.
No way. Oh. She knows about me looking for her. Is she okay about it?
She's really happy.
Really? So she knows about me. Thank you. Did she have a good life?
She had a really good childhood.
That's good.
Your mum did the right thing.
That's what she wanted.
Sadly, her adoptive parents split up when she was 5. So she was brought up by her mum and her granddad.
Oh, okay, that's nice.
Yeah. She did know she was adopted.
Okay.
And she was a bit upset that I think David was kept. And why wasn't she? She couldn't understand that.
I have thought that.
But actually, Nikki talking to her about you, she was absolutely blown away by the fact that she had 2 brothers. She couldn't believe it. But when Nikki told her about why Beverly gave her up, did help her start to process that a bit better.
Okay, brilliantly.
So she is starting to understand and be a bit more forgiving towards your mum.
Yeah.
For doing that. So that's a great thing.
It's a lot to take in for her.
She grew up an only child. She did at night sometimes think, oh, I wish I had siblings. I wish I had siblings to sort of play with now.
I've always wanted a sister. Someone to tell me off.
A big sister.
Yeah, big sister. And she got kids, Davina. No way.
Goosebumps. She's got 2 girls.
2 girls?
Your nieces.
Oh, lovely. Oh, I've got nieces.
Does that mean a lot?
Yeah, yeah.
What would be your dream?
To have a relationship with her. And just get to know her. You know, I just like to see what she looks like and what.
I've got a picture.
No.
Yeah.
Oh, no. Oh, Davina.
You ready?
Let me put my tea down.
Yeah, put your tea down. Simon, this is your sister.
She looks a bit like me.
I couldn't believe it when I saw it. I mean, it's uncanny.
Oh my God. She's got the nose.
Yes.
She's got the eyes, the eyebrows. She looks gorgeous.
Yeah, she does, doesn't she?
I was just like scared, looking at that. It's like looking at me. If I had the same t-shirt on, it'd be a double.
Be quite mad, wouldn't it?
She looks pretty. I can't believe it. My sister. I've always wanted a sister. She better get used to me because I don't shut up talking. I can't wait to give her a big hug.
Bronwyn and her husband Dave have travelled to London, near where Simon lives.
How you feeling, bro?
Nervous.
It'll all be fine. I'll be here at the end. Okay then. See you afterwards.
Today I'm feeling excited, happy. With being an only child, I've missed having a brother. I've waited a long time to meet him.
Since the age of 14, I've been wanting to find my sister. I've missed out on her birthdays, Christmas. I missed out on her wedding. She's got 2 kids, which I'm so pleased about. It's been hard, but then today I'm actually getting to meet her. Got butterflies.
Yeah. Have a lovely time.
See you later.
See you later.
I don't know what to expect. I'd like to tell him that I've missed having a brother growing up. Meeting him is going to be amazing. Can't wait.
It was my mum's wish for me to find her. I'm looking forward to meeting my sister. After all the years I've been trying to search for her. Stop looking at me. Love you. Thanks for finding me. I needed to. Come here. Do you want to sit down? Yeah. Oh, good. Oh, what? Yeah. I bet you had a right shock.
I did, because I didn't know about you.
I didn't know about David.
Yeah. When I was 12, that's when I found out about David. My mum sat me down and said that I had a brother. She found that really, really hard to tell me. And I found that hard to accept.
It's a lot. I've known him since I was 14.
Have you?
Mum said she thought it'd be better for you to go. But then she said, she made the right choice because she wanted you to have a good upbringing and she couldn't give you.
I had a good upbringing.
And that's what she wanted. I just wanted to make you as alright. Just like me. You've definitely got that nose.
And the dimple.
I just can't believe I got my sister. You ain't getting rid of me.
Being a big sister is like, wow. I have a brother. Growing up, I always missed having siblings.
I can understand that.
So I've missed that bond.
You would have done if I found you sooner.
It's okay. We found each other now. We're united.
It was overwhelming, but it was amazing. You know, she's such a lovely character. And I can't wait for the next chapter of my life with my sister.
He said he loved me. And I love him. He's my brother.
So what do you drink for alcohol?
Lager, gin.
I like gin. Now I found her, I'll always have her in my life. She ain't going to get rid of me because I've got 53 years to make up.
Cheers. Cheers. Oh, that's lovely.
If a family member is missing from your life and you'd like the Long Lost Family team to help, you can apply to the programme at longlostfamily.tv.
Kansas Street sponsors real life stories on ITV.
Whatever is left of me. Whatever I am. I'm yours.
All 5 Bond movies, starring Daniel Craig. Starts with Casino Royale, Saturday at 8:30 on ITV1.
All the latest for you now this Monday night with the ITV News at 10.
It certainly doesn't look like much of an answer. It's designed to eventually house 500 asylum seekers, but the sum total of 15 men ended up going aboard the Vivi Stockholm barge as it opened today.
It's beggars' belief. Humans belong in communities. That's where human beings should be treated and taken care of, not on a barge.
It is a controversial policy, and whether you support it or not, it just doesn't seem like it even begins to answer the question of what to do with those arriving on small boats or the 50,000 stuck in hotels. Also on News at 10 tonight. Of course he lost. Ron DeSantis risked alienating the Republican base with a statement of the blindingly obvious on Trump at the last election. Were they murdered with the help of the state? The families of men and women killed by the loyalist UVF are granted new inquests into their deaths. England win on penalties, but Lauren James may miss the rest of the tournament after this flash of temper. And why I'm a Celebrity has helped bring new life to an old Welsh castle.
What this funding will enable is the main body of the building, get it watertight, restore the roofs. It's desperately needed.
This is ITV News at 10 with Tom Bradby.
Good evening. Given the many troubles that the government has had with its various migration policies in recent years, it was not perhaps all that surprising that even today, even as its flagship migrant barge was declared open, there was yet another spanner thrown into the works. Around 20 of the asylum seekers intended to move on to the Vivi Stockholm had their transfers cancelled. Their lawyers cited concerns over the accommodation suitability for disabled people, slavery survivors, and indeed those who've experienced trauma at sea. It means a total of just 15 made it aboard today, a fraction of the 500 men the vessel is intended for. But even once it is finally full, it would take another 100 Vivi Stockholms to rehouse the tens of thousands of asylum seekers currently at hotels across the UK.
15 asylum seekers are now spending their first night on board the Vivi Stockholm, just under half the number the Home Office had tried to move. Those who did come today were bussed through Portland to a welcome from a small group of campaigners on their way to the barge. Although some of the buses only seem to have brought a handful of people on board. The campaigners had prepared welcome packs.
We've got a map of Portland, because obviously they'll be new to the area and it will help them find their way around. We've got notebooks and pens, so they can write things down for their English lessons.
But not everyone here thinks this kind of welcome is appropriate.
Take these bags to the community fridge or Portland Food Bank.
People here do support the community fridge. Take them down there. Help set up the community fridge.
You're not there.
Also want
You're not there on Wednesdays or Saturdays.
We also want to support the refugees. Why not? Don't you want to support them?
Not over the people of Portland, I don't think.
These are not the first migrants to stay on the Vivi Stockholm. It has previously housed migrants in the Netherlands and indeed construction workers in Scotland. But the mayor of Portland says the 500 people being put on it here is too many.
When it was used as accommodation for workers, it was 220. Now they're talking about more than double that. Beggars' belief. Human beings belong in communities. That's where human beings should be treated and taken care of, not on a barge.
But 500 is just a drop in the ocean of 137,000 outstanding asylum decisions. Nearly 60,000 people are awaiting them in temporary accommodation like hotels, and the pressure is all upwards, with 15,000 migrants already having crossed the channel in small boats this year. And this evening, the Home Office said 20 people had refused to come here today. That's more than have actually boarded the barge.
So we successfully onboarded the first cohort today, and there are 15 people on board. We have had a few challenges, but this is part of an ongoing structured process to bring a cohort of up to 500 people on board.
The charity representing those who have challenged their moves to the barge said some were disabled, others traumatized by previous experiences in detention and at sea.
If you've already, as some have, seen friends drown crossing the Mediterranean, have been in danger of drowning themselves, crossing either the Med or coming across from Calais, you can imagine that the danger for re-traumatizing is high.
The first residents of the Bibby Stockholm in Portland can expect to stay here for 3 to 9 months. What happens to those of them not then granted asylum is still being fought over in the courts.
And Carl is in Portland tonight. Carl, that barge has been there for 3 weeks, hasn't it? It's finally opened and not many men are on board. How do you feel today went?
Oh, none of this is straightforward, is it, Tom? I mean, the government was already tied up in the courts trying to get its plan to send failed asylum seekers to Rwanda through. Now it also faces potential legal action from current asylum seekers who don't think that they should be staying down there in the darkness on the Bibby Stockholm barge. Now, those legal challenges are in the very early stages. We don't know whether they'll amount to much. The government doesn't at the moment think so. Tonight, a government source said that this just shows what we are up against. Labour-linked charities and lawyers are repeatedly trying to stop us from moving illegal migrants out of expensive hotels. It's time they backed the barge, this source says. So you can see that whether or not the Bibby Stockholm is an effective answer to the migrant accommodation problem, it is certainly a convenient vessel for the political positioning that goes along with it.
Okay, Carl, thank you very much indeed. Well, let's move on to the United States now, where at first glance, Ron DeSantis wasn't exactly saying much. Yes, of course, Donald Trump lost the last election, he told an interviewer. Joe Biden is indeed, he said, the president. But such overt acknowledgement, as we know, is relatively rare amongst Republicans, even or maybe especially those vying to be the party's candidate in 2024. Peter is in Washington tonight. Peter, let's be honest, it shouldn't be controversial to say Donald Trump lost the election, but it clearly is in some parts of America. Ron DeSantis taking something of a risk with Republicans. Why is he doing it?
Well, it tells us exactly where the Republican Party is right now, Tom. Donald Trump still says he won the 2020 election. Much of that Republican base believes that Donald Trump was cheated out of the 2020 election, cheated out of his place in the White House. And as long as that narrative prevails, the rivals for the candidacy going into next year's presidency are struggling to get a look in. Ron DeSantis was, as you say, seemed to be the front runner, the closest rival to Donald Trump, but he's now fallen way behind in the polls. He's now attempting to draw a line between himself and Donald Trump without alienating that Republican, short notably of saying that Joe Biden won a free and fair election.
Yes or no, did Donald Trump lose the 2020 election?
Whoever puts their hand on the Bible on January 20th every 4 years is the winner.
You did not clearly answer that question. And if you can't give a yes or no on whether or not Trump lost, then how can...
Of course he lost.
Trump lost the 2020 election. Okay.
Joe Biden's the president.
Now, some developing news as we come on air tonight. Donald Trump's legal team have filed their response to a protective order. They are appealing against this protective order that would have banned him from commenting publicly on evidence and criticising witnesses in the most recent indictment relating to the January 6th assault on the Capitol. Donald Trump says this is an appeal saying it would assault his First Amendment rights. It's an assault on his freedom of speech, and all of this is very much on brand, keeping in with this idea of it's Donald Trump versus the establishment. He's embracing it in a week when he could be facing potentially his fourth indictment in Fulton County, Georgia. He's bragging that this is helping him in the polls, helping him in the fundraisers, and with characteristic hubris, saying that he's just one more indictment away from closing out the election.
Okay, Peter, for now, thank you very much indeed. Now, one of the perennial questions in the Troubles in Northern Ireland was whether the various forces of the Crown were involved from time to time in secret order into a series of murders carried out by the Ulster Volunteer Force in County Tyrone more than 30 years ago. The victims' families suspect British soldiers may have helped plan the killings, but proving that may be nigh on impossible, not least because of the government's Troubles Bill, which could mean such cases never even get heard.
After demanding answers for more than 30 years, these families may only have 9 months left to get to the truth. Their relatives were killed by the loyalist paramilitary group, the Ulster Volunteer Force.
Daddy was an innocent man, just doing his daily things, and he was robbed of his life.
The same weapon was used in all the murders, but the killers were never caught, perhaps because a more recent police inquiry suggested members of the Ulster Defence Regiment may have been involved.
This report highlighted and reported the involvement of UDR members involved in the murder of our loved ones. And this report also highlighted high levels of collusion.
The UDR was locally recruited as part of the British Army. More than 200 UDR soldiers and veterans were murdered by the IRA, and it's claimed some members responded by helping target well-known Republicans. These new inquests into the killings were ordered by Northern Ireland's Attorney General, but the British government wants to stop all inquests and court cases related to the Northern Ireland Troubles by next April. Instead, it's proposed a new reconciliation commission to encourage those with information about unsolved murders to come forward. In return, terrorists and security forces alike would be offered immunity from prosecution.
The inquest system is essentially a truth trail. It gets to the bottom factually as to what's happened. Now, a lot of the truths coming out of inquests may be deeply uncomfortable for the government, but you can't just close down the rule of law, and that's essentially what's happening, which is deeply alarming.
Critics say the new legacy bill won't deliver justice, and it's united all parties in opposition. Northern Ireland's future continues to be deeply entangled in its past. Ian Woods, News at 10.
A lawyer acting for Imran Khan has told News at 10 tonight of the solitary confinement in which Pakistan's former Prime Minister is now being held. Mr. Khan was sentenced over the weekend to 3 years in jail over corruption allegations. He was taken to a high-security prison in eastern Punjab province and, we've heard, has since been denied sufficient food and medical attention. And beyond the prison walls, Pakistan holds its breath tonight to see what becomes of its one-time hero.
Over the last few weeks, Imran Khan has seemed increasingly confident that prison is where he would end up. Last month, he told News at 10 he thought his arrest would come later that week.
I'm all mentally prepared that, there's a possibility tomorrow night and onwards, I will be spending in jail.
And although his timing was off, this is where he is now. The former Prime Minister in a high-security jail known for its harsh conditions. A lawyer was allowed to see him here today and reported back to his closest advisors, who told us this tonight.
He's in solitary confinement. He's in a category which a former Prime Minister does not need to be in, but is purposely put there. He doesn't know if it's day or night. He's not receiving food on any time, any particular timings, or much at all. Hasn't been given access to a doctor.
Some protests over the weekend, but there is potential for a crisis if Khan is able to use his popularity to bring people onto the streets. His story is unique. After channeling a reputation born on the cricket field of a plucky underdog and an unlikely success into a powerful narrative which helped bring him to power. But what does political power really mean in a country where the military holds so much sway, and where some of the very generals said to have helped bring him to power are now blamed for his downfall? But this is not the story of one man or even one country. Pakistan's international significance is amplified by its relationship with China and its proximity to Afghanistan. And so what happens on these streets has consequences far beyond them. Rohit Khatri, News at 10.
Back here, and the child who was very sadly killed on the M62 on Saturday has been named. 12-year-old Callum Rycroft died after he was hit on a motorway slip road in West Yorkshire following an earlier collision. His mother tonight described him as a beautiful and happy soul who brought light and laughter to any room. 36-year-old Matthew Rycroft from Leeds will appear in court tomorrow, charged with causing or allowing the death of a child. A second man suspected of causing death by dangerous driving has been released on bail. Think back to the start of the COVID pandemic, and a little-known laboratory in Wiltshire was carrying the country's hopes of eventually finding a vaccine for coronavirus. Now, Porton Down, the UK's science and defence campus, is turning its attention to the next major contagion. Quite what that will be, no one yet knows. And that's the point. Within 100 days of any new threat being identified, the Health Secretary promises that this new facility will be helping to inoculate the nation.
Private and protected. These labs at Porton Down are at the forefront of our fight against future pandemics. From deadly category diseases like Ebola to common flu, scientists are engineering our defences.
Now, they're using a dead virus today, which is why I'm allowed to be in the lab. But this is designed to deal with category 3 viruses. That includes things like COVID. So ones potentially where there isn't a cure, they may spread easily, or the effects of it can be really damaging.
Much has changed over the last century.
There are really two ways that a civilian population could counter the effects of nerve gases.
The facility moving from the military to public health. These brand new labs were built in response to COVID and to counter whatever threat future pathogens dubbed Disease X may pose. The idea is to enable scientists to develop vaccines within 100 days rather than the decade it used to take. The £65 million investment means 30 times more tests a week can now be carried out. Critics have questioned cuts to other areas.
Kate Bingham, who headed up the vaccine task force, recently criticised the government for scaling back the ability to manufacture vaccines quickly. Is she wrong?
Kate and I think, probably have exactly the same ambition. What we want is to have a vaccine development pathway. Since I think most of Kate's comments, actually the government has invested in a Moderna strategic partnership. And the advantage of this facility is that if companies are onshoring in the UK, then obviously we can support more. We've got more capability and capacity.
Testing shows current vaccines are still effective against COVID, which is on the rise again. But there are plenty of other threats. Avian flu is widespread amongst birds and has infected some mammals. More exotic diseases are spreading our way.
The health effects from climate change are already being felt. We are already seeing a change in the distribution of, for example, vector-borne diseases. Those are the sort of viruses, for example, that are carried by mosquitoes and by ticks.
One such tick carrying potentially deadly Crimean Congo hemorrhagic fever was found in the New Forest. It's not a major threat here yet, but a vaccine is being developed nonetheless. In a secret fight against invisible threats, it's better safe than sorry.
And Martin is back here to talk about all this. I'm pleased to say I feel like kind of Donald Rumsfeld talking about known unknowns and unknown unknowns, but it's one thing to prepare for a problem you know about, quite another to prepare for something that's totally unknown, right?
Yeah, I mean, Tom, you're exactly right. You do have these two different challenges. First, you have the diseases we know about but don't yet have a vaccine for, and top of the list of that is avian flu. Now, at the moment, there's no evidence of human-to-human transmission, but scientists are watching for mutations very closely. And there are 100 other diseases of concern, including really nasty things like Zika, Marburg, and Ebola. Then on the other hand, you have the disease we don't even know exists yet, known as Disease X. That could come from lab leaks, bioterrorism, but the most likely is us catching it from animals. That so-called zoonotic transmission. It's where we got Ebola and HIV from. And there are 3 risk factors making that more likely. The first is urbanization. As humans move into where animals live, we have more contact Then you have climate change, allowing disease-spreading insects like mosquitoes to head northwards. And finally, you have travel. The more we move around, the easier it is to spread diseases. The upshot of that is immunologists say we need to double our efforts.
Well, if it's a virus that we already know about, then we can be doing the homework today. For disease X, one which we don't even know exists yet, is a much harder task. I think science has got this, but it has only got this if we put our investments in to the research and across all of these different viruses, which we know today are a threat, that we do the amount of work we had done on coronaviruses, which set us up for the pandemic.
Now, the target is for the world to be able to mass produce a vaccine for any new virus within 100 days. World's governments have pledged $2 billion. But Tom, if you think of it in terms of defence spending, but against a disease rather than an army, that budget is just 2% of what the US have given in military aid to the Ukraine.
Martin, very clear. Thank you very much indeed. Now, in Alaska, speaking of climate change, melting ice in a glacial lake has caused flooding along the river as water gushed out and swept through Juneau, the state's capital city. Water levels along the swollen Mendenhall River are now beginning to fall, but the highly unstable banks have already led buildings to collapse and locals to wonder about the impact of global warming.
Beneath an incongruous blue sky, a torrent of water from the mountains above topples trees like dominoes.
Oh, there was the woods yet.
Mendenhall River has burst its banks almost every summer since 2011. The flooding expected, but this year unparalleled. An entire house defenceless in the face of so much water. The apartment block next to it left teetering. After an evacuation of the area, there are miraculously no injuries. But there is a culprit 13 miles upriver. It's the Mendenhall Glacier, which has been steadily shrinking over the decades, as has its neighbour, Suicide Glacier, which once merged with it until rising temperatures caused it too to retreat. That left behind the aptly named steep ice-filled Suicide Basin. Warmer springs have increased the amount of meltwater draining into the basin, meaning that by early July it's usually full of water, but effectively dammed by the ice of the Mendenhall Glacier. Drainage begins when a weak spot forms in that ice and water starts to channel through it, flowing under the glacier and causing flooding along Mendenhall Lake and River. This year, 3 foot higher than ever before.
It's unprecedented. The severity changes from year to year because of the glacial dynamics and just what's going on up on the Mendenhall Glacier. And so there's a lot of things that we do know, but there's also a lot of things that we're still learning and trying to figure out.
So they prepare for these waters to come every year, but can't yet predict the volume or how serious the damage will be. Rachel Younger, News at 10.
Well, let's move on to some sports and quite what went through the mind of England forward Lauren James during today's scrappy World Cup match against Nigeria. For now, only she knows with any certainty. In a fit of frustration after losing possession of the ball, the 21-year-old stamped on the back of one of her opponents. That not only led to a red card for her, but could still put the boot into the side's somewhat struggling World Cup campaign. It fell to Chloe Kelly, last year's Euros saviour, to once again fire in today's winner.
England's World Cup destiny all came down to this. Chloe Kelly has a habit of delivering when her country needs her the most. And she didn't disappoint. After a nail-biting game that went all the way to penalties, England's ecstasy was equalled by Nigeria's utter devastation. The fans always thought they could do it as they skipped into the stadium in Brisbane full of belief. But in African champions Nigeria, England faced their toughest test yet. And in a tense first half, it was the Super Falcons who dominated. Leicester-born Ashley Plumpton came close to giving Nigeria an early lead. But England was saved by the bar. It was the first of several heart-stopping near misses, but Nigeria couldn't find the goal that their performance deserved. And if things weren't going to plan for England, they were about to get much worse. As frustrations started to show, Lauren James, England's breakout star, was seen stamping on the back of her fallen opponent. James saw red and then was given one. She'll now be banned from playing in England's quarter-final and probably the rest of the tournament. Down to 10 women, her teammates hung on by their fingertips to send the game into extra time.
The last chance.
Mary Earps kept her country in it. And her job was about to get even harder. The dreaded penalties, excruciating too for fans following back at home. First up for England was Georgia Stanway, and the pressure proved too much. But the Nigerian players were feeling it too, missing not one, but their first 2 spot kicks, giving Beth England the chance to put her team ahead as England began to believe. Nigeria netted their next 2, but so did England. Now it was down to Chloe Kelly to oh so coolly keep England's World Cup dream alive. A great roar from the players, not enough to drown out tricky questions for their coach about why one of her players was sent off.
It's a game where the emotions are really high, where the intensity is so high, and it's just a split second that things happen.
But for now, the fans are celebrating.
Well done, girls!
That was horrendous. That is just the worst thing to watch. But we backed Mary Earps from the start, didn't we?
It wasn't their best show, but I think that in the end, we did it!
The Lionesses may have shown their grit, but as they turn their thoughts to a World Cup quarter-final, they will also be reflecting on a very lucky escape. Chloe Keedy, News at 10.
Fellow filmmakers have tonight been leading tribute to the Oscar-winning director William Friedkin, who's died aged 87. His biggest blockbuster, The Exorcist, became the first horror film to be nominated for the Academy Award for Best Picture. He had already earned himself an Oscar of his own as Best Director for his 1971 true crime thriller, The French Connection. Brilliant film. If you haven't seen it, you should. Tonight, the director, Guillermo del Toro, said simply, "The world has lost one of the gods of cinema." Finally, it was the unexpected star of the COVID-era editions of I'm a Celebrity. Girridge Castle in North Wales plays host to its infamous trials, but the building has faced trials and tribulations of its own since its 19th century heyday. The roofless ruin, now at risk of imminent collapse. We're riding to the rescue a £2 million grant that could help restore this once grand Gothic house to its former glory.
We're in for a Wales of a time. Here on I'm a Celebrity.
It became a familiar sight to millions. When COVID travel restrictions saw I'm a Celebrity get the out of here moved from New South Wales to North Wales, Girridge Castle was its new stately setting.
And we couldn't be more excited to get going.
It may have looked magisterial, but looks can be deceiving.
So as you can see, there's quite a lot of extensive work needs doing.
The TV money certainly helped, but the 19th century castle has now received more than £2 million to save it from imminent collapse.
It's desperately needed. As you can imagine, a Grade 1 listed building of such local and national importance for Welsh culture and history. What this funding will enable is the main body of the building, get it watertight, restore the roofs, and hopefully they can add some floors.
The money from the National Heritage Memorial Fund is part of its response to COVID-19, with the pandemic largely the cause of the perilous condition of so many historic buildings, as maintenance work ground to a halt due to restrictions on construction work. And it's not just here in Wales. Across the UK, millions of pounds are being spent in order to repair our poorly maintained historic buildings, from 18th century industrial villages in Scotland to a pier off the southwest coast of England. This mansion house in Cardiff is another to receive funding. The CEO is calling on the Welsh and UK governments to do more to protect listed buildings before it's too late.
If you don't invest in these buildings, you do lose them. And that's the story we've seen in Cardiff over the years, the amount of incredible cultural buildings and institutions we've lost as a result of a lack of funding. If the government can support these kind of buildings now, it can grow to becoming self-sustaining in the future.
Castles like these in Wales and across the UK are a key part of our national fabric and global appeal. But the warning tonight is that we need to find the funds to protect them before it's too late. Chris Williams, News at 10, Cardiff.
That's it for tonight. I will see you same time tomorrow. For now, good night. Thanks for watching.
Queen of Crime author Linda LaPlante joins Eden Ranvier on Good Morning Britain tomorrow from 6. We've live FIFA Women's World Cup coverage of Colombia v Jamaica at 8:30. And Coronation Street Chesney actor Sam Astin and his wife Bryony drop by for a catch-up with the Loose Women at 12:30.
First thing today will be lovely and warm, and by breakfast time, it could be on the sunny side. Heinz Tomato Ketchup, no added sugar and salt, sponsors ITV National Weather.
A very good evening to you. A split set up for us tomorrow. Some sunshine for the luckier ones. Otherwise, dull and damp once more and staying quite cool in the breeze. As the night unfolds, blustery showers across northern and eastern Scotland will tend to fade, and then across much of the east, clearer skies to start the new day. A different story across the southwest. Here, misty low cloud from the word go, dull and damp with brisk winds around those coasts. And that dull, damp weather working its way from west to east across those southern counties through much of tomorrow. Brisk winds added to quite a cool feel around the coast, and highs of 19 or 20 degrees, even with the cloud and the patchy rain. Otherwise, better, brighter conditions. Some lovely sunshine, staying quite cool and fresh in the brisk winds across northern and eastern Scotland, but the sunshine lifting temperatures a few degrees. Into the middle of the week, so much better for all of us, a vast improvement. Wall-to-wall blue sky for many, and feeling just a touch warmer about time to tea.
Heinz Tomato Ketchup, no added sugar and salt, sponsors ITV National Weather.
What a goal! Wow, what a finish!
The FIFA Women's World Cup 2023 continues tomorrow at 8:30 with Colombia versus Jamaica on ITV1 and ITVX.
Good evening. The government's high-security Porton Down site near Salisbury has launched a world-leading vaccine centre to help stop the next pandemic. The Science and Defence Facility has been at the forefront of research for decades and played a key role in tackling coronavirus. More than 200 scientists will now work there full-time to prepare for any future threat to health, as James Dunham now explains.
As one of the few places in the world equipped to research nasty and potentially deadly viruses and bacteria, access to Porton Down is rare. Our cameras, though, have passed the tight security to see how scientists are guarding us. In this lab, experts are developing a vaccine for Crimean Congo hemorrhagic fever after a tick was found in the New Forest carrying the disease. Experts say we don't need to be alarmed now, but it's better to be safe, with other illnesses such as avian flu, which is currently widespread, also being investigated.
The health effects from climate change are already being felt. We are already seeing a change in the distribution of, for example, vector-borne diseases. Those are the sort of viruses, for example, that are carried by mosquitoes and by ticks.
There are only two ways that a civilian population could counter the effects of nerve gases.
Since it opened in 1916, Porton Down has been the scientific line of defence to the most severe biological and chemical threats.
It's been used to administer a vaccine.
Evolving and responding to things like anthrax and Ebola. 3 years ago, the focus was on COVID-19, and this new £65 million development centre aims to slash how long it takes to create a vaccine from 10 years to 100 days. Although Kate Bingham, the former chair of the UK's vaccine task force, recently criticised the government, accusing them of reducing manufacturing capability.
Kate and I think, probably have exactly the same ambition. What we want is to have a vaccine development pathway. Since I think most of Kate's comments, actually the government has invested in a Moderna strategic partnership. And the advantage of this facility is that if companies are onshoring in the UK, then obviously we can support more. We've got more capability and capacity.
The investment in these facilities means the workforce can test 3,000 samples a week, 30 times more than pre-pandemic, a faster response to any future mystery illnesses which could pose a risk. James Dunham, ITV News.
The first group of asylum seekers have arrived on board the Bibi Stockholm barge in Portland. A number of migrants boarded the vessel shortly after midday. The Home Office says the barge will be better value for taxpayers than hotels. But there has been opposition, with fears raised about safety, welfare, and the impact on local services.
The solution is not in barges when you're dealing with human beings who are fleeing persecution. The solution is actually to address the process of application faster, so to let them, give them the status so they can actually work, support themselves. The solution is let them work and find their own accommodation. In the past, we always had accommodations for asylum seekers, but this is not a serious attempt to address an issue.
The family of an 18-year-old who died in Bournemouth at the weekend have paid tribute to him, describing him as funny, kind, and a wonderful person. Cameron Hamilton was found with stab wounds in the lower gardens in the early hours of Saturday morning. Thomas Betteridge from Southsea has been charged with murder, while another man has been charged with possession of a bladed article and assisting an offender. Richard Slee has more details.
Tributes have been laid at the scene where 18-year-old Cameron Hamilton died. In a statement, Cameron's family said they want him to be remembered as the funny, kind, and wonderful person he is and always will be. Yesterday, this area and the nearby lower gardens were sealed off as a crime scene. Extra police officers were brought in to investigate what happened, and they've been searching the gardens for evidence. This is where it's reported a number of people discarded items, including clothing, as they attempted to leave the area. The incident happened shortly before 1:30 on Saturday morning, and officers responding to reports of a man being stabbed arrested 4 men. As well as asking for witnesses to come forward, the police also want any relevant mobile phone images or video taken on Friday evening or the early hours of Saturday morning. This incident comes just a few weeks after the police increased their patrols in the town centre at weekends in a bid to tackle violent crime and antisocial behaviour. Along with British Transport Police, Dorset Police have also been running an anti-knife campaign. It was because of this increase in the number of officers on patrol that Dorset Police say they were able to respond to this incident so quickly. Richard Slee, ITV News, Bournemouth.
Officers investigating the discovery of a human placenta in Southampton have released an image of a man they would like to speak to. It's believed he may have vital information about the incident. Police were called to the Hollybrook Park area on the 21st of June and are growing increasingly concerned for the welfare of the mother and the baby. Police have arrested 3 men on suspicion of attempted murder after a man was stabbed in Brighton. It happened on First Avenue early yesterday morning. The 3 men have since been released on police bail. Sussex Police are trying to track down a 4th man who could help with the investigation. Well, also in Brighton, police are appealing for witnesses after a collision on the seafront, which left a pedestrian with serious injuries. It happened on Kings Road at around 5 o'clock this morning. The 32-year-old man from Maresfield was taken to hospital, but the driver fled the scene. Next tonight, members of the Brighton-based charity Blind Veterans have been on HMS Sultan for a day of sport. It's part of a week-long programme to help veterans reconnect with each other and to boost their confidence, as Siri Hamperper explains.
Shoulder to shoulder in a walking race, part of a week-long summer camp for veterans who've lost their sight. It's been held here at HMS Sultan in Gosport since 1996. This year, the focus is on sport, with helpers and volunteers assisting them to have a go at a range of activities.
You just look around at the camaraderie, the friendship, the enjoyment there.
It's worth it. A 90-year-old gentleman, fully blind or totally blind, who was trying to travel down from Liverpool. So his son jumped up to the mark. He drove him down on Friday and straight back up again. It's commitment.
Jan Price is among those proving her disability is no barrier. She started to lose her sight because of a degenerative autoimmune condition 20 years ago while serving as an aircraft engineer in the Navy. She's now the first female veteran to take part.
Really, really good at getting everybody, irrelevant of ability, of what you want to do. Everybody gets involved into the level that they can do. So it's really inclusive in that way. I'd like to see more females involved with it. But I think as well is to get the word out to the wider blind veterans community.
Many don't understand that's available to them, particularly the younger veterans who may consider this as something for our World War heroes, but in fact it's across the ages.
The Brighton-based charity Blind Veterans UK knows just how valuable that support is to their members.
To go back home with a renewed vigour, a renewed confidence, and that companionship and those links that have been forged, I think actually changes people's lives quite dramatically.
And those new friendships and experiences is something they'll never forget. Siri Hampur, ITV News, Gosport.
Fantastic idea, making a big difference to those veterans. Weather time now. Is there any sunshine on the way? Let's find out with all the details. It's Philippa Drew.
Whatever the weather, it always feels like home. Valent Heat Pumps and Boilers sponsor ITV Meridian Weather.
Good evening. It's looking a little bit changeable as we head through the next few days. Tomorrow, a good deal of cloud on the scene, outbreaks of rain and drizzle, but then through the middle part of the week, Wednesday and Thursday in particular, becoming drier and also quite a bit warmer with it too. So we will have low pressure with us tomorrow, working its way steadily eastwards, nowhere near as wet or as windy as it was over the weekend, but nevertheless a rather dull, damp day. However, into Wednesday and Thursday, high pressure starts to build in from the south, and that will drag up some warmer air from the near continent. Out there at the moment then, we're looking at largely dry and clear conditions to start the night. But later on, we will start to see a bit more in the way of misty, murky, low cloud creeping into western parts, bringing the first signs of some rain and drizzle here. And for all of us, a relatively mild night, temperatures probably hovering in the low teens for many spots. Tomorrow morning then, that thick low cloud and the rain and drizzle continues on its journey eastwards, lingering across all parts really through the rest of the day. So all in all, a rather grey and damp Tuesday. Breezy as well, temperatures struggling, but a real change in fortunes through Wednesday and Thursday, much warmer.
Valent Heat Pumps and Boilers sponsor ITV Meridian Weather.
So summer finally arriving on Wednesday and Thursday, but it's likely to be short-lived. And that is all from us. We're back tomorrow morning at 6. But from me and the team here tonight, thanks so much for your company. See you again tomorrow. Good night.
I want to find out why she was taken from us.
Why took you so long to come back?
If they dig in that basement, our lives are over.
Where is she?
Do you know?
The Reunion starts Friday from 9 on ITV1 and ITVX.
Who is it?
I'm about 21. I'm having a heart attack.
I'm not going to die, am I?
I don't know.
Can't you just say something nice?
You want me to lie?
Loneliness is an issue. You can get a heart attack from loneliness.
You're not married? I guess it's too late now. How old are you? 50?
Not quite.
Being an attractive woman is overrated. Trust me, my wife is stunning. She finds it a total nightmare, so you're lucky.
Comedy is back in the building. Significant Other. Stream free on ITVX.
Now on ITV1 with strong language and discussion of crime. It's Social Media Murders. The murder of Grace Mullane.
But we begin tonight with a public appeal for missing British backpacker Grace Millane.
She's usually in daily contact with either mother, myself, two brothers.
Anybody who has seen Grace, please come forward and tell us.
With social media, there's always a dark side to it.
And that's just sociopath.
On behalf of New Zealand, your daughter should have been safe here, and she wasn't, and I'm sorry for that. Is the man a calm and calculated killer, or a young man who panicked after a sex act went wrong?
Did you kill Grace?
We met when we were 10 years old, just starting secondary school together. And from the off, she just seemed like a really bubbly, kind, caring person. We spent sort of all of our break times, lunchtimes together. She was always looking after me. She was always the one to take care of everyone else. Like just our big group from sort of school and college. She used to bring her camera everywhere, whether it was to a party, to a festival. Grace used to love taking photos. We sort of built a friendship and remained friends until we were about 18, 19 and just went to different universities. She was telling me all the, going out and the freedom and all the friends that she'd made.
Yeah, we met online, we matched. I think I swiped her first, she swiped me. Then she messaged, hey, how are you? And we were speaking for like a few weeks. She was in Lincoln, in university. We arranged to meet there. She was very polite, she was very kind. But she didn't hold back from like taking the mic. I felt like we had a little bit of banter.
What's it like?
She showed me some of her portraits when I was at her dorm. I was impressed. We did have plans to meet each other in Essex. But she then did say that she was wanting to travel. She was saying she's just doing this by herself. I thought that was very cool.
Around here is actually when I went on a kayak trip. So that was the day I met Grace. New Zealand's a beautiful place. It's the most picturesque thing you could ever imagine. It's a very safe feeling place as well. Grace was just like everyone else you kind of meet when you're backpacking. You're all out there for the same adventure. I kind of continued exploring. I didn't feel like I'd seen enough. Grace went back to Auckland.
online dating. When you're traveling, that's how a lot of people meet nowadays. And it can be a quick way to find someone that you maybe have some interest with. You know, you can quickly like talk to them and have a phone call, whether say, I'm traveling here, could you show me around here? Yeah, I'm sure for Grace, that was definitely a comforting thing.
It was just after lunchtime. I'd walked down into the crime squad office, which is the floor below where my office is, and I was talking to the detective senior sergeant, and she actually said, we've got a missing person complaint coming. The missing person complaints themselves are not unusual. Maybe she's gone on a trip somewhere, gone out to one of the small islands out off Auckland, is out of phone contact, and we're going to find her. But this was different.
I messaged her on Snapchat saying happy birthday, hope you're having a lovely time. And, you know, not getting a reply for a few days, I didn't really think much of it because I knew that she was travelling. When it came out that she hadn't, you know, responded to anyone, hadn't called anyone, I think that's when sort of the worry started to set in.
The fact that on her birthday, she hadn't contacted the family and the family had not been able to contact her. That was a huge red flag.
One of the girls from the group, she messaged me and said, have I heard from Grace?
There are obviously people at the backpackers who realised she was missing, were concerned. I actually got off the bus down the bottom of the city. I see some missing person posters already on lampposts. Time was the essence. We needed to get onto this.
We begin tonight with a public appeal for missing British backpacker Grace Millay. Grace hasn't been seen or heard from since Saturday evening in Auckland.
Do you suspect foul play?
Look, the longer this goes on, the more concern there is.
I have worked on missing overseas tourist investigations previously. I knew just how much the international media would grip this up.
One of our reporters flagged up that a 21-year-old Essex girl had gone backpacking on her own in New Zealand and she had gone missing in Auckland. We took a deep dive into exactly what had happened. Grace is one of our own and we need to make sure that we do as much as we can to try and bring her home.
We actually did a video appeal to try and find her. The social media reaction has to be some of the biggest I can remember.
Whether it was news articles, regular Facebook posts, getting her face out there.
People felt like they connected with it, not just us journalists, the whole community, especially from her area.
It was a really big thing in Essex. I remember being in the car on the way home and it was on the radio. You know, getting home, it was on the news.
I remember just scrolling down. I saw a picture and it immediately knew it was her. My heart sunk.
Grace is a lovely, outgoing, fun-loving, family-orientated daughter.
people's social media accounts are always important in this day and age because a lot of the young people live on social media. So getting into her Facebook page and seeing what she'd been doing was crucial. Trying to identify when she came into New Zealand, what she'd been doing in New Zealand, where was she staying. We'd found on Grace's Facebook page, the last person to comment was from a Jessie Shane. Now, we didn't know who that was. One of the staff Facebook messaged Jessie Shane. Then he gave his real name, which was Jessie Shane Kempson. The next day, he contacts the police.
So today's date is, it's Thursday the 6th of December. Time is 3:26. Okay, so here's the microphone. Okay. All right. Tell us about Grace.
You two know each other, don't you?
Sarah, I got a job for you.
I made a promise to try and stay in the service and be a good cop.
Missing girl, Tanya Mills.
When did she go missing?
1997.
What?
Day of Princess Di's funeral.
Do you think there's a chance she might not be dead? You're a liar.
I'm not a liar. Go. You still have an affair with Lizzie O'Donnell. It's over, I promise.
I report for disturbance.
What?
Don't do this. She was in danger long before she tried to leave, and we had a chance to save her.
Please, threat to life, I'm going in.
I think you might know things no one else knows.
Nothing's changed.
The Tower, the new series coming soon. Watch the critically acclaimed first series now on ITVX.
Grace has been missing for several days. We last had contact with her on Saturday the 1st of December. Grace started this travel journey in Peru in South America, and at the end of this was really looking forward to the second leg in New Zealand.
Grace's family has launched a social media campaign urging people to report any sightings.
The police investigation today has concentrated around her movements. A large part of that focus has been around CCTV footage.
We found on Grace's Facebook page, the last person to comment was from a Jessie Shane. His real name was Jessie Shane Kempson. The next day, he contacts the police.
It's recording now. I've been in this room with you, I think, since the last 10 minutes. Yeah. Just written down your details. Yeah. You were spoken to by Detective Haynes and Detective Jordan. Yeah. That's in relation to a young lady, Grace Mullane. Yeah. All right. Yeah. And that's her there. You recognise her? Yeah. Okay. At that point in time, he was just a person who'd had a date with her the previous week. We didn't know when she'd gone, when she'd disappeared exactly. So that's Grace. She was 22 on the 2nd of December, just on her birthday. Yeah. Did you know that?
Yes. So we talked about that. Yes.
Okay. He presented well in the sense that he was wearing a three-piece suit with a hanky popping out of his collar, which is not something you ever really see in New Zealand.
So I was talking to Grace on Tinder. Yeah. We'd matched on Friday. I saw that we'd matched the next day on Saturday. I saw a message from her saying, hey. So I messaged back saying, hey, how are you? How's your day going? I got a reply, great, yeah, in traveling around New Zealand, blah, 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 blah. She was staying at Party Backpackers, and she told me that she was going to be spending her birthday out there the next day.
At the time that interview was taking place, we had an investigation team doing a lot of work, and one of the phases is the CCTV phase, which is critical in Auckland City.
I started on the investigation on day one. I was tasked straight away as the officer in charge of CCTV inquiries. Initially, we just started watching from the Saturday afternoon. It was footage that needed to be reviewed minute by minute.
I said, I know it's quick, but do you want to catch up for a drink? And she said, yeah, cool. She asked me where. I said, Sky City. And then we met. I gave her a hug. She gave me a hug. And then we decided that we're going up to Andy's Burger Bar.
One of the really good things with the Sky City footage is a multitude of cameras, and effectively every area is covered. We can see how they're interacting with each other, and effectively, from a visual point of view, how the date appears to be going.
She said, oh, I'm from Essex. I said, is that near Geordie Shore? I had no idea where that was. And she said, no, it's just out of London. I said, oh, cool, yeah, sweet.
Whose idea was it to go to that particular burger place?
Me, because I didn't initially know that she was real.
What do you mean?
Well, there's a lot of, so have you heard of catfish? No. So catfishing is where someone uses your profile, or uses your photos and pretends to be you and then meets, and you're a completely different person. Right. And it's happened to a few people I know in Australia. And it's all over the TV. So I thought, if I meet at Sky City, at least I know that there's lots of people around. So if it is someone that it's not, then I can just walk away.
Throughout the interview, some of the things early on were a little bit odd, but some people are odd. How does meeting in a public place sort of protect you from?
Well, there's security there. So if she wasn't who she said she was, at least in my mind, I'd feel safe.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. What did you tell her about yourself?
I just told her where my family were from. I told her what I did for work. And then that was it. Mm-hmm. I asked her if she's visiting Sydney, and she said she'd love to.
How did the evening pan out?
Yeah, pretty good.
How did the evening sort of come to an end?
There was a hug and a kiss on the cheek, and a thanks, nice meeting you.
So at this point, you guys are heading in the direction of Victoria Street.
Yeah, to the crossing.
Yeah, the crossing.
Yeah.
So you cross over, and then you've parted company at around about 8 p.m.
Yeah.
When they get to the opposite side, there's a point where Grace has the option of going to the right and heading back to her accommodation at the base Backpackers, or heading towards City Life Hotel, where Jessie Kempson stays.
And then you walk towards Queen Street.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And she walks towards the base. It was the intersection.
Yeah.
so I just crossed. That would have been the last place I saw her.
Okay. And you've parted company at around about 8 p.m. by your account.
Yeah.
Where do you walk?
I go down Queen Street. There's a pub on Queen Street.
And how many drinks do you think you had in that place?
I would say 10.
10?
10.
Okay.
After that, I remember waking up the next day.
What time was that?
I woke up 9, 10 o'clock.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay, mate. Look, just want to sit tight for a few minutes. I'll just have another quick chat. How are you off for water?
That's Hey, I just want to ask a question. Have I been arrested for something I didn't do?
We got to a point where we knew during the interview enough CCTV had come through that actually pointed out that he'd been lying to us on one specific point.
As it turns out, Grace continued on with Jesse. They enter into one of the lifts at the City Life Hotel and head up to level 3 where Jesse has his apartment. This is the last sighting that we have of Grace.
%50 more sheets means 50% longer lasting roll. Yippee! Say hello to Andrex Mega Rolls.
Push yourself to your limit at Ninja Warrior UK Southampton. Experience all the excitement, all the fun, all the energy, all the action. Choose your challenge and book online at ninjawarrior.uk.
You know, Stacia specialise in travel insurance for pre-existing medical conditions, and they believe that if something's worth doing, it's worth doing right. That's why their COVID-19 cover is specifically designed to protect both you and your holiday. Stacia policies will cover you whether you need to cancel due to coronavirus or if you need treatment for it while you're away. So you can book your holiday knowing everything has been tailor-made just for you.
Call now and save 20%. Just quote TV20. Stacia, because now more than ever, it's worth doing right.
The last thing you have time for is cleaning the floor on your hands and knees. There is a better way. Stand up to dirty dirt with a Flash Speed Mop! Speed Mop! Cleans up the impossible. Attach the wet cloth to the Flash Speed Mop. Speed Mop sticky bits, fancy bits, and ruddy awkward bits. Then drain the evil thing in the bin. It's quick, easy, and hygienic.
Use our absorbent wet cloths. They're 2 times thicker and wetter. Flash Speed Mop for your daily hygienic floor clean.
Stratos from Shark anti-odor technology transforms bad odors into fresh-smelling air. Anti-hair wrap plus captures and removes all hair types, while CleanSense IQ adjusts power for the mess above and below the surface. Recommended by 9 out of 10 pet owners. Stratos, Shark's most advanced range.
The new Range Rover Velar, designed to intrigue.
Don't you wish your phone was fun like this?
Don't you wish your phone looked more like this? Don't you wish your phone could flex like this?
Don't you wish your phone could fit in here? Don't you?
Losing track of invoices has led to an unexpected visit from her suppliers. But this is merely a figment of her unwoken imagination. With Intuit QuickBooks, Debbie can see her finances in real time, so there's no surprises.
It is welcome, liftoff. What a goal!
Wow, what a finish.
The FIFA Women's World Cup 2023 continues tomorrow at 8:30 with Colombia versus Jamaica on ITV1 and ITVX.
Just after 3 p.m. this afternoon, a 26-year-old man was located at a central Auckland address by police and is currently speaking to us in relation to Grace Mullane.
I first met Jessie Kempson in August of 2016. Myself and my two friends were looking for someone to fill the fourth room in our house. So we posted an advert on a Facebook group and he responded. He was charming. You know, he had the stories and this life that he'd lived. He was really chatty, really nice, lovely, really.
Lovely.
His father owns all these restaurants in Australia and he was coming over to expand the franchise. All the stories sort of didn't seem real. He eventually said he was buying a certain restaurant in Auckland and I know the owner. They weren't selling. A couple of weeks later, I went to the restaurant to have dinner and he was working behind the bar. He left the minute he saw me and never returned to work. We just all started getting a bad feeling. One night when I wasn't at the house, neither was one of my other flatmates. So it was just one girl left alone in the house. He came back, he was drunk, and she was scared enough that she slept with a knife that night. We eventually stopped wanting to be alone in the house with him. You just knew you shouldn't be near him alone. It does make you wonder, like, what else he was hiding or what else wasn't true.
So you said that you met with Grace at the burger place?
Yep.
And you've parted company at around about 8 p.m. by your account?
Yeah.
You said you woke up in your apartment at about 9 or 10 a.m.
Yep.
On Sunday morning?
Yep.
And you knew that was the time because you checked your phone?
Yep.
Is that you?
Yes, that's you. Yes.
That picture, picture is in your hotel lift.
Yeah.
Okay, that's on Sunday morning at 8 o'clock in the morning.
Okay. Yep.
Yeah. You haven't told the truth.
Is there something you want to ask?
Yeah, we know he's alive. He was very comfortable and plausible in his lies. And he's very believable, and as I say, he looked very professional. CCTV shows that she met him at Sky City and at his burger bar. She goes with Kempson across to the Mexican cafe, then goes to a bar called the Bluestone Room, and then up into his apartment. But we didn't have any evidence that he had done anything to Grace. Yes, he had lied to us, but that's all we had, him telling us a lie. Because we don't have the evidence, the law in New Zealand isn't that we can detain someone for 48 hours. We either have sufficient evidence to charge them, or we have to release them. So he was released. There's no sign of Grace. There's no sign of any of her property. That Thursday night, we arranged for a search warrant for his apartment at the City Life Hotel. The forensic scientists were going to test Kempson's apartment for blood. And they used a chemical called luminol, which they spray. Luminol will react with blood and it will glow in the dark. When you see the inside of Kempson's apartment and you see the luminol, which is indicating all the blood in that room, you go, oh my gosh, what's he done? The Google searches that Kempson did on his phone became important because it timed when those searches were. So we know that around 1:30 a.m. he was searching for hottest fires, pornography. We also received more information that his phone had been polling out in the Waitakere Ranges on the Monday. The Waitakere Ranges is about 20 k's from the centre of Auckland City. So I met with the head of our search and rescue team because we would need them for assistance to search through those ranges.
Tell me what happened last Saturday.
From the beginning. We had one final drink at Andy's Burger Bar. And then we decided to go to the Mexican place across the road for cocktails. We went from there down to the Bluestone Room. We ended up sitting out in the foyer area with the fresh air. Most of the time we were sitting there, we were just kissing. I remember leaving Bluestone. I don't know what time we left there exactly. The next thing I remember after that is being in the room with Grace. She started talking to me about 50 Shades of Grey, which is a sex fantasy movie. We started having, I guess, violent sex, and then she told me to hold her throat. And then at that point, we'd finished. All I remember is falling asleep in the shower. I woke up the next day. Initially I thought Grace had left, and I saw that she was lying on the floor. I saw that she had blood coming from her nose. I screamed, I yelled out at her, and I tried to move her to see if she was awake. And that's when I panicked because I couldn't hear, and she was cold.
It's a total contradiction to what he'd said in his first interview. His second interview was all self-serving. a narcissist, sociopath, and we've worked out that everything he'd said in that first interview basically was a lie.
Did you consider seeking help from St. John's?
I dialed 111, but I didn't hit the button because I was scared how bad it looked.
You said you didn't know what to do. Why did you purchase a suitcase?
Because I was freaking out. I went to the warehouse at the atrium and bought a suitcase. I remember putting Grace in the suitcase. I was just in shock the whole time. I put Grace in the back of a hire car. I drove the hire car into Wilson's car park. I sat there for a little while, praying. I picked up a shovel. I ended up driving towards the Waitakaris. I went into the bush. I dug a hole.
He's trying to clean up, and we know from CCTV that he went and he bought cleaning products.
What did you do with the bleach?
Sprayed the floor and tried to dab up the blood.
Can you remember when you disposed of her clothing and property?
No.
He packs all her belongings into a black plastic bag and he walks through the city up to a place called Albert Park, and you see him depositing that black bag into a rubbish bin.
We're going to head out of here very, very soon, and you're going to take us to where you've buried him.
Yeah.
We located the body, which we believe to be Grace. The formal identification process will now take place. However, based on the evidence we have gathered over the past few days, we expect that this is Grace. Obviously, this brings the search for Grace to an end. It is an unbearable time for the Mullane family, and our hearts go out to them.
Questions? To your knowledge, did Grace die while she was in your company?
To my knowledge, I would say yes.
And at any time and at any stage, did you intend to cause her death?
No.
Did you kill Grace Mullane? Jesse Kempson, you're under arrest for the murder of Grace Mullane on or about the 2nd of December. You understand?
Yeah.
Okay.
And what we know is that Kempson strangled Grace for 7 to 10 minutes. That's not rough sex. That's murder.
Sergio! Searchmeister! Oh, there you are. Isn't it great we get to do this every Tuesday or Wednesday? Every week, every month, all year long!
Get 2-for-1 cinema tickets every Tuesday or Wednesday.
When I go for a spin, I always buckle up. And that's why at Sky Vegas, our players can buckle up too. By setting a deposit limit that suits them. That way they can enjoy the ride knowing they're not going over budget. Takeoff time. 300,000 Sky Vegas players use deposit limits, but all gaming sites have. So, whoever you're with, prepare for fun and buckle up.
You can't play here.
Come on.
We rise by lifting each other. Kenko, made to uplift.
At Nurofen, we know that sometimes regular painkillers alone aren't enough. That's why we developed Neuromol Dual Action. It starts working faster than ibuprofen and lasts longer than paracetamol alone. For all-in-one pain relief, Neuromol.
This is Debbie's nightmare. Losing track of invoices has led to an unexpected visit from her suppliers. But this is merely a figment of her unbroken imagination. With Intuit QuickBooks, Debbie can see her finances in real time, so there's no surprises.
50% more sheets means 50% longer lasting roll. Yippee! Say hello to Andrex Mega Rolls.
Sky is now bringing you even more value. Value like Sky Stream for just £13 a month. The new way to enjoy unmissable Sky shows, Netflix favourites, and more of the TV you love. Streamed over Wi-Fi, so you don't even need a dish. Perfect with our award-winning fibre broadband that's built for entertainment. And only £26 a month. Sky Stream for just £13 a month when you take Sky Fibre broadband for £26. Now with no upfront fees. That's value you can believe in.
And want to find out why she was taken from us.
Why took you so long to come back?
If they dig in that basement, our lives are over.
Where is she? Do you know? The Reunion starts Friday from 9 on ITV1 and ITVX.
The trial of the man accused of murdering the British backpacker Grace Mullane has begun. Ms. Mullane went missing on the eve of her 22nd birthday last December while she was in New Zealand. Her disappearance sparked a massive police investigation and her body was found buried in the Waitakere Ranges a week later.
Man's defence team said it was entirely plausible the young woman accidentally died after he choked her during sex with her consent and encouragement.
Members of the jury and the defendant has pleaded not guilty.
She started talking to me about 50 Shades of Grey, and she told me that there's a few things she likes doing.
Miss Mullane died as a result of what they consensually engaged in during their time together.
Personally, I think the rough sex defence is horrendous. I don't see how anyone could ever use that as a legitimate defence. For that to actually be an excuse for how someone died is atrocious.
It doesn't matter whether she was having sex or not, or it doesn't even come into it. The only thing that's important is that he went into that room, she went into that room, and only one person came out of there.
Only two people know what happened in that room. One of them can't tell us, and the other one hasn't told the truth about what happened.
The defendant had to have had her under his grip at some point of which she lost consciousness and he had to carry on. And if that's not reckless murder in this country, ladies and gentlemen, somebody will have to explain to me what is.
I have real difficulties with the proposition that having rough sex kills people. Rough in that context has to mean that you hold that person around the neck
with a degree of force where you have to maintain that for what's probably minutes. The person probably goes unconscious, probably remains lifeless under your hold, and then you have to carry on. It's much more likely to be about what's going through the bloke's mind and his attitude towards that woman than it is to be an accident of rough sex.
Is the man accused of murdering British backpacker Grace Millane a calm and calculated killer, or a young man who panicked after a sex act went wrong?
Kempson pleaded not guilty to murder. He put the blame on Grace, said it's an accident, through rough sex, that she didn't want that, and that he panicked, which is totally contrary to what he was doing in those early hours of that Sunday morning, 2nd of December, and later on during that day. We had to make sure we secured all the evidence we could.
Next morning, 8 a.m, Jesse heads down to the foyer and exits the hotel and heads to the warehouse store, selecting a suitcase that he ends up putting Grace in. I remember the chill that went through my body when I saw him look up at the camera, and you could just tell that he had killed her. And was taking her body out to disposing of it. And then he gets up early the next morning to head out to bury her.
Cool, calm, and in control. Where's the evidence of panic? There could have been this mechanism of manual asphyxiation which occurred inadvertently so as to cause death, and he didn't appreciate that and then panicked. That's kind of plausible until you start looking at the external evidence that you probably wouldn't contort her body into a suitcase that morning, take her some kilometres out of town and bury her in a shallow grave, and then come back, mop up, hire a rogue doctor, vacuum cleaner. So there's a plausible defence narrative there until you start to look outside it as to what makes it implausible.
Miss Millane's lifeless body was with you in that room when you searched for and accessed 4 pornographic sites. These were not the actions of a man in panic, far from it. Your actions reveal a complete disregard for your victim.
The trial lasted about 3 weeks.
The jury went out on the Friday afternoon. I suppose within an hour or so, the jury came back with their verdict.
Do you find the defendant guilty or not guilty? Guilty. And are you all agreed members of the jury? Yes. Thank you, Madam Foreman. Please listen to me.
If you would. This jury, having found you guilty of the murder of Grace Emmy Rose Millane, you are convicted.
The verdict of murder today will be welcomed by every member of the Millane family and friends of Grace. It will not reduce the pain, the suffering that we've had to endure for over the past year.
I heard it on the radio, and I literally just like burst out and crying, like it just hit me like a truck.
I called my mum before anything else. I was just screaming down the phone. I was shaking. I remember it was just, it was a horrible feeling.
The biggest emotion is anger. How dare he put his hands on it? You feel a bit guilty. Maybe we could have done more. She should have been safe.
No one in this country, unless they were out of all communication with the modern world, could not have been aware of these events.
Hundreds of people across the country are preparing to gather to pay their respects at candlelit vigils to murdered British backpacker Grace Millane.
Firstly, I cannot imagine the grief of her family and what they will be experiencing and feeling right now. And so, on behalf of New Zealand, I want to apologise to Grace's family. Your daughter should have been safe here, and she wasn't, and I'm sorry for that.
Out of this tragedy, the Millane family have started the Love Grace campaign. That's getting handbags and then filling them with items for the victims of domestic violence. And when I speak to Gillian, she tells me that there's handed out over 10,000 handbags. Now she describes that to me as 10,000 smiles. That is so touching. One of the things that comes out of this is that a woman should be able to do what they want without having a predator do what he wants and taking her life. You hope, full hope, that another person doesn't suffer the same fate or family go through the same ordeal.
She hoped to meet someone. She hoped to have a good time while she was travelling. And I think that because of what happened to her, people are more aware. They're aware that this person they're talking to over the phone might not be who they say they are.
I think we're trained to walk with our keys in our hands and make sure we walk in brightly lit streets, and us not knowing what to do is not the issue. We shouldn't have to do those things.
I think of Grace all the time. I speak about Grace all the time. And, I look at photos of us or think about memories of us. Grace was always someone that always used to say, YOLO, like you only live once. Life is too short.
If you've been affected by issues raised in this programme, you can go to itv.com/advice for support information.
There's only one way to get in the mood for the new series of Towie. Let loose and sugar hut. Not quite what we were thinking, GC. Jazzle. Sorry, Sam, already got one.
Exactly what I do in my bar. Fat, pool party.
Well, you would know, Mark. Any other suggestions? Joey? Lydia? Do their day. Haven't you got it yet? The only way is to stream every Towie episode ever from the very beginning on ITVX.
All the latest EFL action now on ITV1 in English Football League highlights.
with huge names across all three divisions. Only the opening weekend can deliver these feelings of hope, expectation and excitement. And this campaign, we're with you up and down the country, out on the road, every single Saturday. And it's Destination Devon first up. We're a newly promoted Plymouth Argyle, who are back in the championship after 30 years away. They welcome an old friend to home park. A younger Neil Warnock led Argyle to promotion back in 1996. 27 years later, he still has a spring in his step, fresh from keeping Huddersfield Town in the championship in May. In the home dugout, Stephen Schumacher, the man who led Plymouth Argyle to a whopping 101 points as they were promoted as League One champions. First day back now, how are you feeling?
Excited, a little bit nervous, obviously first game of the season. I think you always have that adrenaline, nervous tension going through you, but really looking forward to it. It's been a long time since Argyle have been in the championship and we want to make the most of it.
It was such a good season last year and home form right here at Home Park was key to that. Expect the same this time round?
Well, we hope the same this time round. Obviously, we've been really strong over the last couple of years at Home Park. Our fans play a huge part in that. So today we've got to try and start well. If we can get the fans behind us early on, they do help. So the players will be going out there and try and play at a good tempo early if we can.
Best of luck.
Thank you.
We'll have all the EFL action from the opening weekend shortly, but let's kick things off with our featured match here from a windy but bouncing Home Park. It's Plymouth against Huddersfield with our commentator, Dan Mason.
Home Park was a fortress for Plymouth Argyle last season. 20 wins from 23 home matches helped clinch the League One title. With the Green Army backing them to the hilt, results here will be a huge factor in how well they do a year on. Argyle twice broke their transfer record last month, signing Ballymumba and Morgan Whitaker permanently. New arrival Julio Kekwezuelo, though, is unavailable due to a suspension carried over from last season. Huddersfield have a familiar look. 7 of their 11 started against Reading on the final day of last season. Tom Edwards, though, is a new face on loan from Stoke. It's his Terriers' debut. Huddersfield's longest away league trip of the season. It's home from home for Neil Warnock, who lives in Cornwall. He came to Home Park as a fan during his short-lived retirement last year. There's Mumba. Not Edwards. Getting the better of him. Trouble for Huddersfield. Awkward header from Haylick. There's Randall and there's Whitaker. That's what they paid the money for. Argyle ahead inside 6 minutes. And it was the record signings that made it possible. Mumba on the left, teasing Edwards and delivering a cross that Huddersfield never could clear. Haylick twice made a hash of it. And Morgan Whitaker arrived with perfect timing. 1-0 Argyle. It's Houghton. Whitaker. A nice turn by Callum Wright. Argyle are away again. Hardy to Whitaker. Lee Nichols for the save. Stephen Schumacher said that his Argyle side would be positive. And aren't they just? It's a very encouraging start from them. Watched them well. For Thomas in support. Oh, look at...
Okay, as opposed to fit on a woman's, the body is fighting something. The fact that the pain's getting better is a good sign. We just need to now find out what's causing it. All right, no worries. If you have any questions at all, just come let me know and all that. Suicide. I know that.
The chance to get to 5 points on the board as you all play 5 of 5 from 5.
نحن יכולים לנסות להשפיע עליהם.
With Abby's fitting complete for her ball gown, Jeanette can use the adjusted prototype as a template.
Is stroke team accept today?
We've got no identity in there.
We have a 72-year patient with a large stroke. He's got dense weakness on the left side of his body. Can't speak. And it's affecting him severely at the moment. So this is the patient. Now if you look at this scan, you can see this is very high dense here. The stroke score is 25, which is a high stroke score. So possibly supplying the vital part of the brain, which is causing this the symptoms. So it's usually not this bad. When somebody is having such a big stroke, it means the vessels are not supplying oxygen to that part of the brain. Hi. So your husband is a stroke affecting one side of the brain, and that's actually pretty much blocked the vessel. Now, with such a stroke, there's a 50% chance that if it progresses, it can cause severe either disability or death. Now, we are aiming to get the clot out. We're going to be very fast, and we're going to take him straight away to the interventional suite. It's all going to be fine, sir, okay? We're just going to take you down for a procedure. This procedure is to, get the clot out, which is causing this problem for you, this stroke, okay? Just to warn you, with the stroke, there's a risk of, vessel rupturing and or the stroke progressing. But the option of doing nothing is the worst, Stroke is a devastating condition. If the symptoms are severe, it causes permanent disability. Being locked in or locked-in syndrome is like a curse. It's a state of living where you cannot move. All your functions are completely void. You'll all go fine. Looks like he's a fighter, right? Yeah, he'll get there. It's the part of the brain which is responsible for speech, for motor functions when I see any movement, the leg, arm, and the face. That clot is causing the problem. Operate on a patient's brain, and the way we operate by using X-rays, you don't get a second chance. It's because the brain vessels are just a few millimeters in diameter, and when you move just a few millimeters on either sides, you can cause a rupture. When that happens, the patients can actually die from bleeding into the brain. Can I have a neuron max? 90, please. Give me a second. Can I have flow switch, please? It's always there's a high pressure. Every time you do a procedure, you think you know what you're doing. Okay, let's move. But every time you are faced with a new challenge, and it's a new learning process, and every time things can be totally different. Thank you. This particular clot is exceptionally difficult because of the location, which is deep into the brain. Stands deployed. Can I have a timer on? And also the size of the vessel. It's a smaller vessel. If it doesn't open up, I'm just thinking, do we have a 3 true? 3. Yeah, let's have a look. Go for it now. Just check for any clots in there. Sometimes you can get the clot out in the very first attempt, and it may be within the syringes because of the suction. So maybe we have to go back again. Let's try to go with a smaller one, I think. Yeah. Just give me the wire again back. That just a few seconds of delay is what matters for the patient's life or death. If you don't have a team which is quick, you are faced with a situation where it's too late. Yeah. Okay, then push. All right. Okay, now we placed here a device. You can see the device into that clot. Okay, now. Yeah, we got the clot. Just hang on. I'll show you. The clot here. This is the device. Here's the clot. The main bulk of the clot is in its life. Yes, everything is open now. Keep going. So that branch which was not filling, now it's filling nicely. Keep going, keep going, keep going. It's all good. Excellent. Okay. We are finished. All right. All finished. I think it went very well. We got the clot out within 2 attempts. It's not bad considering it was very distant clot. It's like the universe, you don't know. It's always you never know anything till it shows itself. I'm hoping that he should have a reasonably good outcome. But when, we don't know. It's always an element of uncertainty, always.
I love this band.
Well, let's go see them. It'd be great.
There's nothing great about feeling my bulky pea pants all day.
Don't miss a gig of a lifetime just because of bulky pants. Why always discreet like me?
Will these really last?
Look, they'll last the morning, noon, and night.
Wow, it sucked it all up. Feels like real underwear.
I never thought I'd see this. I never thought I'd see this. Discover our always discreet range, like boutique black or classic white.
Friend, for all of your selves, we have all of your faves on Just Eat. For your wading through work self, your post-gym earned it self, or your late-night munchy self. Why not help yourselves to a smooth Costa coffee latte, a perfect Domino's pepperoni passion, a freshly made Five Guys all-American cheeseburger, a classic Pizza Express American hot, and a delish McDonald's Big Mac. So take yourself from a 6 to a 7, 8.8, 9.9. We got it.
Did somebody say Just Eat?
Do you want to stay active but feel the need to slow down? To help maintain an active lifestyle, try 7C's Joint Care Supplex and Turmeric. One convenient duo pack combines 7C's highest turmeric levels, plus glucosamine and omega-3. It also contains vitamin C for cartilage, vitamin D for bones and normal muscle function, and manganese for connective tissue. To help maintain an active lifestyle, try 7C's Joint Care Supplex and Turmeric today. This has been Medivax for 7C's.
Join the Brits setting sail. Ready for action. Our dream holiday, cruising the sunny seas of the Med. All aboard for new episodes every weekday. The Cruise, fun-loving Brits at sea, starts next Monday at 4 on Channel 5 and My 5.
Find out where he is. Hi. Where is he? Michael? Michael? Oh, good. At least he's looking at me now. Yeah, good. How are you? Can you look towards me? Yeah, well done. Excellent. Trying to move the leg, which is a good sign. Yeah, there's some movement in the leg as well. Early days, but positive signs. So we're showing some signs of improvement. So I'm hopeful. So Michael, I'm going to go and have a word with your wife, okay? I'll come back to you, okay? I'll let you rest a bit and then come back to you, okay? This is very good news. We managed to get the clot out. It was like something like this, like pea size. And also I just saw him straight after the procedure. He's got some early signs of improvement, like a little bit of movement in his arm. He's looking towards me. Last time when he saw, he was just, he couldn't, that's called, some what we call medically like inattention. He was, now when he could follow follow commands, when I told him to look towards me, he looked towards me. I told him to squeeze my hand. He was trying to squeeze my hand, but still, it's early days. But at the moment, my concern is his recovery. Okay, so of course we need to find out why this is happening. But it's just come out of such a major episode of a huge stroke. Looking at the initial response, I think I'm positive, but there's no guarantees with anything.
No, I understand that. Yeah. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Yeah. I'll be in touch. I'll be coming again tomorrow to see you. You can get some rest now. At least he's okay. Remember one thing, one step at a time. It's fine. I always tell the patients, as long as you have the will and you keep going, you will get there. Don't give up. So, you'll get there. All right?
Thanks. Thank
Okay?
you so much.
Take care.
Yes, sweetheart. Hi, darling. Hi. How are you? How are you, darling? You okay? You tired? Yeah. I got me too. I love you. It's okay. You're gonna be fine. You just need sleep. Just need rest. Okay? Fiona, see you. Look. Dad. Put his hand. It's Rich.
Hi.
Rich.
Good man.
See you smile. Well done. Well done. It's just absolutely like a miracle. He's the kindest, sweetest person. He's retired. He used to be a magistrate. He's never stopped. He always cares for people. He'll do anything for anybody. He doesn't deserve this, but who does? Who does? I'm just so relieved. Really so relieved. Say it again.
Arsenal won. No.
Is that what you said? Arsenal?
No, it's Manchester United won. Arsenal won. What do you like? What do you like? Football. Yeah. Big one, Dad. This is your last one. No more anymore.
Hi, I'm Julie, Titia. Hello. Okay, got a lady who's been hit by a motorbike while crossing the road.
Hello, everyone's at recess. We come back from dinner just in time.
Oh, yeah.
Hello.
Good day at school.
Nice pajamas.
We let into people's lives like no one else. We see things that no one else sees. Knowing that you made so much impact on someone's life is amazing.
How are you feeling? Relieved, actually. You know, to be able to sit here with the kids and the wife. Because if it wasn't for the wife, I wouldn't be here.
They think it's genetic because they've got no signs of anything being blocked or
I've had no warnings or
no
anything.
warning signs.
The heart just decided to stop.
Most inconvenient.
Yeah.
The fact that you only know your patients for a very short time span, you develop a relationship very quickly, and the treatment that you give is very instant.
Getting there now, on the mend. It's just my pelvis now. They're more concerned over that because it's got a fracture in it. If it's opened up a little bit more. So as soon as I've had that scan, I'll know a lot more.
He was in the cherry picker and he was about 15 feet up in the air tending to the roof. The actual cherry picker itself, the bucket, the cradle, has actually come off the pin in it.
So if we can get a primary survey, bloods off for the chest x-ray, and then we'll go to scan. Extend the arm. That's it.
Okay, sweetheart. You just still
When you're that close to death, every second counts.
She's 89, hit by a motorcycle. She's got 6 inches by 2 inches, loss of tissue.
head planted on the floor, neck flexed backwards. Roll. Oh. Small neck.
She may have a cervical side injury. Needle from the arterial line.
Young, I need to do everything you can. I just wanted just to stay alive. That's what I wanted, just to stay alive.
Later this week, a huge decision for Laura. She has an incurable brain tumour. To extend her life, she needs it removed, but there is a catch. The operation puts her memory at risk. Surgeons, a matter of life or death. Brand new on Thursday at 9. Next, police interceptors.
The single
biggest serial murder investigation since Peter Sutcliffe.
He targeted young girls, a travelling sexual predator, a serial killer.
They never stop at one.
The Child Snatcher Manhunt continues tomorrow at 9 on Channel 5 and My5.
It's such an effort to shuffle 60 to a door, but show me a football.
Dancing helps me manage my condition.
After surgery, I was worried about going swimming because I thought that my implants would go floating away.
I'm out of breath now.
In my recovery, the family joke became who would talk first, me or my granddaughter Olivia.
See how activity can help you manage your health condition. Visit weareundefeatable.co.uk.
Today I might catch my reflection, then explore every inch of my kingdom. It's non-stop action for me, and I'm certain that it's great to be a cat.
Create mouth-watering mealtimes with Felix as good as it looks. Purina.
Have you heard about this Samsung flip phone? It's like stuck inside your mind or something. And the only way to stop it is to switch.
That's like the dumbest thing I've ever heard. I've never switched to Samsung.
When life moves this fast, it can cause headaches. So it helps to have pain relief that moves fast too. Nurofen Express liquid capsules have a liquid core and start to get to work in 8 minutes and last for up to 8 hours. Nurofen Express. Leave your pain to us.
Sophia knows how to spend less and get more. Her best hack? Vinted. Spend less on second-hand items and get more for your budget. Download Vinted.
With Admiral Multi-Cover, the more you cover, the more you save.
Washing with detergent alone can sometimes let you down. Boost every wash with a scoop of Vanish. Even at 20 degrees, our Oxy Action formula lifts away the toughest stains, helping to keep your colours brighter for longer. So, wash it right first time to save on energy bills and save clothes. Clothes live longer with Vanish.
Who said electrification can't spark excitement when unplugged? New Nissan Qashqai with e-Power. A unique electrified experience, unplugged.
Do you prefer digital currency for this exchange?
Over fibre?
No, it's crypto only, mate.
What a load of malarkey. We keep things simple. Less malarkey, more smarty. Search Smarty Mobile.
Later this week, the tragic events of August 1979, when one of the world's leading offshore racers was hit by hurricane-force winds and waves of up to 60 feet. Killer Storm, the Fastnet disaster, is brand new Wednesday at 9. Now on Channel 5, Police Interceptors.
Play Ojo Live Casino sponsors late nights on Channel 5. Police Interceptors. The pride of the Northeast. And scourge of the criminal class.
Open the door now! I'm out! I'm out!
We're up close and personal with Durham and Cleveland's crime-fighting elite. In pursuit,
On board! Lethal, let's bring out the sport.
and in the air.
We've got a group of five runners Nation Road now.
With their crack firearms team
Please!
now!
and formidable dog unit.
Stand still, please, you do it!
In the trenches for the war on crime. Strap in.
I am in pursuit.
You're riding with the Interceptors.
They'll be filling the pants.
Stay there!
We'll be filling themselves.
Coming up,
Say out in the street, he has fired something at us. Confirm he has fired something at us.
under fire from an armed suspect.
But police officers, these are real guns with real bullets. Do not point at me.
All over a suspected drug dealer and chasing down a dangerous driver.
Stay still! Stand still! Listen and go!
The UK's armed police rarely discharge firearms in the course of duty.
Our police, you in there!
An average year sees the entire force of England and Wales pull the trigger just 6 times.
You get firearms jobs quite often. Some of them are low key, others are a bit more high key, dare I say. And there's some that from the moment it comes across the radio you think, nah, this is the real I am.
Hello, you through the police? Are you listening carefully as you talk? You can't tell me. Are you listening? I am, yeah, what's going on? I've got firearms in the house. You've got a radio up there. I've got firearms in the house. The way on my edges and men are out there suicide by cop, I'll just talk about them. Right? I'm going full of drink, full of fork. I'm going to let off the shot. I'm going to let off the shot tonight. You're going to let off the shot? I'm going to let off the shot. Are you there? I am, I'm listening to you. Hello? Hello?
This is the real I am.
Mate, what have you got? Have you seen him?
Yes, he's come out in the street, he's come at the door. It is one barreled rifle of some sort with a scope on it.
With a rifle trained on them, unarmed cops are taking no chances.
He's obviously caught me, so I've moved further down the street.
They've called in experienced armed response officers.
President of Bury RV is travelling with a view to contain and hopefully negotiate a peaceful surrender with Ismail. But, yeah, we'll see how we go on.
Given the suspect's state of mind, Jacko is understandably worried.
And the mindset of somebody who's already set his stall out, he wants suicide by cop. The last thing we want to do is shoot someone, but they might force our hand.
Jacko's been a cop for 20 years. As the officer in charge of the armed response team tonight, he bears a huge responsibility. A mile from the gunman, he suits up.
Where?
He's come out, he spoke to us, he's pointed what looks like a long barrel weapon with scope on the top towards me. He's also got me a small handgun. As he goes back in the house, he's going to have a joint and then he's going back out.
The armed man is under the influence of drink and cocaine. It's a critical situation.
Mate, we're 2 minutes. We're 2 minutes off.
Minimising risk to the public is uppermost.
He's back out up here and jumping on in the street again.
Mate, you're going to have to get out here, I'm afraid.
And that includes Jacko's cameraman.
We'll just get the proper your back now.
Don't come round.
You're not really all turn right. I think it's when you get your first major left red pointing up towards the community centre. That's high road.
As Jacko leads a fellow firearms officer towards the suspect, fixed cameras in his car and on his helmet capture the scene.
Blake, can you see us yet? Are we in the right place?
Yeah, I've got you at the bottom of the street.
Okay, we'll stop here. We'll block the road so nobody can come up.
The gunman is in a house at the end of the street. With his helmet cam recording, Jacko readies himself to advance.
Yeah.
When the suspect shows himself,
Top of the street. Oh, please! Oh, please, put that down! Put that down now!
the gunman is goading them.
Come on, I'm going to move. Come on. Move it. Oh, please! Yeah, come on. Hardcore.
There are firearms officers on the other side of the street and the team advance.
Just fight what I'm saying. Yes. I don't know. Jacko, get in the guard cover.
The suspect may have discharged a weapon.
We need to get containment on. Can you go around? Can one go around the lead? Fine. Just fight. Elliot, he is out in the street. He has fired something at us. Confirm he has fired something at us.
Under fire, they face a life-changing decision. Push on or shoot back.
Have you heard about this Samsung flip phone? It's like stuck inside your mind or something. And the only way to stop it is to switch.
That's like the dumbest thing I've ever heard. I'd never switch to Samsung.
Hey guys, Sergio, search my stuff. Oh, there you are. Isn't it great we get to do this every Tuesday or Wednesday? Every week, every month, all year long.
Get 2-for-1 cinema tickets every Tuesday or Wednesday.
You work hard to keep your mouth healthy. But wait, does your toothpaste work just as hard? All toothpastes clean, but Oral-B Densify goes beyond clean. Over time, most people can experience tooth density loss. Oral-B works harder to prevent future density loss and strengthens teeth to extend the life
It's
of
my
teeth.
birthday.
Go beyond clean with the toothpaste brand dentists use themselves. Oral-B Densify, brush like a pro. Porridge Oats.
I am 56 years old. That's great, isn't it? I've been 56 for 13 minutes.
Someone's in trouble. Or perhaps not. You see, Gorilla Superglue fixes all kinds of bricks quickly, and Mum stays none the wiser for the toughest jobs on planet Earth.
Hard to reach toilet stains? Drop Harpic Power Plus tablets and let the magic begin, reaching where your brush can't to deep clean effortlessly. Harpic Power Plus Routine, hygienically clean.
At NFU Mutual, we're proud to be the Which Insurance Brand of the Year for the second year in a row. For insurance you can rely on, join NFU Mutual today.
You must be Imogen, but you're going to show me the chips.
I'm going to show you the potatoes.
Can I drive?
No. This is my farm where McCain is starting regenerative farming.
I know potato seeds when I see them.
They're kale seeds. We rotate different crops to help keep the soil healthy.
Yeah, of course.
Grab that bag.
So what you're saying is, when we became chips, we're all doing some good.
Yeah, you're supporting the move to regenerative farming.
Great, I'll be up in seconds then. McCain, let's all chip in.
Whenever you have something really cold and then you get this short, sharp kind of sensation, that's sensitivity. It can get worse. The problem is not going to go away by itself. I always recommend Sensodyne. It's specially designed to care for their sensitivity. And I've had people coming back to me saying it's made a difference. It works.
Hello,
5G network. Welcome to a detention centre like no other, where law-breaking service personnel are pushed to the limit. With unprecedented access, we head behind the cell doors. Brand new Court Martial Soldiers Behind Bars starts next Monday at 9 on Channel 5 and My 5.
Playojo Live Casino sponsors late nights on Channel 5.
Top of the street. Oh, please!
Interceptors are facing a man with a rifle who's goading them to shoot him dead.
Oh, please, put that down! Put that down now!
Jacko's leading the armed response team.
Come on, I'm going to move. Come on, move it.
Who are under fire.
Oh, please! Wait, Elliot, he is out in the street, he has fired something at us. Confirm he has fired something at us. Seals, we're going to have to close him down.
The shooter is taking cover in a house at the end of the street.
Lost sight. We need containment. There's an unarmed cop there.
And in the dark between street lamps, visibility is poor for the cops.
Yes. Subject has emerged from the building in possession of a long-barreled weapon and what appeared to be a handgun. We've heard a pop and there's a projectile gone past us. So he has fired something at us. We can't make out what it was though. Presently lost from sight. We're trying to work up using cover to get a containment on. Oh, please, come it!
While Jacko addresses the suspect.
Come it! Drop it! Stick!
Firearms officers on the west side of the street edge towards the house, its front door now just beyond their sight.
He's in the doorway, you're all right, you've got cover, he's in the doorway. But police officers, these are real guns with real bullets. Do not point that at me!
The suspect aims at Jacko, hidden from the west side team.
Jacko, we've got any view. We can't see him.
He's fired.
You alright? Yes.
The projectile that barely missed Jacko shot straight past his colleagues.
We need to containment on it.
If the cops get a clean shot, they may have no choice but to return fire.
Southcar, make sure you take seals. The mill has fired at least 2 projectiles at us.
It's an alarming situation. But this is what the interceptors train for.
Tango 1 from OFC.
Go ahead.
Inspector, we've managed to put containment on this premises. We can't confirm what sort of weapon this is, but we have been fired up on, making threats, saying he's been in the army. He's then closed the door, disappeared from view.
The man's running out of chances to give himself up.
Challenges have been put in. He is acutely aware that we are armed police officers. It hasn't changed his mindset in any way, shape or form.
Yes. Just obviously I'll go from my that will probably put a height on cocaine. He's got cocaine to hospital. He has been comment in relation to death by police or suicide by some. Please bear that in mind and let's be lucky where it on.
Yes, we have the most amount of less lethal we can muster. Have we got an ambulance on standby?
That's a negative at the moment.
Yes.
Things look desperate. The street's crawling with firearms officers who are slowly surrounding the house.
What about one of them shields for us at the front, in that corner?
At the front, Jacko renews negotiations.
Come on, please! Come to the door! Do as you're told and you will not be heard!
The cops know the man's identity, and they've spotted him.
Doors open!
In the doorway, aiming at Jacko.
He's in the window! If you point that, you're going to be shot! Put it down! We're here to help you!
No cop wants to shoot a man.
Put the gun down, come out, we'll get you all the help you need! Have you thrown it down?
He's dropped the guns.
Hands up! Right. Lovely, lovely. Do as you're told. Just stop still. Stop still. I'm rolling.
Jacko rushes to secure the suspect.
Roll the taser. I'm rolling the taser. Stop there. Stop.
2 taser dots are on him.
Can somebody else come and handcuff him?
As they prepare to arrest him, everyone's on edge.
Stay cool. Stay cool. Just stay cool. We're just going to handcuff you, okay?
An unarmed cop moves in. And the suspect is on his knees.
Chill out. Chill out. Chill out. Relax.
Finally, he's in cuffs.
Tango 1 website. On Herald of Egress, he's thrown the rifle, he's thrown the gun, he's compliant, he's been handcuffed.
Leaving unarmed units to deal with the suspect, Jacko and the firearms team move to secure the premises.
Please, anyone in the house, show yourself.
Room by room.
Please. Doors, I'm going to open this up to you. Ready? Clear of persons.
No people, but they have discovered a huge cannabis grow.
I'll deal with this, folks. I've already opened the door of my room. Yeah, another door. Corner's clear.
Make that 2 huge cannabis grows.
We've managed to successfully and safely get our subject arrested. It was touch and go. We were fired at twice by him. It turns out it's air weapons, but still have the capability to kill you. So we've had to crawl out, turn into practice, cover movement, back lane, challenge him. Unfortunately, he's given himself up. We was a cigarette paper away from being shot tonight.
In the end, all that stood between the suspect and a bullet was a clear line of sight.
We've got to take accurate aim shots, and if we haven't got a shot, we can't take it. And fortunately for him at that moment in time, we didn't manage to have him in our sights. But the most important thing is we're all right, he's all right. But yeah, I think we need to put a lot of one. We've been very lucky tonight because we heard it, felt it go whacking past us. It must have been inches in it. That's why we get paid the big bucks, isn't it?
Approximately 32 cannabis plants were seized from the house and destroyed. The man who fired an air rifle at the cops pleaded guilty to 2 counts of possessing a firearm with intent to cause fear of violence. He was sentenced to 10 years in prison. Jacko says it was the single most dangerous incident he's encountered in 20 years on the force.
There's nobody we can phone. People phone the cops to come and sort it out, but we can't phone anyone. It's down to us, and
it's a
cracking job. Balls of steel tonight from the team. We're at bats and someone shooting at us. You can't dumb it down. We're walking towards someone that's shooting at us, and we've managed to get them locked up without firing a shot. So that is brilliant, brilliant work.
Subject figures just ahead of us. To stop a car quickly and maintain surprise, interceptors use a move called tactical pursuit and containment. T-Pack is the art of boxing in bad guys with multiple cop cars. It's the late shift. And just off the A1, a pack of interceptors wait in the pitch black.
We've got some intelligence to suggest that there's a car coming up with what we believe to be drugs on board, so we're in position now to be putting a preemptive T-Pack box on the car.
Prime for action in a marked car, Gareth Hops. Like every driver in this group, Hops is T-Pack trained, and he's up at the crack of dawn hoping to have drug dealers for breakfast.
The information is coming in as we speak, so it's kind of like a hot incident at the moment. So we're just waiting for the necessary marker point to be hit when we'll be setting off and trying to put that tactic on.
Yeah, okay, can we get in the right position to the pod, please?
As Control tracks the car with number plate recognition cameras, the team prepares to strike. And Hopsy and partner Andy are pleased to be in the faster, lighter 3 Series rather than a bulkier X5.
If we get in behind them and we're kind of mirroring his speed, if when we call the move up, that's when they'll struggle to compare these. Like, if you put your foot down, these are a lot more responsive than the X5s.
It's a tense wait as the target approaches.
Yeah, 5 minutes to wait for Scotch Corner. In the wrong way. Speed 4-5.
We don't have a great deal of information. What we do know is I think it's a Skoda Octavia, which is marked up as a taxi. They're allegedly travelling northbound on the 1 into our area, and they've got a quantity of drugs on board, which is obviously why we want to put the preemptive box on, so you don't have opportunity to ditch anything before we can detain them. Hopefully it goes smoothly. I'm sure it will. Although I'll probably jinx it there now, haven't
We see you full of confidence.
Finally, the call comes in.
Move on.
Team TPAC is go. The convoy heads for the A1 at speed.
What's the plan, Bobby? We need a fluke in. If we're both up, they get off behind me again. Can we get off in 57 and then repair or not?
Something's wrong.
Say again? Are we? Joking.
They've joined the A1 too quickly. Now they're in front of the suspect.
Confirm we're ahead of the subject vehicle here.
Time for plan B.
Follow to the near side. We're about 3 yards ahead.
The team tucks in at the side of the A1.
Oh, this is not good.
Distance now, before the 30. Now,
Exposed like this, they risk losing the element of surprise.
This is kind of a tits up.
The target is a red taxi. Time to reboot this operation. As they accelerate to 70, up ahead, the lead car cuts in front of the taxi. Hopsy pulls alongside. The third car slams the back door. And half a dozen cops swoop. The driver and passenger are nicked before they know which way's up.
Get your hand out. Come on. Some cuffs. Yeah.
Face down on the A1, the driver's in bracelets, while his passenger is led to a waiting cop car.
Okay, what do you think, mate? We're in your car or our car? You have to come in your car, actually. Yeah. Right, jump on, mate. There you go. Round that way. You got him? Is everyone secured?
It was touch and go, but it's job done. Hopsy and Andy follow the taxi and the suspects back to Darlington Nick.
I think the element of surprise worked. I don't think he was expecting that at all. So we're just en route to the station now. There, we'll do some further inquiries and further searches on the subjects and the vehicle. But all in all, it went pretty well.
Back at the station, driver and passenger are sent to the cells, while forensics prepare to search the taxi.
The information intelligence received turns out to be accurate. We've recovered, or at least seen inside the vehicle, what we believe to be 2 kilograms of cocaine and quite a large amount of cannabis in the rear of the vehicle as well.
Cocaine and cannabis recovered from the taxi had a street value of over £200,000. Both suspects were charged with possession with intent to supply Class A and Class B drugs. The driver received a 20-month imprisonment, suspended for 2 years. The passenger was found not guilty. Interceptors have the guts to step into the breach alone.
Get out! Down now!
But bagging bad guys is often about teamwork.
Take him, get him, please. Get the driver.
When we actually work as a team, and there's enough of us about, for example, we get a pursuit or we get the burglar running,
when we actually worked as a team across the entire police force, it worked really well. And all of a sudden, you get really good results. And it just seems to slip into place. It's brilliant.
It's mid-morning, and dog handler Chris Lambert is behind a stolen Volkswagen that's been driving dangerously.
We've just got this VW Roof stolen in a 2-in-1 burglary yesterday.
The car was nicked when thieves robbed a house and stole the keys.
To left, King Aussie Drive, temporary loss. I'll stand by, I've got it back in sight. Speed is 40.
Thanks to deft teamwork, Chris is in no danger of losing the car. Steve Mills and the pursuit crew have already buried razor-sharp stinger spikes in 3 of its tyres.
Vehicle's 3 tyres stung. Took the east side, not the offside. 10 miles per hour.
Mills is past Salami. Now it's a deft 1-2 as he plays it back to set up the goal.
Yeah, V, take over from me. Nesbitt Road for the offside. I'll let you take over commentary.
Chris plays electric guitar and 5-a-side football. He knows when it's time for a solo and when it's time for team tactics.
Luckily, we've got plenty of units in place. We'll be in a position to get this to a safe stop soon, I think.
The opposition's hanging in there.
Front rear side tyre there's coming off in chunks now, so I suspect that we'll have a decamp soon.
And now cops on the left wing have stung his last remaining tyre. With no tyres left, he's taking big risks in a built-up area.
I don't know what he's hoping to achieve, because the amount of cops that we've got on the tail end of it shoot now, I'd be very surprised if he gets anywhere quick.
But this one's going to extra time. The car can't outrun them, but its occupants might. They're away. Interceptors carry around 20 kilos of stab vest and kit. And they won't risk releasing the dogs in a busy shopping area. This could be the one that gets away.
Want to know my skin secret that doesn't break the bank? It's Olay, obviously. It works. Go to bed with Olay's retinol and wake up to smooth and glowing skin. As for the day, hydrate and get firmer feeling skin with Olay's all-in-one Regenerist. Together, my perfect regime.
Olay, visible results or your money back.
How am I going to get down?
If you or someone you know owned or leased a diesel vehicle between 2009 and 2020, you could be entitled to significant compensation. And at My Diesel Claim, we're experts in handling these claims. Millions of drivers have been misled by numerous manufacturers about emissions, and hundreds of thousands have already filed their claims. Simply visit our site now and check your vehicle instantly. It's completely free to sign up, and you can start your claim in seconds. Visit mydieselclaim.com and join thousands of others starting their claims today.
You can't play here!
Come on.
We rise by lifting each other. Henko, made to uplift. That purifying, clean feeling that you love from a dental tool, now you can feel it at home with Oral-B's IO electric toothbrush. With Oral-B's dentist-inspired round brush head and unique micro vibrations, It removes bacterial plaque better than your manual toothbrush. For cleaner teeth, healthier gums. It knows just the place to give you the wow of a professional, purifying, clean feeling every day. The Oral-B IO9 was named which Best Buy electric toothbrush in January 2023.
Goodbye. Bye. Right. Excuse me. Oh, you're getting your tea? Hey, hope you saved a few quid on that lot with co-op member prices. Loads of tasty stuff cheaper just by being a co-op member. Come on, it'd be daft not to.
Even a proper donut knows co-op members save more.
Bit rude.
Sign up and save more.
Uh-oh. Don't worry.
Next level energy. Vauxhall Astra Electric.
Absolutely no idea at all of the carnage that was awaiting them.
The perfect storm
No one had a chance.
that brought the nation together.
Largest peacetime rescue operation in British history.
Killer Storm, the Fastnet disaster. Wednesday at 9 on Channel 5 and My5.
Play Ojo Live Casino sponsors late nights on Channel 5.
Chris Lambert is chasing a hatchback that was stolen in a 2-in-1 burglary.
Vehicle's 3 tyres stung. Took the knee side, went the offside.
The drivers ditched the car in central Hartlepool and done a runner. And cops can't release the dogs in a packed town centre. But Lammy's got the pace and the car thief comes tumbling down.
Get out, guys! Down on the floor! Locked up! Suspicion of burglary! Put your hand out! Keep your hands where I can see them.
Back at the net.
Locked up on suspicion of burglary, mate. Yep. Right, we'll get it started out, mate. Jump up.
Behind me, lad.
Jump up.
Lammy's played a blinder. All those hours of five-a-side have paid off.
I went there.
We don't only have the option to send the dog in the middle of the town centre. So he's made me earn my living today.
The runner's also got his breath back.
Can you stand a little bit? You've got on it in there. Honestly, God, mate, I don't want to go here, man. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
After his cuffs have been adjusted, he's a model of politeness.
Nice one, little man. Fighting, you know what I mean?
But that doesn't change the fact he could have killed someone.
Probably about as frightening as them women with kids in buggies that you're flying past.
Well, down to what's me, you know what I mean? You can't see the car, mate.
He claims he wasn't driving.
I'm not on toe.
Quick enough to run when you're on your toes, aren't you?
Right when you're frightened, you don't believe you're frightened.
The team has also met a second occupant who's en route to custody and a third who's in cuffs.
I know it's not my wrist as well. You know what I mean? I'm bothered with none of us are driving, darling.
The runner's girlfriend.
Hey, lass.
Yeah. You just get a lift, mate.
No, that was me.
Who's not coming quietly.
Mom, look at them. Leave it.
Right. Hey, yeah, do me out now, man. Laughs, man. You think he said that? The 7 stone laughs. Ah, the nails on you.
It's just like Romeo and Juliet.
Stop spitting.
If Juliet spat off the balcony.
No, is she?
You're spitting.
Well, because she ain't.
Did you let someone walk up you and spat you in the street?
I've had it done to me plenty
Did you like it?
No, I didn't, mate. But she didn't spit at him. She spat near him.
She spat at him?
Spat at him, but didn't spit on him. You know what I mean? You know, that's when you can't be 7 stone, man. Put her about like that. Stop spitting them. Can't stop spitting them. Don't be spitting, right? We're going to get the lift anyway, so
He maintains that neither of them were driving.
Right, now that's running on me. Oh.
But whether it was Romeo, Juliet, or a third occupant driving the love machine, someone's getting nicked big time.
You can see just driving like an idiot. Look how busy the town centre is around us. And they're coming through there with no tyres and just don't give a damn about anyone else. Got 3 locked up, so cracking job.
Back at custody, the suspected driver claims to be injured.
Let's have a look at your wrists, mate. Turn around. It's not broke at all.
When did you get your medical certificate? Are you a doctor?
Are you?
No, I'm a paramedic. I'm an on-site paramedic at ICI Wilton, yeah.
All right. Turn around then. Let's have a look.
I've had 17 broken bones in my hand because I've been boxing in a fight tonight.
Right.
And it hasn't healed properly, and I've got arthritis in my hand. Ah! Can you see the blood and blues on this where it's blocking
There's a job over here, isn't it?
I saw it on camera, the blood and the blues there, like where it's blowing bone. I need the hospital.
In custody, isn't it?
I need the hospital.
Cheers for your help, mate.
Chris leads Hartlepool's fighting paramedic inside.
Well, you were, weren't you? You were talking about the floor and you didn't go on the floor. You ran away from us.
I don't want.
It's called non-compliant handcuffing, mate.
Honestly, I've run.
It's called non-compliant handcuffing.
Inside, Romeo catches a fleeting glimpse of Juliet through yonder custody suite window.
It's the sign of laws. Told me being with her for.
Lifeline, yeah.
Don't be talking to her, mate, otherwise we'll have to move her.
Parting such sweet sorrow, but the star-crossed lovers are banged up in separate cells. And it's a love story with a sting in the tail.
Yeah, that lad, when we booked him into custody, I mean, we noticed it on the street, but he had like a really thick dog chain with some big knots in the end. He says it's because he's left it in his pocket and he's got dogs at home, but it just goes to show the reason really why we deal with these people robustly, especially when they're making off from us, because something like that made quite a nasty weapon.
A crude weapon for a poor liar.
So he's telling us he's the passenger and he's been, innocently walking down the street, and as they do, the friend pulls up, do you want a lift? He's jumped in the car, and when he's seen the police, he's scared of us, so he's ran off. Nothing to do with him. He's an innocent party, and we've got it all wrong.
The suspect begged to differ. He eventually pleaded guilty to dangerous driving, aggravated vehicle taking, driving without a license and without insurance, plus possession of Class A drugs after cops found heroin on him. He was not connected with the initial burglary. No further action was taken against his spitting girlfriend. Theirs will be a long-distance relationship for the foreseeable future, because Romeo was sentenced to 12 months inside. He was also banned from driving for 2.5 years and fined a total of £340. But it's not all tragedy. Romeo's wrists made a miraculous recovery.
When we were searching him, I asked him to take his belt off, and I could see him flapping his hand on like he was trying to take off. And it wasn't until then I said, look, your wrists don't look too bad there. And he said, I'm feeling a bit better now, I don't need the nurse.
County Durham boasts many miles of coastline, much of which can't be reached by cop cars. Luckily, interceptors are equipped for all terrains.
We've just had a report of a quad bike with 2 people on the beach in this area. We're just following some tracks at the moment to see if we can find it. At the moment, we actually can't see it.
Spike heads the beach team. An advanced motorcyclist and schoolboy stunt rider, he's the ideal cop to catch bikers on the beach, and he's riding to the rescue of Mother Nature.
The real reason why we're here is that there's a butterfly that only grows in this particular area. It's called the Argus butterfly, and it's an endangered species. And where these people ride their bikes illegally, it's on the breeding ground for the poor Argus butterfly. So we're here to protect it.
It's not exactly Jack the Ripper, but then news comes over the radio. The rogue rider has been spotted with a gun. And there he is. The quad's no match for Spike's 450cc dirt bike. The rider has a child on the back, and he doesn't look like your average nature lover.
Hello, mate. Switch it off. You're right in an area where you're not meant to be.
Oh, no, I don't know what.
No, you're not.
Backup arrives in the form of Spike's partner, and he's just in time.
What's that that's on the back?
An air rifle.
Come on.
He's packing an air rifle, which he says he's just bought.
Not even used. The scopes and everything still in the package. It's never been used. We've literally took it out of the shop to take a walk. We call the beach first. It's all brand new bag, but you were right off the mud.
I know that you've been trying to use that somewhere because a member of the public seen you and you've been mentioning that.
I didn't care for it. Yeah, to put the scopes. I was going to fasten the scopes and not to use it.
Well, why would you do that in the middle of nowhere?
Because he was sitting playing with the water, so I was just sitting doing something to keep myself busy while he was playing with the water rather than sitting doing that.
It's a credible story, like, say, Alice in Wonderland. And Spike's ready to read the riot act regarding his young passenger.
I mean, I can see that this bed isn't very old, right? I'm not daft. And I can also see there's a great big sticker on there saying no under 16s.
Right. With that being down driving, he's not driving it. I wouldn't drive by himself.
Okay, let's have a look over. Let's have a look over on this side. Never carry passengers.
Right.
Come round here.
I don't think it says them bikes don't drive on the beach, right? But you're driving on the.
We're exempt. Come round here. What does that say there?
I'm dyslexic, can't read.
There's a picture of two people with a cross through it.
Good point.
I haven't decided if you're going to be locked up or not because you've got a weapon here in the public for no apparent reason. Section 19 of the Firearms Act says without due care or I don't care. You've got it with you here for no valid reason. Matters not. Matters not.
All the beach was going to go. I know that how long we've had no allowed to carry them in the bag. As long as they're not brought out to them to the public, how's they can buy them and take them from the shop?
You're wrong.
You take it. Got a gun license and we sell them. We have the four officers all the time. As long as it's in the bag and it's not safe, you can transport it home.
Not in a public nature reserve on a bike with an illegal passenger on the back.
Right.
That's what we do.
But you're in the beach. You're in the beach with a gun.
Look, that took out. Hasn't been took out the bag.
We're doing it.
Hasn't been took out the bag.
This guy's telling us that he's never had the gun out of that packet. A member of the public's told us that they saw him actually fiddling with a weapon close to some wildlife.
It's a fair bet he wasn't guarding the Argus butterfly.
There's no way in the world he's just got this from a shop and just happened to be then on his way down to the beach, on his way home. This was going to get used down here somewhere.
Spike can't prove what his intentions were, but he decides to dig a bit deeper on the beach.
I'm just finding out right now if this lad is actually allowed to possess such a thing as this. It's a very strange law that we don't deal with every day. But clearly, I don't want two people walking around the beach with this. It actually looks like an SA-80. It's been designed to look exactly like the British military weapon. Somebody would be incredibly frightened if this was pointed at them. Go ahead.
It is an offence to have an air weapon. If you are proven from possessing a firearm, anyone sentenced to term imprisonment for 3 years or more is banned for life.
All received, thank you.
Turns out the rider's criminal record means he has a lifelong firearm ban.
We've got a young lad here who's out with his son with an air weapon, and I've now been told that he's actually banned from life from owning any kind of firearm. An air weapon is actually a firearm. It's the same offence. Right now, I'm investigating this offence of you illegally possessing it with a firearm. All right, you're banned for life. That's what my info is.
The beach lover, with a bag full of trouble, pleaded guilty to possession of a firearm and was ordered to pay £235 in fines and costs. He was also cautioned for his illegal beach riding, and the air rifle was destroyed. Meanwhile, the Argus butterfly lives to fly another day. Still to come, Liam and Lee meet a late-night liar.
You're going to be under arrest, okay? Suspicion of theft of motor vehicle.
I haven't stolen it.
And label her Little Miss Pinocchio.
I'm being sectioned. Right, I'll go on to my emails now. I can't see what they don't say.
see you later, Helen. Yeah, I've got to go. Thank you, though. Take care.
Ah. Ah. Yeah, this is great.
We'll see you later, Helen. We have got to go. Thank you, though. Take care. This is not the procedure. That's absolutely fine, but check, okay? So can you just say that?
Ooh, yeah. Wow.
Liftoff and landing.
Exactly. And inside that thick layer of high-quality memory foam are billions of vibrant viscoelastic memory foam cells which adapt to your exact body shape. It's almost like the mattress has been custom designed just for you.
That's brilliant.
And because the memory foam is supporting you, It reduces the pressure on both your shoulders and your hips, enabling you to attain a natural sleep posture for a deeper, more relaxed sleep. Highly recommended for people with back and neck problems.
It actually feels so comfortable. It embraces your whole body. And you know, I sleep so soundly now. I don't even notice my other half tossing and turning or even getting up in the morning.
And that's another great benefit of memory foam. It doesn't transfer movement in the same way that spring mattresses do. So the quality of sleep you get is so much better. Just take a look at this demonstration. These glasses on the Dormeo memory mattress don't spill when direct pressure is applied, because there is no transfer of movement from one side of the bed to the other. Now, this certainly isn't the case with the common spring mattresses, where the wine glasses spill everywhere. Transfer to your body, resulting in poor quality sleep.
Would you recognise the telltale? It could be time to change your mattress. The British Sleep Council recently recommended looking out for the following symptoms. You wake up with stiffness, numbness, aches or pains. Have you had a better night's sleep somewhere else other than your own bed? Is your mattress showing signs of wear and tear? Does it sag? Is it lumpy and bumpy? Or does it creak and squeak? Maybe you've had your current mattress more than 7 years. If this is you, and if you wake up every morning feeling tired and groggy, then now is your chance to make the change and start enjoying the benefits of improved sleep on a beautiful, high-quality mattress that's guaranteed to make you feel refreshed, revived, and ready to take on your day, or your money back. The Dormeo Memory Flash comes with a supportive foundation of exclusive EcoCell foam, with a plush layer of sumptuous memory foam stitched directly onto the cover for unbelievable comfort. The cover itself is interwoven with real silver fibers and infused with Clean Effect's antibacterial protection against dust mites, mold, and bacteria.
You know, David, I recently discovered that dust mites are one of the biggest culprits when it comes to allergies. Old mattresses can also be very unhygienic, full of bacteria and some mold. And would you believe a mattress can contain anywhere from 10,000 to 10 million dust mites at any given time?
In fact, dust mites and bacteria love to live and reproduce inside your mattresses covers, which not only causes allergic reactions, but also causes odours. That's why the Dormeo Memory Fresh cover is made of a unique combination of silver-coated fibres and Clean Effect treatment, which has antibacterial, anti-dust mite, and anti-mold properties, so that your mattress stays clean and odour-free for a healthier, fresher-feeling night's sleep and better energy-filled days.
So if you're suffering from allergies or concerned about dust mites and bacteria, this is definitely the mattress.
In fact, the mattress actually breathes. As you move in your sleep, warm air is dispelled and cool air is drawn in, meaning that moisture such as perspiration evaporates into the air instead of staying inside your mattress. Less perspiration means less mold and less bacteria.
The memory foam is comfortable, it's a cleaner, fresher place to sleep. You'll sleep deeply and you'll wake feeling refreshed, full of energy and ready to go all your morning. Here's how to order.
Do you suffer from sleepless nights? Do you wake up with aches and pains? Do you suffer from allergies? If you do, then at last you'll be able to experience the joy of a truly comfortable, rejuvenating night's sleep. This is the Memory Fresh mattress from Dormeo. The mattress that not only gives your body comfort and support for a great night's sleep, but also helps ensure a clean and fresh sleeping environment. First, Dormeo Memory Fresh has a thick layer of quality memory foam, which conforms to your body and ensures you get perfect support. Second, the special EcoCell core allows the mattress to actually breathe, so warm air and moisture are expelled into the air every time you move. Thirdly, with its unique combination of silver-coated fibers and Clean Effect treatment, it protects your mattress from dust mites, mold, and bacteria. It all adds up to the Memory Fresh mattress being a cooler, crisper, more natural place to rest and revive. It's like clean sheets night every night. So that's 3 great reasons why the Dormeo Memory Fresh will help you to get a great night's sleep on a luxurious, fresher, clean.
Do it not! Not 5.
And of course, that they'll...
And you wonder why I don't like your sauce. That is a dead lobster. And the freshest thing in this kitchen is that pigeon flying around. And he's lucky he's still alive.
I thought that the kitchen was in somewhat disarray. Did I think it was that bad? No.
I'd love to turn around and say, that's it. Have you seen what's downstairs in the fridge? Where do I start with this? Look at all this fucking meat here.
I wanted to make sure I was ready.
Ready for what?
Whatever.
Help me, Michael. Ready for what?
My way.
Whatever came your
I
way.
don't know what to expect.
You're burning money you haven't got.
Why is this like this?
And
What happened, Michael? Somebody's not doing their job in the kitchen.
There's expensive produce here.
This is ridiculous.
yeah, my fault. And my fault on that refrigerator.
I'm disappointed that so much was ordered in advance. There's no excuse for that.
Spend some time together. I've got to wash my fucking hands before I get diagnosed with fucking staphylococcus.
You need to concentrate.
You know what? Maybe I'm overwhelmed, Mom. Maybe I'm trying to do everything and I can't. Maybe the office, the ordering.
What's the most important?
I gotta iron that out, Mom. No?
This is the most important.
And it's one of my heart.
I don't know what to tell you about all this meat and everything here. I'm out of here right now.
It's overwhelming. I just don't have the answers. Tell me, this is so sad, man. What would your father say if you walked in here and saw that?
My father, of course, would be upset. What I saw down there today, it's not the Spanish pavilion.
No.
It's not what I was brought into. The quality of the food meant a lot to my father. It's upsetting, and I would hope things would get to the extreme that I have to close the doors. I don't know right now what's going through his mind. And his concentration right now is totally off. He's all over the place.
It shows.
Jerry has to put in a little more too. And when he's here, he should concentrate on the restaurant.
Okay?
All your politics.
Jerry needs Michael. Michael needs Jerry. They now have to roll up their sleeves, work together, but more importantly, they've got to set their differences aside as brothers and stop being so stubborn. Because that's what they are, and the business is fragmented.
Late Entertainment on 4, proudly sponsored by William Hill Vegas.
We're not collectors. We are hoarders.
Join the experts that can turn treasures into cash.
An auction would value it between £5,000 and £10,000.
If you're willing to let it go.
Well, I wouldn't part with it for less than 20.
Millionaire Hoarders on Channel 4. Stream now. Watch live Friday at 8.
Get ready for a new season of Celebs Go Dating. Work it, Vanessa, and meet our new in-house expert, Dr. Tara.
How do you feel about dirty talk?
I like Chaz with arms.
He's a big fat liar. How do you think I feel?
Celebs Go Dating on E4, coming soon.
Guys, this tune means the world to me.
Party, let's go party.
Know the feeling. Hollyoaks on Channel 4. Stream or watch live weeknights at 6:30.
It's what it is this.
Your films at 9. Watch live this week on Film 4.
Deep in the Canadian wilderness,
Oh my goodness.
11 ordinary people are fighting to survive.
This is my shelter.
Completely alone.
That must be crazy.
Well, almost.
Oh my god, there's a bear. Please move away.
Extreme hunger.
I am literally starving.
Extreme weather.
It's getting really cold.
Extreme highs.
This is what pure joy looks like.
Extreme lows.
Oh my god. For a week, it's a bit more stressful than I planned.
The great outdoors. You can't beat it. Alone on Channel 4. Stream weekly or watch live from Sunday at 9.
Late Entertainment on 4, proudly sponsored by William Hill Vegas.
Today, Gordon is determined to move the Spanish pavilion in the right direction. And he knows the first step is getting Michael back to where he belongs.
I want you to think of something that you want to cook.
In the kitchen, cooking.
Something that go on tonight as a special.
Yes, chef. Right out of
Mhm.
creativity.
dishes a little easier, but I don't know if I'm going to be able to come up with something that's going to impress the chef.
Right, first of all, I want to do a chicken and garlic. Yeah, a modern version. I want you to work with me at the same time. I started off with olive oil. Start off with butter for the burn.
I'm excited about having the opportunity to learn from one of the top 5 most famous chefs in the world.
You got that nice saute sear on the chicken. From there, you put it over the top, and then just scoop up a touch of that sauce. Modern Spanish cuisine. What do you think that you want to cook?
My grandfather's really well known for some octopus.
Okay.
And I want to make some octopus with
Nice. Go for it.
I'm nervous right now. I hope this dish comes out right through the years. I've lost some of my passion for this kitchen. So far, it looks good. I know that Chef Ramsay can help me by bringing my passion back, and I'm looking forward to it. This is the octopus.
Okay. And roast potatoes.
Yes.
Yeah. Good. That's nice. Yeah, I like it. Roast potatoes as well. I like it. And tonight, watch this side of the line, right? Yeah.
Yes, Chef.
Gordon's chicken and garlic dish and Michael's octopus special are going on tonight's menu.
The chicken dish is a modern version of a garlic chicken.
But after serving the same old menu,
Read the special back to me.
I'm sorry.
20-year veteran Joe is having a hard time with the change.
Chicken chef on the bone. With the garlic.
Chicken chef on the bone.
Come on, you can do it, Joe. Yeah, but you're making me nervous now.
I'm making you nervous.
Yeah, sure.
Just put your head in there for 2 minutes. Cool it down. Head in there. That's it. There you go. Stay there for 2 minutes.
This is so nice.
Right.
Oh.
As news of Gordon's presence spreads, the customers flock in.
Enjoy. Okay, guys. Let's go, yeah?
Gordon knows the success of this restaurant depends on Jerry and Michael working together.
Mike.
Yes, sir.
I want to look at you. Yeah? And I want this level of communication. Much better than we had last night.
So tonight, both brothers are assigned to do what they do best. Michael cooking behind the line.
All right, listen. Try to take care of this area.
And Jerry running the pass.
Michael, listen. Look at me 1 minute. If the shit hits the fan, I want you to listen to me.
Yes, sir.
No, I mean.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I gotta admit, I'm a little nervous right now. I don't know what to expect. I'm afraid of failure. I might fuck up, but just remind me, we can handle this, all right? We're gonna see.
The chicken today, chicken our chef. A little for wine called Jerez. From Spain. Sherry wine. Okay? Lemon juice and a little touch of butter.
Here goes the first ticket, right?
We have a chicken special, Mike.
First order comes in. There's a special on, right?
It's good, it's good.
It's like perfect, bro, but it scares me. I just don't trust it.
You can see in his eyes, he's a little nervous. So hopefully we get it for the night.
Okay, I'll take that chicken and garlic out first one of the night. Go, table 6.
Despite Michael's lack of confidence,
I'm not going to be able to do it.
the specials are not only leaving the kitchen, the customers
This is really good.
are thrilled with what they're receiving.
Delicious. Wow.
With the dining room now full and orders pouring into the kitchen,
I don't know what's going on.
Michael, not used to being on the line, is starting to buckle under the pressure.
All right, give me table 3 or 6. We got to get this food out. There's no rush. Well, there's a little bit of a pressing now. We'll let him wait.
Well, it's been taking off a long time. Too long. Sure. Is it me or food's taking a long time coming out?
Yeah. That's
Too slow. Way too slow.
Oh. Tables are going to get up and leave in 10 seconds. I need table 13. It's about 3 minutes away. I don't keep asking. But we have all these tables waiting for food. And Michael's overwhelmed with his kitchen duties. And I need him to focus. Just put it on the fucking plate right now. Shut up!
Come on, guys.
As tensions escalate in the kitchen, very little food is making its way out to the dining room. And one customer who was lucky enough to receive food,
The chicken's dry and mushy.
isn't exactly happy.
Give it a hat, Kip.
I didn't like it. Jerry. It's not normal. It's not fucking normal.
That one chicken, it just didn't smell right.
Oh, come on. Oh, no. Jerry.
Yeah.
Michael.
Yes, chef.
Urgently. Quickly. Smell. Let's go. No, smell it. Don't just say fucking yeah. It's gone. You can't serve that shit tonight.
I felt utterly embarrassed and humiliated. At this point, we're just going to shut it down.
Ow. Have you got chicken in the fryer? Did you pass that chicken? Hey, I got one.
Don't
here.
serve it. Don't serve
Don't fucking dare.
Sal, go get me a chicken. Let's cut an order real quick, fresh right now.
Michael, how many fresh chickens are downstairs?
A case and a half.
A case and a half downstairs in the fucking fridge, and he's serving you that sticky shit. You're cooking it, and it's off.
You know, I don't know why that chicken got there.
There's no fresh chickens downstairs.
You know what? We got to use that fresh chicken there. But when you're in the weeds, you have to focus. All right, we have the chicken and garlic. They're using the one thing downstairs.
Thank you. If you're going to keep the customers waiting, you've got to make sure it's right.
I'm not going to let it crumble. I'll get it. We got to get this food out. Give me that chicken and garlic. Let's go.
Jerry,
Go get the chicken and garlic when it's done, please. Out. Out. Give me table 2. Fuck this. Give me table 2.
That's it.
With Jerry clearly stepping up as the leader,
Take this to table 2.
the evening is salvaged and food is leaving the kitchen once again.
Everything's coming out right now. At the end of the day, getting that food out is like a relief. Thank you. You might have had to wait like an hour, but we'll get it down eventually.
Honestly, tonight was better. Everybody liked the specials, but let's not get too excited about tonight because the quality control has to be much better.
You're absolutely right.
And Michael, your cooks are passing you stinking rancid chicken, but you didn't spot it. Jerry, I thought your performance tonight was bloody good.
Thank you, Chef.
Tonight was better. Hopefully, we're headed in the right direction.
Good night.
With the Spanish Pavilion at least headed in the right direction, Gordon's team worked overnight to give the Spanish Pavilion a modern makeover.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, Chef.
Good to see you all. Let's be honest, not much has changed over the last 30 years, right?
Correct.
Today is the beginning of a new era. And through that door is your future. Are you ready to see it?
Yeah.
Michael, are you ready? 1, 2, 3. Come on in. Look at this. Beautiful.
Oh my God. Nice. That's what I'm talking about.
Great.
Warm, inviting atmosphere. We removed the stained glass, give it a modern feel.
Yeah, unreal.
And then down here, we've increased the seating. So we have a lovely banquet. Tablecloths have gone. All the tables have been replaced. This is walnut. It's modern and it's warm. On the tabletops, we have the most amazing china.
Oh, baby. Awesome.
How exciting is that?
I love it, baby. It's amazing. I feel like I'm in another restaurant. I couldn't believe the openness of the dining room. Glad to see the tablecloths gone, the new plates, the Spanish look. I felt like I was in Spain. It's awesome. Nice.
Following the much-needed redesign, Gordon now turns his attention to attracting new customers.
When your grandfather opened his restaurant there, he did not face the competition that you now face. I really do mean competition. Look at that. 2010, 40 Spanish restaurants within a 2-mile radius of your front door. Having studied the neighborhood, all these restaurants are serving the same bloody food. You have an opportunity now to stand out. Are you ready to see your dishes?
Oh, yes.
Come with me. Let's go. Please, come through. Small tapas is the taste of Spain. Authentic, delicious, and homemade. You have to push the tapas. This is what turns this restaurant around. A roasted lamb, Spanish meatball in a fresh tomato sauce. Bacon wrapped dates, yes. Sauteed prawn, garlic, a little bit of shaved fennel. Olives, let's say the cheese, yeah. We go for flavour, simplicity, and we go for Spain.
I love the new menu. To be different is incredible. That is the key to make our restaurant stand out.
But just as important, here are your new waiters. Come in, come in, come in, come in. Look at these guys, come in.
I come back. I like
amazing. They now no longer look like undertakers.
You love it. I love it. Oh, baby. Look, baby, look at this. Look. Okay. Tonight is all night. There's nothing you cannot do there. Good luck. Yeah, an order comes in and inspection that thing. As soon as you think, okay? That's right. I'm going to give it right there. Absolutely definitely. But Jerry, he's going to lose the stomach for it. He will not lose. Why are you talking so negatively? I know. I'm trying to foresee. I'm foreseeing. He's focused. Right. Yeah. The biggest thing half. Look her. Right now, I have to trust my brother. I don't know if I should do that. I'm worried that the whole thing is full of life.
With over 40 Spanish restaurants in 2 square miles, Gordon's menu overhaul will now have the Spanish pavilion standing out.
The croquetas is great. And I will do
But will the brothers be able to return?
Here we go. First order coming in. 1 meatball, 1 manchego croquette. Plan for the come on, guys. It's first order. We got to do it right. Table 2, appetizer. Go. I'm sending you 1 cake salad, 1 cake table right. Okay. Looks wonderful, brother. Now let's go. This is done. Let's go. After that, the rack and lamb music. How is it?
I think they love that one. That was a great idea.
As the dining room fills up, another order coming. Orders continue to pour in, and it's time for the kitchen to face its first big test.
Send me that table 6. Table 6, did we say now? That went out. 6 went out. No, it didn't. 6 went out, tell you. Maybe not. No, it didn't. No, it didn't. No, it didn't. Right. 2 meatballs. No, Michael, table 6 doesn't have any meatballs. Michael, let Jerry do his job. I think Michael's overwhelmed and he doesn't focus. That's what we have to deal with almost every day with Michael. That's their job. 17. Jerry, whoa. Got the croquette, Jerry? You got the guy. For who? Michael. 1 mushroom. No, you're right. Go over line, buddy. Yeah. Okay, wrap it in the headline. Okay.
Michael's confusion in the kitchen turns the dining room into a waiting room.
Michael, listen to me. Michael, listen.
And Jerry's attempt to restore communication
listen to me.
falls on deaf ears.
I need to sit right now. Table 5. So 7 gets left. Table 5. No, table 7 is enough. But before table 7, I need table 5. Let's stop this cooking quicker than what you asked for, brother. Right, you. I step up the knock a little bit. Okay, I'm going to say you. We all know Michael feels that he has to be in control at all times. Jerry, it's my right. So the reality is, if the person on the other side of the line is expediting the food, that person is the orchestra leader. He's got to listen to that person no matter what. Right now, I'm that person. Michael, you got table 7 over there, please? Did not go right. No. Give me 3 church steaks over there right away. Hey, 3, what's the 3? Let's entertainment encore. Proudly sponsored by William Hill Bakers.
New drama on Channel 4. Channel 4. It's just one drama after another. Anything else? Stop and watch.
A local teenager has now been missing for 2 weeks as police search the signs of Kate Wallace.
Really like it, huh? Really do. You stepping up, Kate? Yeah. You showing away? Also, the shelter.
Like a log.
It was another Kate Wallace.
The next level you think she is.
My plan is to be like my best friend, and then overnight she became like this other person.
Yeah, seriously. Did you see it? No.
You know what? That's why I do.
Brand new cool summer and 4 Stream Nuclear watch live from next Monday at 10.
This is probably done. We're going back to talking about this. Give it some time. Still on the phone? Just not with that. Try to be good.
Water possessed with 45 Madrid Sea and no ports. Tuesdays when no access to start creating behaviors.
Let's Entertainment on Tour, proudly sponsored by William Hill Vegas.
Its relaunch night at the Spanish Pavilion, and while the restaurant feels new, the mounting pressure has brought out the old Michael. And the restaurant is teetering on the brink of disaster.
I need to fly. No, get a 3 star steaks over there right away. Hey, 3, what's the 3? Mike, come here. 2 seconds. You have to be put together. It's your brother. You can't do that in front of the fucking team. You've got to show me some fucking respect. Yes, it's hard, but you've got to back off. He's up his eyeball in the fucking woods and you're laying into it. Fucking slow down. It's your brother, and it's your business and his business. Sorry? Come on. Chef Ribs is 100% right. I cannot argue with my brother. I overdid, man. I made a mistake, and it won't happen again. I'm going to learn, and it's going to be better. All right, regroup and organize off that. Jerry was right. I need those clamps, and I need the paella marinara for 2, and then after that, the rack away. In my hand, shot. That's it right there, right? Okay. It's very hot. Okay, gamba. Let's get it going. I need an order of gamba. Coming right now. That's what I need.
With Michael and Jerry finally working together,
I need patata sprouts. Laid out. Patata sprouts laid out.
the two brothers complete dinner service on a high.
Alright? Okay. This is good. That's the first one. Tonight confirmed that the Spanish Pavilion is back on the map and ready to compete. But tomorrow, it starts all over again. Tonight wasn't perfect, but we did make an amazing transformation. Take it. Yeah. Bring the photo in.
Just to hear the chef say, you guys can do it. Really got to my size.
You two, 30 seconds in the bath, please. Together.
For them to realize if you work together and you concentrate, you got to keep moving forward.
You have an amazing opportunity now to really turn this restaurant around, but it requires both of you. Jerry, I thought you were just some politician. You are a genuine leader. Great potential. Michael, a big heart. You've got to focus behind that line. If you stay focused and master those dishes, you'll get there.
I thought Chef Ramsey came here and I had the intention that he was going to help put this place back on track. I think he did more than what I expected. I think he ignited my passion in the kitchen again, put me closer with my brother. This is what we needed.
And look after each other. Good night. When I first arrived here, I was eaten by a dead lobster and a restaurant stuck in the 70s. And in just a matter of days, the Spanish Pavilion has been transformed. Those restaurants will only succeed if those two brothers find a way to stay united and work together.
In the weeks that followed,
okay, take this to table two. Give it up.
Jerry and Bruce people running the bus.
Give me a few hours.
And is now devoting more time to the restaurant.
I need a fillet mignon for you well. You have that work, all right? Very eating well with me.
Michael is staying in the kitchen.
There you go.
And cooking full time. And the new menu been well received by the customers.
They look awesome.
And at last, these brothers are united and carrying on the successful legacy left to them by their grandfather.
Next time on Kitchen Nightmares USA, Gordon finds an owner in complete denial.
That was embarrassing.
This hot-headed woman battles him every step of the way. Can Chef Ramsay get through to this stubborn owner? Stuck up precious little thing. Or is she so deluded? But she chooses a one last hope out the door.
That's what we call star-studded entertainment. Late entertainment on 4, proudly sponsored by William Hill Vegas.
Know the feeling. Hollyoaks on Channel 4. Stream or watch live weeknights at 6:30.
Get ready for a new saucy season of Celebs Go Dating. Sign me up. It's bigger, better, and sexier than ever. Work it, Vanessa, and introducing our new in-house expert, Dr. Tara.
I feel like it.
I like chairs with olives.
What do you think about it, does any facts?
What did she just say?
He's a big fat liar.
Never suggested that I shouldn't be soft. How could I possibly choose between two traits?
I want you to find an 11.
So let's go dating. On in 4, coming soon. Looks like Abby's got her entertainment sorted for the night. Apparently looks like Abby's doing a laugh. Well, he's in for a treat. Let's entertainment on 4, proudly sponsored by William Hill Vegas.
More than they share.
It's 3 couples.
It's in there.
Who loves to entertain?
Where I come from, it's like seeing a kid on the back of your truck. It's not exciting.
Now it's all a party. Ask each of them to throw a dinner party. Bring this up. And store each other in secret. Today's a dieting diner.
You haven't got like Matthew Redwood.
No, darling, I don't eat lamb.
And the fastidious foodie.
What's the point of this? More than one over.
As each couple buckles out to £1,000 prize. Let's start. Let's look back. Today on Couples Come Dine With Me, we're in Manchester. Hometown of one head over heels couple who circumnavigated the globe, getting married 69 times along the way. As you hear, miles over actually. Another couple used to the highlights of 54-year-old Kenny and his partner of a decade, 31-year-old Henry Bourne.
Oh, sorry, baby. I think it's a topic from that. It's just Perhaps the speaking side, I think he's quite on some stage what he's been. I think sometimes the delivery of that might not come across as being meaning to be as rude as the actual sound around it. But even sometimes I think, oh, I don't think he could have said that.
Oh, it's a bit interesting week. And when it comes to the cooking, it's all about that.
My menu is all about healthy eating and lots of proteins. Yeah, half of the tape, I got it out. I'm gonna have to force myself to eat this cake.
The least healthy option of Rabbit's Head's menu is a dessert of molehill cake.
Molehill cake.
Beach fun loving couple number 2, Joker Stephen and his fiancée Anniversary of 5 years, Chantel. Memorable then. And Stephen's name drinking by the
Like a bouncer. You like to be sent to the same thing. Aren't you?
all in one.
Woohoo! Once upon everyone in the office, but 2,000 per area. It wasn't funny until it wasn't. I was cringing. But out there.
After their first toast, then Raph and Dave start off by whipping flour, eggs, butter, and cocoa powder for their cake. It's then poured into a baking tin. More little shells.
What's happening?
After 25 minutes in the oven, it's time to see if their prayers have been answered.
Wow.
Next, the cake is covered in bananas and cream.
This is where we make the mortar. And this is where we make the pepperoni. Yes. Not for me, because I've got to do it.
Molehill made it onto the main. On fish, wrapped in Parma ham with wasabi mash and orange carrots. Oh, carrots orange.
On the hand, it's certainly not something that goes with the concept of wasabi or teriyaki.
Oh, someone reckons they know what they're talking about. Last to join the ranks is Californian businessman Matthew and his Manchester-born wife of 27 years, Jess.
So I can bring the money in, and I like to send it. Yeah.
Lucky you. And Becky, yes, Matthew doesn't just bring the bacon home, he cooks it as well. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
I guess we'll find that out later. Back in the kitchen, Ralph's giving Kevin instructions on how to season the mustard.
I'll show you how to make it. Is that salt? It's a lot of salt. So we're going to lemon, and we're going to pepper, and I'm going to wrap everything in color. I genuinely don't think I've ever had milkshake.
I've never had milkshake. Oh, it sounds great, though.
Really not sweet. Fish yet.
But it is fish, Stephen.
It's very out fresh from the smell. No, fresh from the smell. Oh, that's it. Looks really happy. It does look pretty, yes. I'm sure it will taste okay. Right.
With the fish ready to be grilled tonight, their next job is the wasabi mash.
Have you ever tried potato before? No, but I think you should eat. No, raw potato. What? So, I'll do it. Okay. Oh, I wouldn't try that at home. I do like raw potato. Spirited.
But stop this now. Common sense prevailing, the spuds are boiled and mashed. Before Ralph adds the wasabi paste.
So strong, though, isn't it? You'll need time for this, and if you put too much in, it could blow your socks off.
The green food coloring might knock your socks off too. Appetizing. Cream mash done, it's on to the starter. Teriyaki chicken noodle salad.
I love Japanese food. I lived in Japan when I was a kid.
No pressure then. Ralph starts by making his own version of teriyaki sauce. He marinates the chicken thighs in honey, sesame seed oil, and soy.
Oh, that's what's so strong. What? Is that technical term? Yeah.
Japan.
Japan.
So that's a good fun.
Yes, it is. Now,
You sure ask this for Japanese?
listen to Chantel, Stephen, it's from Japan. Nothing more familiar territory, Ralph's preparing a healthy salad.
The nice crunchy bit. I'll make sure it's safe. It has to be on the desk. Great,
Well, cook the noodles just before serving, and that's all the bread down.
It's still not enough time.
Yeah.
Okay. I think it's done. Not to take the guys, and if they don't like it, I think they can do it.
Yes, very cultured. First to the door, a down-to-earth pair, Chantel and Stephen. Hi, hello.
Hey, nice to meet you. How are you? Nice to see you. Great to see you. Great. Couple of things to look up. Hopefully you can't find champagne. Okay. You do. You see there's not one for me, so I'm going to go to the kitchen and get myself a drink. Okay. Thank you. Yeah, nice couple, yeah. Old guys and Alison. Although, apples. Even in Chantel.
Very well. We like it very much more trouble.
Hi, Stephen Chantel. This is my partner. Hi, guys.
Hell, that's delightful. Coming up, a speedy situation. And a sizable suggestion. Let's Entertainment on 4, proudly sponsored by William Hill Vegas.
Sounds like the sounds and noises in London are not what it sound like it. I don't know what that was. There's something right outside my shelter. Alone on Channel 4, nuclear watch live from Sunday at 9. On Channel 4. What
Let's Entertainment on 4, proudly sponsored by William Hill Vegas.
Cheers, everybody. This is the first time.
It's the first night in Manchester where hosts Rav and Jeff are hoping to bring home the grand with a health-conscious menu. So far, guests strong-selling Stephen are overawed by their surroundings. And things get even more dramatic elsewhere. Steady on, you never started yet.
No, it's not wow.
While the chicken fries, Raph serves up the noodles.
Looks like the wind.
It's ready! Teriyaki chicken noodle salad.
Everything is right. So let's have it. Oh, thank you.
Having lived with the color of the good, it's an absolute teriyaki glaze. That was a sweet soy glaze. And I think the noodles were quite salty. The chicken noodles. Was it boiling or did you put boiling water over it?
Boiling water. Yeah.
That's the noodles. That's it, a little bit stuck together. Obviously, but must be quiet. Yeah, down the middle. I don't like that when people do the entire thing. You know, yeah.
I like it.
I like the starter. I didn't love the starter though.
The noodles, it's a bit around super noodles.
Noodle gets over, talk turns steamy.
So you have a move around to the very interesting room. So which one? Okay.
So why don't we convert this bad acting that we never knew into Stephen?
And now you've got the skin on it.
Maybe we can bring our coffee. Well, if it's Steve,
I'm not sure I see what you're going
oh.
to I know some things
On to the main and fairness to the match.
This is the best match ever. The best something wrong. Go practice.
He heats up the ectoplasmic mass in the microwave.
Let's begin, girls.
Then mixes carrots with orange flavoured sauce. And it's ready. Grilled sunfish wrapped in Parma ham with wasabi mash and orange carrots. Oh, it's colourful.
Why?
When I read the menu, I was a little skeptical about the combination of malted and Parma ham, but it actually comes out with a nice malty, comfortable flavor. The malted and Parma ham was very good. It was good, but combined with wasabi mash, it was just kind of a weird taste combination. Sweet flavor in the hair? Orange.
Good night, Sean. Uncle. More comfortable and tomorrow.
Yeah.
I don't actually like the wasabi.
Yeah.
But that is the recipe.
Not like a cloud, then.
The main was okay. I thought I would have liked to have more wasabi in the cake. I couldn't taste it.
We've done a little wrap on the face. Yeah. Yeah, I thought the name was very well. Yeah, the wasabi match, everybody seems to like it. Surprisingly, I think they all thought that maybe we wouldn't. Yeah, they'll enjoy that.
So how long have you been together?
10 years.
Oh no.
I was 21, 22.
How did you guys meet?
I was single at the time. I just trying to apply straight relationship with gay. I was in London on a conference at Senior Rap with a pub. I thought it was a good pub.
I think Raf's with you on that one.
Later on in the evening, we were in the pub. So we spent a really nice weekend in the pub, and you could hear everything.
And you got from happy then? I think it's a couple of being really happy together. They seem to work together. It's one of those, you know. One's a bit this way, one's a bit that way, one's crazy, one's the sensible one. They seem to have a nice life together and seem really happy.
First impression of Rap was he was definitely out there. Yeah.
I think it makes a good balance, so I think I look into that. I think it's just wild. Like completely wild.
First night, first move, so they're really lovely people, so they make us feel like great conversation. I think they like the food. I think I put that bit in on the
Main course done, they put the finishing touches to the dessert.
So, you're very good with colours, decorations, flowers, and the stuff. What would you go for? Well, I think red on the dessert. By the looks of them, they all like a bit of chocolate.
Oh, you naughty man, Kev. Fries arranged, they're ready to serve their molehill cake.
It's really, really good. I love the banana cake. Very nice.
I really like it. I thought it was very good really well.
I'm a big fan of like lookalikes when in work and always looking for lookalikes and stuff. I'm really interested to talk to them, I must be honest. I thought, say, like, over the blue smile, where you've got the old Black Walkers, that phrase.
Or of course, you know, Richard here.
That's what I want with the it's not right.
The dessert, I would say, presentation looks very good, spot on. Yeah, I can imagine, yeah. Creative molehill, don't make a mountain out of molehill.
Say what you see, Steve.
They look spot on. I think it looks better than it is. I certainly know that they're going to have to work hard on both sides to do better than us. And it doesn't only score fairly. Yeah, the thing is not the same thing. So, overall, four to
We're going to get them on Thursday.
So Raf and Kev kick off the week with a healthy score of 27 out of 40.
They start to wreck up and down.
It's day 2 and the return of fun-loving Chantel and fiancé Stephen to do everything they can to win the £1,000. Go on, fella, give it some welly.
This evening we're going to have a little party vibe out there in the garden, sun shining, some cocktails.
You get the vibe going. Both fun, happy people, aren't we? You want it to shout out things around, so.
Okay, so I'll tell some people that would be like, we've already won it, so we're going to call it so for it.
What can you say about that? A character.
That has potential to overpower Stephen and Chantel tonight. But I think Stephen is a dark horse and was quite quiet last night, but he's definitely going to have something to say tonight.
There are many different people, so we can spend time around that, but it's going to be effective on the plate.
This is right.
First up on their simple menu is dessert. Salted caramel top pot with shortbread sparkles.
Salted caramel, you like that, don't you?
I do, yeah. It's a new flavour, it's a combination of salt and sweet.
Stephen starts by melting chocolate.
Very something.
You know, it's put in
Honey froth.
where's the cheese sauce for when you're going to wash now?
Oh, I got good stuff.
Keep up, Stephen. Next, Chantel fills up the pots with Scotch pork caramel.
I am making everything Spanish.
Then it's on to the shortbread.
I find it weird. I just tend to add a bit extra.
Well, it's good. I think it's add a little bit extra.
Wait, but what?
Cream, double cream.
What?
Right, double cream.
No, you are a carb, Stephen. Dough made, it's cut into biscuits and into bake.
It's probably shortbread that's covered in something sparkly that you dip into the caramel top pot.
Hot marks, Deb.
Which is our secret.
I think your secret's out, Chantel. And so are the biscuits. Time to prepare the main. Herb encrusted back of lamb with bacon washed potatoes.
Not my favourite thing in the world, Ram. It really depends how it's cooked.
This will be found out the best mainly food.
It will be if it makes it to the table in one piece. Can sealed, it'll be roasted in the oven before serving. Next, Stephen whips up a herb crust and chucks it in the blender. All right, Stephen, I think it's working now.
It's hard, so hard, it's hard. So I would try it, but, doesn't go right now.
You won't mind the amount of cream going into the bacon washed potatoes there. Individual portions created, they're left chilled before baking tonight. So it's on to the starter. Prawn textura with a homemade sweet chili dip. I think that's what homemade means, Jane. For the sweet chili dip, they have chilies and shallots to sugar water. And then...
Deep fried corn. I think it's very good on the plate. I like corn, don't get me wrong. Deep fried, never.
I think the theme tonight in here, Chantel and Stephen skewer the prawns ready to deep fry before serving. But that's not all this cheeky pair have got planned.
Oh my goodness. Swimwear optional. Oh no.
On top, you drink, some to eat, and then for the hot day end of the night. I don't think it would be skinny, does it?
No. If you're going to order it, you have to skinny down.
Well, the hot tub awaits. It's time to get the night started.
That's awesome.
And first to the party, it's Kevin and Cold Doctor's Wrap.
Very well indeed.
You haven't seen what's coming next.
It's a
Last to join the farm are Jane and Matthew.
Come on in. Here we go. First and foremost, here we go. For a project.
Coming up, top four.
You don't like fried chicken? No, I don't. I love it. You don't like butter? I don't do butter, no.
And the main course meltdown.
Well, there is
I'm only upside and I have nothing to go for it before, so.
I find them really have lots of.
Late entertainment on 4. Proudly sponsored by William Hill Vegas.
A local teenager has now been missing for 2 weeks as police have decided to take Wallace.
No. I'll show you stuff in this thing.
The last thing in the world is what's happening. It was another kid Wallace.
The next round is
Last time she was my best friend, and then overnight she became like this.
Yeah, serious ones. Did you see it?
No, I've never lied to you.
Brand new cool summer on 4 Extreme Nuclear Watch live from next Monday at 10.
Late entertainment on 4. Proudly sponsored by William Hill Vegas. It's the second night in Manchester, and Beyonce, Shonda, and Stephen are hoping to wow the other 2 couples with their backyard beach party. Our spring menu, evacuate the ground. Maybe the couple start, so make yourself feel comfortable.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good luck.
I think that we put a bit of tack on. I think the food comes with the food afterwards, but even after the evening menu, I don't think we take it so all homemade. So I think that gives us a bit of a
While they whip up the batter for the prawn tempura, Jane and Matthew are having a nosy around.
I'd probably say over the
I wonder where you got that from. Out in the garden, we have some care, but there is plenty of laughing. I'll talk about the loving bit. Back in the kitchen, the battered prawns are out of the hot oil and the starters are ready.
I'm happy with this part. I'm happy with this. Let's get it out there.
Tempura prawns with a homemade sweet chili dip.
It was flour, cornstarch, and soda water. Yeah.
It shouldn't have a browner crust on it, and that's because it just what a guy. His questions are great. I'm looking forward to the next one.
Back at the table, Matthew's questions are the least of the host's worries.
You don't like butter? I don't do butter, no. You want some butter? I'll give you the butter for the next girl. You don't like fried chicken? No, I don't. I love it.
It's all the same as a bit in your bit.
Right? It's like in the universe, I don't think it would be enough. You know, whether you're using butter or not.
With a mixed response to the starter, it's on to the main.
I think we'll go anyway. Let's get a crust going, yeah? Let's get a crust it up.
After slathering the lamb in mustard and covering in breadcrumbs, it's into roast. Next job, the bacon wild.
So can I imagine Rocky to get excited about a bit more cheese on top of it? Cream and potatoes. But hey, no.
Spuds in the oven, it's the moment of truth for the lamb. Looks like it's on to plan B then. Stephen chops up the lamb and griddles instead.
How long is it going to take? What does it take? It's not going to take 5 minutes at all.
Wow. Oh,
Well,
slow
the
down.
lamb now transformed into lamb cutlets. Chantal and Stephen serve up. Herb encrusted lamb with dauphinoise and red wine jewel.
There we go. Enjoy. I feel like I'm looking at my cooking away. The crust is very, very good. Here we go. This is mustard powder. Is that what it was? No. Mustard. Because every take a horse ration, just the mustard like that. I wasn't surprised that Matt was the first one to ask all those questions. I got this feeling that this guy knows loads
full. I think they had a little trouble cutting my lamb to the different slice a couple of times, so I think they might have had a little issue with that. The main, for me, actually tasted quite nice, but in terms of presentation, not great.
I have to say, lamb is not an fancy cool, but this is really, really tasty.
Not sure Raph would agree.
Oh,
Now what now?
yeah. So you didn't like the lemon?
No, I think I just don't like fatty red meat.
Okay. It's actually a little bit too difficult. You can't just keep going on a diet. I don't do carbs, I don't do this, I don't do that. I did feel a little bit sorry for them.
I am not gonna put away for you.
Just so when you're in life, I don't put away some to go.
I always think for you, it would look weird if I don't put it. You know that.
Yeah, I don't think she does.
Just don't like it. Like you see me.
Yeah.
Not slightly, it's really nice. And I think my eyesight is starting to come out a bit more.
Lot of crowd things, this is who I am.
Moving on from the food, the hosts are keen to find out more about their guests.
I'm going to look on that now. I was just wondering if you can remember your first pet.
I actually, yes. I know we were in Stuttgart, California. It was snow, and we had our first kiss in the snow.
Melted.
I tell you, the whole world melted.
And you too?
20 minutes into the first day. That was what, 5 years ago?
Yes.
So as Errol Brown would say, it started with a dream.
Alright.
It's been quite, it may have took slightly longer than anticipated, but we got there in the end. Just still deserves to follow.
You're not wrong, let's get on with it.
I'm excited about the dessert. It's a bit of fun, isn't it?
You should like this one, that.
I'm not gonna like it. It's got full of calories.
Table glitter on it, so I like it. It looks like edible glitter. There we go.
Salted caramel top pot with shortbread sparkles. Over to Raph.
There you go.
Crikey, he likes it.
Did you get the caramel and stuff?
Yeah, I did a bit of caramel from scratch, but I did think that was a question that you were asking about. You thought you might think we're kind of like banging in like a candy cane colour.
Oh, that's all.
Very. I find him really obnoxious. And his partner's complete opposite. He's such a sweetheart. Never speaking to take a little bit of time. It's speaking himself.
So for the drunk now, like, I'm going to go something a little bit more custom. What is it? I'm going to cook in a hot tub with my deck. Who's with it?
You're in the bag, let's leave it to him.
I was so party.
That's nice, but you can do when it grows up. I would like to see the hot tub pulled back to the point that we made a lot for the main to see quite for it, see if I've had a laugh, so something really laugh for. I certainly wasn't expecting to end this night in a hard job with two of them.
I'd like to think we could win. I think after you better than last night, we're back in heaven.
The conservative thing is going to round it off. It was a chance to sort of probably recover from what was not a great deal.
Overall, we were impressed with the presentation. We had a couple of issues with the food, like it was better than last time. So as a result of that, tonight we give them 15.
Sorry, we're going to have to give you a 12.
Which means that Chantal and Stephen are neck and neck with Raph and Kevin with a 27. It's the final day, and after scrutinizing scrutinizing the others' menus, expectations are high for Jane and Matthew.
I'm aware I've been asking a lot of questions about the others too. I certainly expect them to cover the intelligence rating.
Matthew is a master chef, you think, and he's been very critical and also inquisitive on the previous two nights. So we always thought that tonight would be the competition.
There's a lot I'm expecting more of the same tonight. You know, darling, they don't see it now. Because I don't see what you do.
They don't use butter.
Don't you do it?
I think he's playing a little bit of a game. He was using the health kick as an excuse for not eating his food.
That was always strong on to just swear.
Fingers crossed there's nothing crappy in the starter there. Prawn tom yum soup with Thai prawn spring rolls. Oh, I think they're big fried now.
I think it might be a little spicy. We will hate it. I trust right. I will hate it.
Our menu today is based on a variety of Southeast Asian food. I lived in Japan when I was a kid, and my tastes are influenced by that, so I love Asian food. Jane, can you just chop these finally for me, too?
While sous chef Jamie gets to work, Matt's in charge of the rest and chops up the lemongrass, cheese and prawns for the spring rolls.
Hey,
I'll give it a mix, actually.
I chopped it up. I was loving it, yes. Thank you.
With the spring roll being sorted, it's onto the soup.
Tom yum soup.
Yeah, I think it'll be like quite a watery kind of soup. A lot of oil in the food. This whole soup.
She might have a point. Matt mixes chicken stock with lemongrass and Thai spices, and it's left to simmer. So it's on to the main. Crispy fillet steak with coriander rice.
I love steak.
That's his idea.
I'm on the ball to Southeast fillet steak. I have as well.
First, Matt tenderizes the fillets.
The one that's interesting about this is it's fillet steak. There's not much fat in it, so it even fits around low fat, high protein diet.
Typical factor is the cooking of the steak. Well, what's the most difficult way to make a steak? Any idea?
I'm not telling you. The steaks are left to chill, ready to be cooked to order tonight. Finally, it's on to dessert. Deep fried ice cream with chocolate sauce. Oh, there's one for Rev.
Good luck, especially. Yeah, thank you so much, Matt.
Oh, I'm so happy.
Now, let's be friends. Meanwhile, Matthew's scooping up his shop bought ice cream.
I couldn't have made this dessert if I made the ice cream from scratch. It doesn't freeze hot enough. It's got too much milk fat in it.
Which means it would melt when it's deep fried and your guests would have a bit of taste. Matt dumps the ice cream balls in flour, egg wash and crushed cornflakes. And they're into the freezer. They'll be deep fried before serving, and that's the bread done.
Tonight I think we got the whole package. We got the food, we got the venue and the ambiance, and I think we're just going to have a great night. And we're going to win it.
Self-assured as ever, Jane and Matthew head off to get changed before their guests arrive in the form of cocktail and steamer.
Don't play.
What are you doing? Good to see you. Yeah. Especially with the I know. Yeah. We're not going to bring out the coconut as well.
Or maybe not. Last minute's getting them got free wrap. Coming up, Kevin Stevens. And the winners are revealed in first place.
How exciting. Let's entertainment on tour. Proudly sponsored by William Hill Baker. I am lost. I couldn't
hopelessly, seriously lost. I don't have any water. I don't have any way to get out. This is just endless creep, really, isn't it?
Hello, on Channel 4, it's the nuclear watch live from Sunday at home. The legal family damage from the dismantle. No way they can be bullied. Oh, so they have to we're going back to solving all this Come on, it's great. Walter presents 345 Margaret C. on the 4th, Tuesdays and nights, since Tuesday 18th of August. Let's Entertainment on 4, proudly sponsored by William Hill Vegas.
It's the final night in Manchester, where Jane and Matthew are hoping to secure £1,000 with an Asian-inspired menu.
Thank you.
Whilst Jane is hard at work dressing the bowls, Matthew prepares the spring rolls and pops them in the deep pat fryer. Meanwhile, Kevin is having quiet work with Rat.
Oh, baby, I promise you, we have some else. And we're going to have the best ones tonight.
Well, I do think Chantel was a little bit unhappy with you last night, so I think we've got a little bit of work to do.
I will make up for yesterday, and I will make sure that we have the best time. Good. Yeah. How about it?
It's a bit weird.
Back in the kitchen, the spring rolls and spicy soup are almost ready.
I'm not sure. So the food's where I come from, it's not seeing anything down the back of your son. It's not exciting.
Well, with expectations high and Rat's discerning palate to please, let's hope your guests agree. Here's Tom Yam soup and Thai prawn spring rolls.
This is delicious, man.
Whoa!
It's not
Is it spicy?
No, it's just perfect. I'm not sure how that is going to help with it.
Is it quite spicy for you?
It's,
When you're looking at his head off.
Yeah, that's always good fun. Like, sweat when that happens.
Your face, when it's bright, it is hot.
That food wrap is the hottest thing I've had since I met you. It was very spicy. And it did make me sweat a little bit.
I'm going to take the inside out of it. Take it back to me.
Well done, good boy. Break this up, yes?
I love the feeling. I think
I think it's really, really good. Oh, I can remember. The only thing is it's really nice, like 52
Not sure that's quite what Matthew was going for.
I reckon it's a son of a... No, I've tried. That's the first couple of things that I'll read.
You mean all the salaries in the bill?
Say that, Raph.
So while you guys have been together for 27 years, how does that work?
Ever since I've been Matthew, he's always had trouble with his job. So he's away for 2 days here, 3 days there, back home, away. So maybe absence makes the hard work on it. I don't know.
Well, another way I miss her, and then just basically you come home.
Oh, I love Jane and Matthew. They were really, really nice people. What seems like you can have?
Yeah, what you need? Patience.
I always feel sorry for Seth to tell you to I think he deserves a medal for putting up with him.
I'm pretty pleased with everyone. I think it's fun for
It's sort of went great. Just want to ask you, what's the picture? I don't have how you want to say. Well done for me. Right?
Or just I'm going to find you.
Yeah. I think Brad asked for a steak really because it's a very difficult way to cook a steak. You've got to get it right.
To crisp the steak, smack cakes and stars and flour.
This bad boy is the one we're going to look around.
The Jew is heating up and it's time to serve. Crispy fillet steak with coriander rice.
It wasn't my expectation. There was no wow factor. I was disappointed. Is it new enough?
Is it very good? You must love it. So that's all right. So yeah, you just take them out, and I think you have to take them out in 5 minutes after work on a Monday night.
After 2 nights of Matthew's queries, Kevin's got his own.
Some of the questions you've asked this week have been quite pointed. I do ask pointed questions, but it's not because I'm trying to learn. Not necessarily. I
I'm criticizing. Case in point, you're a caravan. I wanted to know because I've never known it. And I was hoping you had, and you could tell me what it is.
No.
She bought it in a shop, simple as that.
Well, so you can do it and laugh. It's always safe. It's always nice.
Well, that's pretty good sense. Back at the table, Chantal has something she wants to get off her chest.
Okay, so first night I met Ralph. I thought he was a bit controversial, a little bit rude sometimes, but as we've gone on to the rest of the night, I read it. He's actually quite ironic. I was at the time to take more sense when you didn't know what to say after, so yeah, it's kind of nice to it. But obviously, you're right, you have all your feelings.
It's an amazing movie. I'm really, really sorry that I made the best investment on it. I used to be a fancy when I was growing up. It was all fancy, that's why I went to school, you know, and that's why I don't use my cards and others. You know, the car. And, you know, I really like these cards as well. And I really appreciate the effort you put into it.
I don't really like it more KPI. It's not nice to do things in a bad mood and we like such a good time. You keep on living a really nice time.
So it's friends. No, not friends. Yeah. But I think highlight of the meeting was making up with some folks for me. It's really nice.
Actually, very happy with it. I don't think it empty.
If I was a betting man of your voting right now, I would think you're in a great position. We just have one more tricky hook to go. Ah, yes, that's Stockport ice cream and Ralph's idea of hell. The dessert tonight, we both know, is a bit risky. It can be really good, but it should put his accuracy on. Deep fried ice cream with chocolate sauce. What a masterpiece. Thank you. Thanks so much.
And there's one thing you might like?
You're welcome. Go on, Ralph, dig in. I will try. I will try because I like you. He has deep fried ice cream, style. So even what it's supposed to look like.
Yeah, it's squared on it. There's no like, it wasn't that easy.
You obviously make your own ice cream. I did make my own ice cream. With all the questions, all the quizzing, all the probing, I genuinely could not believe that he would serve in Stockport ice cream. The ice cream is very nice. It's not been bought.
Not in Danish, but I think they're going to do technically go through the picture it. I think we're not close today.
No. You don't get the answer. I took the risk and it didn't work.
Yeah, well, I'm still quite happy with what happened.
Still think we're going to well, it's not up to you. Daily Matthew needs 28 or more to take away the brand. Commander had really high expectations of the food, but unfortunately, it didn't live up to that. So we're going to give James and Matthew X-Wow.
So tonight we were expecting extraordinary. Tonight as a whole, it was just nice. And I think it was a little bit ordinary. So today we're going to score that in gold.
Wait for it!
Okay, here we go. In third place, James and Matthew.
Chantal and Stephen scored 13, giving James and Matthew 25 points.
And joint first, we have Kevin and Ralph, and Chantal and Stephen. I know what everyone knows.
I thought everything was good. It was a bit of a disaster, but
Yeah, I think it's everything else.
push a dollar for her job. It's been a really amazing experience. We're not just scheduling it, so we should go home. Thank you, so we should all go out and celebrate now. You guys are paying. Come on, double jump down to me. Head to the telephone website.
Well done. That's his
Well done.
That's what we call star-studded entertainment. Late Entertainment on 4, proudly sponsored by William Hill Vegas.
This week on Film 4, your films at night.
We all take that city. We all take that city.
Your films at night. Watch live this week on Film 4. We're not collectors. We are order.
Join the experts who can turn treasures into cash.
An auction with value between £5,000 and £10,000.
If you're willing to let it go, but I wouldn't pop you at less than 20. Millionaire Hoarders on Channel 4. Stream now. Watch live Friday at 8. This is Eliza, when he was still tiny, he was jumping in a bag. He was a little bit of a miracle cat. Petland, ensuring the nation's pets, like Eliza. We found ourselves quite challenging. We have not taken one, who's described as a gentleman. She's a little bit shy at times. We found 2 puppies. That's a boy punk. Doing your things and it's a little boy.
In a quiet corner of the English countryside, there's a place for those looking for love.
What's going on? It's here.
Where staff are dedicated to matching abandoned dogs.
We've just got an interesting thing with it, you know.
With hopeful new owners.
I just want to see the dog who made your old man very happy.
Some people have a desperate need and they are reaching out to you to help them. Just having a dog, they can instantly bring in some peace. Oh,
You're finding it out there.
yeah, that's it for
Last winter, we installed fixed-rate cameras. Extra support staff and security needs are there. To see how lives can be changed by the perfect match.
Oh, wow. It's the best feeling ever watching people fall in love. It's like lovely little dog. It's still the first date. There's going to be awkwardness.
Rather than butter.
Got your pencils on here? But well, you can see that start with 19. Are you ready to really grow? I just feel like it's like, I see the shirt. That's nice pop. Well, every dog's good, really.
Animal enthusiast Morgan is in search of a friend of the full-footed variety.
What is it that you love about a dog? I've got a thing about paws, you know, the pads, just how like clipping they look. Just like when you hold a dog's paw, it just feels so nice in your hand.
Oh, sure. Welcome to the room. Hello. My name's Lisa. Who have we got today? I'm Megan. Hello. And I'm Sharon. And we come to to give advice, just to make sure he's not just kind of letting get carried away. Not that one. Or cat away on ducks on the way out. I'll the roll. This is what I will. Good morning, teacher. How can I help? Yes, it's Peter from the PJ self-explanatory and therapy. Doesn't like life, doesn't like exercise. Like have some food. Yeah, I can relate to that. Can you look from home? Definitely. So if you can just kind of start by telling me the names you guys having to sing for us. Her mum and brother both lived with us too, and her and mum in February out of the Blue Sky Society. Doesn't matter what we've done, we just got something. I can't be in the same room. Something just turned. As they get older, they come into very similar stages as people. When you're really little and first born, you're quite like your mum, and your mum feeds you, and your sister really cares for you. As they get older, they get a bit more annoying. You know, they're going to hit adolescence, and that's like teenagers, and start to push boundaries a bit, and be a bit moody, a bit difficult. They get to a certain age where it's just time for them to move on. So, you know, until my parents would say about me when I got to, so they were kind of ready for me to come. It's just the best solution, and they just can be happier just having their own space. We can really flourish and kind of find their feet, I think. Is this going to be your first dog? Yeah, my first official my own dog. I just really like the idea of dogs that sort of shadow you. It would be nice to have. You can always feel like you kind of sit, I'm not going to do it, but if you have to sit, I will. Mum's got to give you approval. Big life choices for me, always involved. I look up to her. She's like so strong, like all the time. Yeah, she's a great student. She's a real animal lover, so yeah, I love her. What do you do? She works with things. So is this dog going to be a dog that will come to work with you, or yes, hopefully. In March, I got my dream job as a full-time employee, looking after children's in Linderbay Park, and I'm doing a thing, as they say. It sounds like heaven. It's an animal lover heaven.
Are you living on your own now?
Yeah, it's just me. Megan's quite a home bird. Yeah. She likes being at home.
Very free.
That really is nice. Yeah, that is nice. But I knew if I wanted to get into this kind of career, it was going to have to be a move. Totally, like a sort of relocation. Whilst it was useful, yes. I think you definitely need that is painful. Yeah, and you can manage things enough. Yeah, and I say our dog for you. What we do is we'll go and have a look to see what we have got in. Okay, oh God, I'm going to get nervous. My love is still mother.
That's basically a dog to take work with her, look after horses. The dog's going to have basically a free range to just run around.
Yeah, it just sounds like there's such a lovely setup. Like loads of grass of riders and food. That's just enough for the skin. I'm going to be like, I'm standing in this way. And I'm gone. I think we need to just help any sort of needs to be a trainable dog. Something's got brain. Right, what other dogs have we got? Huh? This is a really clever boy named multiple commands. He already knows how to sit, lay, wait, and compare. He knows have a drink, walk, car, and if he only says take home or walk, he would run home no matter where he was. Oh, yeah, these obviously got a really good running that little home. How many colleagues did you get him really struggled to find countryside home for? Like, this would be such an amazing home if we could make it work. He was a little bit down, but he really liked to socialise and just chilling out. And so I'm hoping he probably is quite lively still, because he's not totally lazy. You know, with the right people, I think he can be more active. I found you one dog. His name is Pat. Pat. He is a good friend. Do not say them. He's about 4.5. Okay. So he started his life on a working farm. He's very intelligent.
I'll be a teacher of farmers. You're like, I know I'm saying that.
Well, you look like you don't like it. Would you like to meet? I really do. I'm bossy. You're looking for a boy, I haven't even phoned. That's too smart. Good boy. That's nice to think about what you're going to ask him to do before you ask him. And you know what? Wow! He is a really clever boy. Border collies, they're a proper working dog. They're bred to think themselves and need a hell of a lot of mental and physical stimulation. He came into us because his owners were having another child and he just needed a lot more time in the house. Cats like to herd up the cats in the home, which they didn't appreciate. Cats are a really nice companion to someone. He's really active, but he also has to settle down and move into the room and have enough cuddle. Oh, that's amazing. Oh, but I can't let it go. Oh my goodness, man. A collie? When you walked into something you ever dreamed of, when it's a perfect place to work, but then you're going home sort of every evening and not having anyone kind of discuss how your day's been or, yeah, just take your mind off things. I'd like to live in here. There is something in the log cabin, I know, it's perfect. Oh, look. I've never experienced silence as quiet. I was just getting really low. My loneliness will tip into anxiety of like, oh, I shouldn't go out because I don't feel confident enough. I think people will think, why is she walking on her own? Like, why? Get out on my own, so you should go out to meet people, but then no, that's just lonely. So it's kind of like that vicious cycle of lonely and anxiousness that like that round and round. I feel like a job interview. What if it doesn't like me? The dog just will go, no, and you just run away. I think she's spending too much time myself. It's just worrying. All of my problems is this almost like damp
or mum. I just want to be like strong and independent. Something needs to change. So the dog is perfect, really. She will go when I go job instead of coming home to me. How can I stay somewhere else? She won't have to stay with me. The only place I can go is home. That's really like, I don't know. It's so yeah. Sure. From jungle to desert to Arctic packers, knowledge is on the search for animals close to the brink of extinction.
People are good, but they know better, which is
Series continues with Walking the Blinds on Channel 4, stream weekly or watch live Sunday at 8.
A local teenager has now been missing for 2 weeks as police search for Sergeant Kate Wallace.
The last thing that the town needed was another Kate Wallace. Evil living among us, right beneath our noses.
Did you see her? No. Brand new cool summer on 4. Stream weekly or watch live from next Monday at 10.
I am lost, pretty hopelessly, seriously lost. I don't have any water. I don't have any way to get out. This is just endless treat, really, isn't it?
Hello on Channel 4, stream weekly or watch live from Sunday at 9.
A sip of my favourite beverage.
Know the feeling? Hollyoaks on Channel 4. Stream or watch live weeknights at 6:30.
Wait, this one that discuss. Your films at 9. Watch live this week on Film 4.
Get ready for a new season of Celebs Go Dating. Work it, Vanessa, and meet our new in-house expert, Dr. Tara.
How do you feel about Dirty Tom?
I like Chaz with arms.
He's a big fat liar. How do you think I feel?
Celebs Go Dating on E4, coming soon.
Petplan, insuring the nation's pets, like Boris.
You're just the cutest little dog ever. I wonder what people are going to get to Lila. Hopefully, they don't want to steal you away from me.
Lisa from Warrington is looking for a dog that suits her style.
I'm not a Chihuahua type person. Look at me with my tattoos. Couldn't see me with a sausage grab, could you? You're right, yeah. It's Lisa. I've come to see you about a dog.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Before we carry on, I really like your tattoos.
Still ongoing project.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Give us a twirl.
Ta-da.
Nice. Very nice. So you like a bit of a statement?
No, just like getting tattoos.
Just like getting tattoos. Do you want a statement dog or?
I like a big dog. I just look like a big thing to cuddle on. You come home, they're dead affectionate, they can't wait to see you. I've never had that with boyfriend. They've never got that excited that I've come home. I never met a bloke that I wanted to stay with.
It's not worth it then, is it?
No, I've been single for like 18 years.
Have you really? Do you reckon you'd be picky?
I'm really picky. Really picky. But unfortunately, the ones that I do pick are meatheads. You know, like a steroid pumping gym goer. Whereas a dog would never take steroids unless the vet made it.
You already know what you want.
Exactly.
I know. I love a lap dog.
So you've got best of both.
During the day, lying like chilling out on the sofa. Yeah. I just want her to be happy and settled and enjoy life.
Just wants to walk all over the place. Come, Patchy. I need to breathe. I'm getting really, really nervous.
Don't be nervous. Just because they pick up on that.
This way. Hello. Oh, sorry, Miss Patch. Oh, I've got some treats for you. Oh, sit down. Yes, he likes you. Good boy. Oh, you're such a collie. I will get as close to you as possible and almost headbutt you. Come here. Come, come, come. Oh my goodness. Good catch. Good catch, Patch. Good catch, Patch. Woo. Good boy. Oh no, what was that? Come here. Come on. I'll keep throwing it at you until you acknowledge it. I think it is hard to. Yeah, if you have to do it for them, like they become very obsessed. Alright. He's very, very active. And what do you think? Yeah. It's when he's going to be too much. I think the reality of it's maybe hit home a little bit, hasn't it? And now she's a bit like, oh, am I really doing this? We're not going to play anymore. Put it away now. We'll put it away. No more. Play. No more. We'll do some sit. Shall we lay? Good boy. No, gently, gently. Oh wow. Boy. She's going to have so much fun with Patch. Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's something else. Really? I could come up with I really don't. Literally, it's like everything we said. Yeah. Good boy. Good boy. Good lad.
He will pick up on your emotions. He's just got a lovely nature.
I'm just going to stop. My mouth actually hurts. I'm smiling. Yeah. I need to stop. Right. Good boy, you're moving to here. Oh, look. Chickens. Are we going to be good with them? He's not bothered. He's really not bothered. Be good boy. Hello. Hello. So have you had a dog before?
I have, yes. I had a dog when I was like learning at home. And he was a lab cross Alsatian.
Okay, yeah.
And then I just recently lost one, and he was a Weimaraner.
Okay.
So he was large.
Yes.
Really large. If he was lying on this couch, he would have filled the whole of the couch. And he'd lie across it and divide. It was his couch. I was just...
That's one down. 4 to go. Fingers on buttons. The next question. Roald Dahl, title character.
In your opinion, is this now clean?
No.
I could just hope that it will break her. Alexander Lukashenko crushed the protests to stay in power, but he didn't crush the spirits of everyone. In Warsaw, in exile, these granny activists are filming skits for social media. They're sending up Lukashenko's supporters, fighting a repressive regime by laughing at it. Anna's home's been searched, her relatives threatened, but she told me she can't stay silent.
I think it's a betrayal. If we don't say something, who will? In Belarus, everyone is silent because it's impossible to say a thing there.
So every week in Warsaw, Belarusians gather. Some are former prisoners themselves, others have relatives behind bars. They all had to flee here for safety.
Of course, in terms of scale, this is nothing like the kind of protest that we saw 3 years ago inside Belarus itself. It is really hard to keep that protest spirit alive once you're in exile. But that is what these people are trying to do, and to send the message that the repression inside Belarus hasn't stopped.
That's why Inga now lives in a shelter in Poland with her son. The police came for her 2 years after the mass protests, when they found a photo of her on a friend's phone with an opposition flag. In custody, she says they were treated like animals. But that's not what upsets her most.
All these amazing, educated people are all in prison. That's so hard. Just what our words.
Inga knows she can't go back to Belarus or she'd be arrested again. And opposition supporters aren't just being locked up there now, they're being kept in isolation. Sarah Riggs at BBC News, Warsaw.
So let's turn now to a controversial policy in the UK which is attracting attention around the world. The first of possibly hundreds of migrants and asylum seekers have been moved onto a giant barge to be housed while they await the outcome of asylum applications. Now, the government says that the vessel will be better valued than hotels, costing £6 million a day. The campaigners have called it a shameful way to treat people. Here's Dan Johnson.
What does this say about the welcome we extend to those seeking asylum? Are these the first steps towards a tougher stance, long overdue to reduce costs and deter bogus claims? Or are these potentially traumatized refugees dehumanized, now denied even the stability of dry land? These men carry the added weight of the government's determination to address migration differently.
So we successfully onboarded the first cohort today, and there were 3 people on board. We have had a few challenges, but this is part of an ongoing structured process to bring a cohort of up to 500 people on board. There have been some challenges, some minor legal challenges, and I can't go into the detail of those. But we are, all accommodation is offered to all individuals on a no-choice basis.
Some in this community are pleased to see them here, despite opposing their accommodation and trying to add some comfort.
We wanted really just to show we cared. We wanted to show that actually there is support from the local community, and we partly wanted to help them, give them some things they might need.
When the department itself hasn't got the infrastructure, I can see that here. But we have to welcome them. They're here, they're here now, we have to welcome them.
But voices like Ian's are hard to ignore, pleading for Portland to come first.
This isn't being racist, this is just us saying we need to look after ourselves. We're on some salaries, getting free cooked meals a day. Really, they're living like kings. We need this to go up to our next border.
This is the welcome for the asylum seekers as they arrive on the buses here. I think what this shows is the division in the community and the strength of feeling on both sides.
Beset by delays, loaded with contention. When journalists were shut down, they were told operational by the end of July, but there were safety issues. The fire service raised concerns, then the Fire Brigade Union called it a death trap. Ministers highlight a safety record housing oil rig workers and asylum seekers in other countries, but bunk beds and shared rooms have doubled its capacity and added worry.
We need to remember that these are human beings, they're people, and they have dreams and aspirations just like everybody else.
The small boat crossings are dangerous.
Yes,
deadly.
absolutely.
The hotel bills are enormous. Is it not right to try to tackle it?
Well, the way to tackle something like that is to prevent it, and the way to prevent that is to invest properly in the asylum and immigration system.
20 men are refusing to move, fearful of conditions here, floating with 500 others, but more are due this week. The vessel and the policy it's the flagship for are no longer empty. Dan Johnson, BBC News, Portland.
Severe thunderstorms have impacted large parts of the US East Coast. Here's the weather front as it passed over the White House. Government offices in the capital also closed early. The National Weather Service issued a tornado watch for areas from Alabama to New York, covering almost 30 million people. Well, there's also been extreme heat across the United States. It's been felt on land, but also on ocean. And scientists are racing to save coral species from destruction. Here's Manuel Bojorquez from our news partner, CBS.
Scientists with the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, or NOAA,
took us to a spot known as Chico Rocks off Isla Morada.
Chico Rocks has been one of the reefs that's really held on.
But this is a resilient reef.
This has been a resilient reef.
Has been up until now.
Yeah.
Ian Enox has been doing research here for about 10 years. He was not prepared for what he saw. A virtual moonscape, a condition known as bleaching. Extremely warm water causes the coral to lose the algae it needs to survive, leaving them looking like ghosts. This is what it looked like in 2017.
You know, as a scientist, we are trying not to be emotional. For me, just seeing the scale of death, it's hard to kind of come to terms with that. It's not subtle. It's 100%.
A nearby marine buoy in the Upper Keys measured the surface water temperature above 100 degrees last month, which scientists believe is due in part to human-caused climate change. Now there's a race to save the coral. Ironically, by removing them from their habitat.
We are trying to rescue as much of the genetic diversity and as much of the stock that we have is paramount to the survival of these species in the Florida Keys. How many you have here?
Lenore Montoya Maya is program manager of the Coral Restoration Foundation. Volunteers have been taking 20 different species of coral from the sea and to their partners at the Keys Marine Lab, where they are placed into tanks that simulate more normal conditions. The goal is to keep them alive and return them once the waters have cooled.
We've seen species disappear, but an entire ecosystem, we haven't seen that. And I don't want to be part of the generation that sees that.
This is about more than coral. Reefs cover less than 1% of the Earth's surface, but are home to 25% of marine species, making them critical to the food supply, tourism, and shoreline protection.
They breathe through a hole in their tongue.
For sea turtles, it's a matter of survival.
This animal was in our oceans when dinosaurs were on our land, so what we see happening to them is eventually going to affect all of life.
Betty Zirkelbach is the general manager at the Turtle Hospital in Marathon. She says warming waters contribute to abnormalities and deformities in turtles, but could also affect the species long term. Nests in warmer sands yield more female turtles.
As far as hatchlings in the state of Florida, we're only seeing female hatchlings.
It's a fragile ecosystem at risk when Ian Enox, despite the odds, isn't willing to give up on.
We have too much at stake. And so we have no other option than to try to turn this around. And I think we can.
Manuel Bohorquez, CBS News for BBC News in Isla Morada, Florida.
And you are watching BBC News. I'm Helena Humphrey in Washington, DC. Thanks for your company. Remember, there's plenty more coming up at the top of the hour, and you can always check us out online at bbcnews.com. Thanks for your company. Bye now.
Hello there. There's a promise of something a little bit warmer for all of us towards the end of the week, but it's going to be a short-lived warm snap as cooler, wetter conditions return for many northern western areas over the weekend. For the next few days, it's southern areas which will see the mist, the murk, the cloud, the rain, a bit brighter further north. This deep area of low pressure will bring all sorts of problems to Scandinavia with localised flooding, heavy rain and strong winds. But the weather front pushing in across the south of the UK for Tuesday will be a much weaker affair, bringing increasing cloud to the southern half of the country with some patchy rain and drizzle, low clouds and sea fog around southwestern coast and into Wales. But for northern England, Northern Ireland, Scotland, bright with some sunny spells, one or two showers in northeast Scotland where it will be windier, especially in the northern Isles, gusts up to 50 miles an hour here with only 12 degrees in Lerwick. But for the mainland, the UK, 16 to maybe 20 degrees from north to south. As we move through Tuesday night, it looks like the showers, long spells of rain across the south of England clear away. And it turns dry with lengthy clear spells, but it will continue to be windy in the northeast of Scotland into the northern Isles. Temperatures in single digits across the north. Another chilly nights come here, but milder in the south and west where it will be a bit more humid, misty and murky. Wednesday, then, not a bad looking day. Quite a bit of sunshine around. Still windy in the northeast of Scotland, the northern Isles, but thicker cloud will push into western areas at times, and there will be some mist and murk around too. But I think most places will stay dry. Increasing sunshine across the east and southeast of England. So here, 24, maybe 25 degrees, and it's been increasingly humid as well. Towards the end of the week, we start to tap into that warmer air over the near continent. So it will turn drier and sunnier but it will turn a little bit humid as well. You can see the red and orange colours spreading their way northwards across the UK. It could be up to the mid-20s in Scotland on Thursday and the high 20s parts of England and Wales. But it will be a short-lived warm spell. Low pressure out in the Atlantic will send a weather front across the UK during Friday, which will bring showers or longer spells of rain, particularly to the north and the west of the UK. Something may be heavy. And as it moves through, temperatures will drop back down below the seasonal norm once again. So an unsettled theme as we head into Friday and the weekend across the north and the west of the UK. Not looking that bad though across southern and eastern parts of England.
Are you a raver?
Do I look like a raver?
I've got bass in a backpack. This is amazing.
Dancing for like 4 or 5 hours of a gig, you could generate about 800 kilowatt hours of thermal energy. So that's a lot of energy.
Right, shall we give it a taste then? That's my favourite.
We're really talking to the plants, and they're telling us how happy they are.
They can fly, but they can also float on water.
The bots kick off with some swift striking.
Oh my god, that's all my quick.
It's all about augmented reality.
Useful, then. Useful.
I scroll through the options with my finger here. Phone system. Let's give that one a go. Totally and utterly immersed in another world there.
We've got to consider all of these things if we're going to avoid an apocalyptic fate.
But also excited.
The police have found us. I can't believe I'm now wanting to run away from the police. Thanks for watching. Bye.
Your Tech Update. Click Watch on BBC iPlayer.
Be ready. Change can happen in an instant. Check on the BBC Weather app. This is BBC News. We'll have the headlines and all the main news stories for you at the top of the hour, straight after this programme.
Whoopi Goldberg is one of the very few people to have won all 4 of America's big entertainment awards.
Whoopi Goldberg!
Emmy, Grammy, Oscar and Tony for her work in film, theatre and television. Please take a seat. Brought up by a single mother in a New York housing project, she first made her name with a solo comedy show on stage, before turning to dramatic acting roles, starting with her movie debut, The Colour Purple.
Until you do right by me, everything you think about is gonna go.
Since then, she's made around 100 films, including Ghost and Sister Act. She's hosted the Academy Awards several times and has forged a career as an outspoken and controversial television personality.
Craziness of what's going on in this country at the moment.
To mic you up, in this episode of This Cultural Life, the Radio 4 programme, she reveals her formative influences and experiences.
Come on, sure.
Yeah, you sure?
We've done this a long time. If you're an old lady, you don't mind. You're like, thank you.
Whoopi Goldberg, welcome to This Cultural Life.
Thank you.
On This Cultural Life, I ask my guests to reflect on the most significant influences and experiences that have shaped their own creativity. You were born and raised in Chelsea, in New York City, in the late 50s and the 60s. What are your earliest cultural memories as a child?
You're talking about a little kid. I'm a little kid. The most important thing to me was that the people around me, never said you can't do this. So you want to know what the inspiration was my mother. Because my mother said, if that's what you want to do, sure, let's find out how to do it.
What about school? What sort of pupil were you?
I was not a great pupil. I was dyslexic. I am dyslexic.
But didn't know at the time.
At the time, no, they just thought I was just being lazy. My mom didn't think I was just being lazy. She just didn't. She said, I don't know what it is, but, you know, it's okay. And so she didn't allow people to call me stupid or any of the words that lots of people had to deal with. I know I'm talking a lot about my mom, but I was very blessed to have the woman that I had as a mother because she was just odd enough to recognize the oddity in her child. And that was kind of groovy.
I read that you left school very early before you were
Yes.
supposed to. So how were you educated?
I was educated all over the place. I made a deal because I couldn't take high school. I couldn't do it. It's really hard. And my mother said, listen, you cannot run the streets. But what I will do with you is we will together find the places where you can go to the museums, you can go to a lecture, we will find these places together. And when I come from work and I say to you, what did you learn today? Where did your mind go? You have to tell me. And I was lucky enough because you need to show me things. I'm not a great reader. You have to show me, you have to tell me, and then I can sort of go wherever I need to go. And so for me, my interest in learning was lit by her saying, you can't just do nothing.
How did it inspire you? And what?
It inspired me to ask questions, to say, I don't understand, can you help me understand? Or what's the most interesting thing I need to know about this? And, you know, in the 60s, you could do stuff like that. Things were free.
Public lectures?
Public lectures on all kinds of crazy stuff.
So you were mixing with adults a lot during the daytime when ordinarily you would be at school. You were later known as a comic storyteller on stage. Were you drawing on some of those people you met on the streets, on the people around you in the
just
community?
people are past. You know, I would love to tell you it was as organized as you're talking about it, but it wasn't. I was lucky enough to have been around a lot of different people, and when I decided that I needed to create characters, I just kind of thought back to people I'd met or people I'd seen, because you know I wanted to be in theaters and stuff. And if you weren't a good auditioner, or you were not as sharp as some, but there were things you could do, I had to find a way to show what I was able to do.
You say you went to a lot of free public projects, lectures, museums, but what about theatre, which is not free?
Well, it wasn't free. No, you're right. But it was free sometimes in the evenings because Joe Papp used to have a traveling theater company that went around New York City and did all the great Shakespeare plays.
New York Shakespeare Festival Mobile Theater is here tonight at 8 p.m. at Madison and Rome.
And suddenly a truck would arrive, it would open itself up, and there were 6 or 7 actors, you know, doing Midsummer's Night Dream. And you're just kind of like, wow. And your whole neighborhood is watching. These were the things that happened when I was a kid. Theater was happening on the streets. People were doing things in the parks. The learning was there. It was there for the picking.
Was it also aspirations? Well, did you look at those actors and think that's what I want?
No, I always knew I was going to do it. I always knew that was what I wanted to do. Yeah, I never thought I was going to be a famous movie person, but I always knew I was going to be a character actor. That was never a question. It was in my soul. It was just part of me.
In the late 1970s, you moved to California to pursue these acting ambitions.
No, I wish that were true.
Well, you went there for
I
other
went there. Yes, I went there for a guy. And I just happened to fall into all the folks at the San Diego Rep.
Sure.
He worked with them.
And later, in 1984, you met the Oscar-winning director Mike Nichols, who made The Graduate and Who's Afraid of Virginia Woolf. And this is the next significant moment that we're going to discuss. How did you meet him?
I was invited to do a series of monologues, and the first night there were maybe 4 people in the audience because nobody knew who I was. And then someone wrote a wonderful review about me in the New York Times, which shocked me. But it was like, wow, great. And then suddenly the houses were full. And one day my mother said to me, because we would walk over to the theater because it was in the old neighborhood. And she said, I don't ever want to tell you what I know. But I said, what? She said, I think Mike Nichols is going to be in the audience. And I said, wait, Mike Nichols, like the Graduate guy? She said, yes. I said, well, what makes you think that? She said, well, I think maybe I saw his name on the list. I'm not sure. I said, okay. Because I had no idea what he looked like. It didn't freak me out at all. But she was very excited, and I was happy. And I did my show, and I went to change my clothes, and there was a knock. And I opened the door, and my mother went, and I went, hi. And he said, hello, Miss Goldberg. I'm Mike Nichols. And I was like, hi. Hello. And he said, I have to tell you that I've been weeping because the story you did about Fontaine, who was the first character that you did, he's a junkie.
What's happening, cutie? Looking good. My name is Fontaine. Love is my game. And when I kiss the girls, hey, they all the flame. Come on, let me kiss your hand. No, the one with the diamonds on it.
And he ends up going across to Europe and ends up in Amsterdam at the Anne Frank house.
And I ran to the door, but I got stopped by a big sign that said, in spite of everything, I still believe people are good at heart. I said, what? I mean, who put this up? Why would they put it in this room, huh? I just couldn't understand it, you know, so I caught the attitude, decided to write a letter to the author of the quote. So I got up close enough to see the author's name, and my jaw dropped because it said Anne Frank. And I thought, this is too childish for words, man. And as soon as I said that, it made perfect sense. Of course, Anne Frank could say that. She was a child. She was a kid. And you know, no matter what you do to children, they're always able to still see some good in it.
Mike Nichols, he says, I was on the last boat out of Germany.
As a refugee.
As a refugee. And so that story knocked me out. Would you ever want to do this show for Broadway? I thought he was kidding or just being nice. And I said, absolutely, absolutely. So when we got home, my mother said, I think he was asking if you wanted to work with them. I said, no, he would have said that. He would have said that. So a month after I get home, my phone rings in Berkeley where I live. And it's Ms. Goldberg. And his voice was very distinctive, so you always knew who it was. And I said, hey, Mike Nichols, how are you? He said, I'm well. He said, I found a theater. I said, you found a theater? Great. He says, you don't know what I'm talking about, do you? I said, no. He said, I want you to bring your show to New York. And I want to produce it. And I said, wait a minute. Are you sure? Because, I'm not always good. You saw me on a good night. I said, I'm not sure. He said, well, think about it. And I said, what if I'm terrible? He said, have you been terrible before? I said, oh, yeah, many times. He said, then you'll be terrible again. Here are the dates I would like to do this. And I said, okay, and hung up. Called my mother and said, I think Mike Nichols just invited me to come back to New York. She said, I told you. And so I went back, and there was no greater experience than having someone like Mike sit and listen, because he would say in the theater for rehearsal, he would say, I'd be on stage and I'd be doing it, and you'd hear, and I'd say, are you okay? He said, yes, I'm fine. Is there an end to this story, or are you just talking? And I said, well, no, there is an end. He said, good, because I heard it about 7 minutes ago, and you're not listening to yourself. I thought, oh, this is a dog. Okay. No more fooling around. This is what it is. This is how you do it.
So he helped refine the show
And me.
to hone it. And also just to be clear what you were doing with the show, because it's a series of characters.
Yes.
You have the junkie,
Yeah.
you have a sort of valley girl,
Yeah.
surfer,
Yeah.
there's a Jamaican guy.
Yeah.
And there's a woman with a disability. There's all
Yes.
these different people. And they were monologues, and you were going from one
Yeah.
character to
Yeah.
another.
But he was telling me I needed to pay attention to the monologue I was doing.
He was editing.
Yes, he was. And he was saying, if you're not going to pay attention, they're not going to pay attention. So get here. I was like, okay. And I never made that mistake again.
How old are you?
35.
I'm gonna be 7 on Wednesday. Yeah, thank you. I'm big for my age because we live near a nuclear reactor.
This is a life-changing movement because
Yes.
he's putting you on the Broadway stage.
Mhm.
Before that, you're playing the clubs, small theaters, small crowds.
I just thought, look at how lucky I am. I mean, my God, it's Mike Nichols. He could have had a headache rather than come and see my show. What would have happened then if he hadn't come? Would it have still happened? Would this? Who knows? But luck had it that he came.
I mean, your comedy has been controversial over the years, hasn't it? Do you look back at any of it? Do you regret any of the
Not one
sketches
thing.
or routines?
No.
Any of the gags?
No, well, because I'm not a gag person.
Right.
But the things that I've done, there's been a reason. You know, there was a reason. I wanted to show that just because someone visually looks different or physically looks different doesn't mean they're not entitled to the same loves, the same heartbreak, the same everything as the rest of us. And all of my work, it's been about just think about this. It may not be your experience, but just think about it because you may find somebody whose experience it becomes.
Your stage show in New York, which ran in 1984 and 1985, won a Grammy Award for Best Comedy Album, a recording of the show.
Hi, Whoopi.
Hi, Jack.
How you feeling today?
Good, how you
They're all upstairs waiting for you.
All right, see you later.
See you now.
And it was around this time that Steven Spielberg saw the show, and your life changed again.
Yeah.
Well, when did you first meet him?
When he said, I can't come to see your show because I'm here in LA. Are you coming back to LA at any point? Would you mind letting me see the show? And I was like, sure. Because I wanted to be in, Raiders of the Lost Ark and, E.T. if it came back. So I said, sure. And so I was on my way back to Berkeley, California, and I stopped. And he said, I've just built the stage here at Amblin, which was his company. And would you mind doing the show here? I was like, sure. He says, I want to talk to you. I'm making a movie. Now, during all of this, before I went to Broadway, I'd listened to a reading of The Color Purple on NPR. And my daughter and I were in the car, and we pulled over our van to listen to this reading. And we made a decision that instead of maybe buying 2 pairs of shoes for my daughter, we'd get a book and a pair of shoes. And so The Color Purple was one that she and I listened to together. And so when I got to Los Angeles and I met Steven, he said, oh, and I'm making this movie. I said, what are you making? He said, Color Purple. I said, oh, cool. I wrote Alice Walker a letter. He said, I know. And he pulled it out. She'd sent it to him.
Why had you written to Alice Walker?
Well, because I thought the book was magnificent. And I said, if they ever make a movie, I would like to play dirt on the floor. And she's like, okay. She wrote to Quincy Jones and wrote to Steven Spielberg and wrote back to me saying, they may be making a movie. I'll keep you posted. And she had already sent it all to Steven because Alice Walker lived in Berkeley and she had seen my show.
She'd come to see you.
She'd come to see my shows.
But you had no idea?
No. Because you don't really meet the audience necessarily unless they come and say, hello, I am so-and-so.
So you arrive at Steven Spielberg's private theater, expecting just to entertain him. Did you realize that this was an audition?
No, nor did I realize he had other people sitting in the audience at the same time, and he didn't tell me, which I'm ever grateful for. But I'm standing behind this curtain, and I never look. I generally don't care, but I just was curious because I hear people talking, and I kind of looked through the curtain. I was thinking, oh my God, is that Michael Jackson? Is that Ashford and Simpson? Oh my God, is that Quincy Jones? And so now I'm like, okay. And these people, they're the regular old audience. I'm not going to think about it. But my agent, my newly minted agent, said to me, now look, just do your show. Don't do anything extra, just do the show. So I do the show, and they're laughing, they're having a great time, and I'm thinking, oh my God, they think I'm good. And it goes on, and they say more. And I think, oh, this is not a good thing. I said, well, no, I don't really have this, oh no, more. And I'm like, oh no. I think, okay, I have one more thing, but they told me not to do it. So I don't really think I should do it. And of course, that was the wrong thing to say. They said, you must do it now. I was like, I said, it's called bleeding. And Stephen looks at me and I say, yes. It's what happens when E.T. comes into a black neighborhood in the projects. And so now everybody's like, oh. So I did it. It's me telling the story of 3 kids. They find him and they take him into the projects. Now, they're hiding him from everybody and they give him a gun. And he has a gun. And when his people come to get him, he doesn't recognize them because he's assimilated. And so he mows them all down. And he can't phone home because none of the phones are working. So I say, so the end all be all of all of this is don't make people assimilate. Let them share their experience with you. And Stephen stood up and started applauding. He said, I'd never thought of it that way. Assimilation, someone coming from somewhere else and having to fit in. He said, it's one of the best things I think I've ever heard having to do with E.T.
Ironically, subverting the story of one of Steven Spielberg's films got you the role in his next movie.
Well, let's say it helped.
Say it now. Until you do right by me, everything you think about is gonna crumble. You do it, Miss C. Trade faces with what I've been through. Come on, Miss C. Let's go to the car. He ain't worth it. He ain't worth it. Who you think you is? You can't curse nobody. Look at you. You're black, you're poor, you're ugly, you're a woman, you're nothing at all. Till you do right by me, everything you even think about gonna fail.
You played Celie in The Color Purple, a story of struggle and survival set in the Southern States in the early parts of the 20th century, and got you an Oscar nomination as well. So your life must have changed. I mean, tangibly, you must have felt at that moment.
What, are you a parent?
Yeah.
Okay. You know your life doesn't change unless your kid's life changes. So, because you're really still that parent. You can't go out and go do all the stuff that young Hollywood could do. No, I had to put my kid to bed. I had to take care of her. I had to do all of that. So life changed in that there was more money and we could get a couple more pair of shoes. There was more ability to do more things. I could do great things for my mom, who had done great things for me my whole life. And it helped me get the freedom to be myself and stay myself. And remember I said, had I not been brought in by Mike and Stephen, I would not have had that ability. Being brought in between 2 titans doesn't allow people to question your ability to do your bit. It's just like This is who I am.
You have now made, I think, around 100 films, the latest of which is Till.
The body of Emmett Lewis Till has been found dead. I need to prepare you.
Can you bring Emmett's black suit? It's how he'd like to be seen. Those are no kind of shape to be seen by He's in just the right shape.
That smell is my son's body, reeking of racial hatred.
And it's the story of the struggle for justice. Emmett Till, the young boy who was killed, brutally tortured and killed in Mississippi in 1955. And the mother campaigned for justice. And you play Emmett Till's grandmother in this film, and you've produced this film as well.
What's wrong, baby?
We've never been apart this long.
He's just going to see his cousins. It's not a bad thing for him to know where he come from.
Chicago is all he needs to know. I don't want him seeing himself the way those people are seeing down there.
Those people like me.
Even you left Mississippi, Mama.
Mamie, Bo is growing up. You're going to have to let him go.
This is a story which I know has been a long time in the making. You've been wanting to make for a long time, at least.
I suspect now it's happening at the right time. It is the story of a mother and a son. And this mother made sure that the world saw what these horrible people did to her son because of systemic racism, because they felt they could. They felt they had the right to do this because a 14-year-old boys are dumb. They just are. They can't help it. They do stupid stuff. And he whistled at a white woman, and it cost him his life. This story is the story of what can happen when people let systemic racism run amok and solidify.
We've been looking back over decades of your life, and you have done so much. What about the future? What drives you on creatively?
I get bored easily. So there are things that I really want to be able to get to do.
Directing?
No. I always think, yes, I would like to direct that. You have to have a certain ability to work with groups of people. This is why I'm not married. I don't do well as a pair. I'm good on my own. I'm not a good director. But I do like acting, and so I'd like to keep doing that. And I also want to do a horror movie.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. I love horror.
But you haven't done one?
No. No one will let me. And I keep saying to people, who better than me?
Whoopi Goldberg, keep on working so you don't get bored, of course. And thank you so much for sharing your cultural life.
Thank you.
For podcast episodes of This Cultural Life, go to BBC Sounds or wherever you get your podcasts.
Hello there. There's a promise of something a little bit warmer for all of us towards the end of the week, but it's going to be a short-lived warm snap as cooler, wetter conditions return for many northern and western areas over the weekend. For the next few days, it's southern areas which will see the mist, the murk, the cloud, the rain, a bit brighter further north. This deep area of low pressure will bring all sorts of problems to Scandinavia with localised flooding, heavy rain and strong winds. So the weather front pushing in across the south of the UK for Tuesday will be a much weaker affair, bringing increasing cloud to the southern half of the country with some patchy rain and drizzle, low clouds and sea fog around southwestern coast and into Wales. But for northern England, Northern Ireland, Scotland, bright with some sunny spells, 1 or 2 showers in northeast Scotland where it will be windier, especially in the Northern Isles, gusts up to 50 miles an hour here with only 12 degrees in Lerwick. But for the mainland, the UK, 16 to maybe 20 degrees from north to south. As we move through Tuesday night, it looks like the showers, long spells of rain across the south of England clear away, and it turns dry with lengthy clear spells, but it will continue to be windy in the northeast of Scotland into the Northern Isles. Temperatures in single digits across the north. Another chilly nights come here, but milder in the south and west, where it will be a bit more humid, misty and murky. Wednesday, then, not a bad looking day, quite a bit of sunshine around, still windy in the northeast of Scotland, the Northern Isles, but thicker cloud will push into western areas at times, and there will be some mist and murk around too. But I think most places will stay dry, creating sunshine across the east and southeast of England. So here, 24, maybe 25 degrees, and it will be increasingly humid as well. Towards the end of the week, we start to tap into that warmer air over the near continent. So it will turn drier and sunnier, but it will turn a little bit humid as well. You can see the red and orange colours spreading their way northwards across the UK. We could be up to the mid-20s in Scotland on Thursday, and the high 20s for parts of England and Wales. But it will be a short-lived warm spell. Low pressure out in the Atlantic will send the weather fronts across the UK during Friday, which will bring showers or longer spells of rain, particularly to the north and the west of the UK. Some of them may be heavy. And as it moves through, temperatures will drop back down below the seasonal norm once again. So an unsettled theme as we head into Friday and the weekend across the north and the west of the UK. Not looking that bad there across southern and eastern parts of England.
What does it take to become a top opera star like tenor Jonas Kaufmann, Welsh bass baritone Bryn Terfel, and soprano Sonia Yoncheva? I'm on a mission to find out how opera is trying to attract new audiences and reinvent itself.
I think we should have the power to change the world completely.
Take me to the opera. Watch on BBC iPlayer.
Live from Washington, this is BBC News. Niger closes its airspace as the political chaos grows on the ground. Donald Trump's lawyers say a protective order violates his First Amendment rights. Our panel will look at the former president's legal hurdles. Plus, a mother-daughter trip like no other. We meet the intergenerational duo who are heading to space. And Hannah Humphrey, it is good to have you with us. A senior US State Department official met with coup leaders in Niger on Monday as they continue to defy international pressure to reinstate deposed President Mohamed Bazoum. While acting Deputy Secretary of State Victoria Nuland travelled to the country's capital Niamey for 2 hours of talks, which she has described as extremely frank. Now, the coup leaders have closed the country's airspace, saying that they're ready to defend themselves, citing the threat of foreign military intervention. They claim to have information that a foreign power is preparing to attack. It comes after the expiry of a Sunday deadline from West African regional bloc ECOWAS, which demanded the coup be reversed. Now, the group now plans to hold an emergency summit on Thursday. Meanwhile, the United States is suspending more than $100 million in aid to Niger, but officials insist that there's still time to solve the crisis. And I spoke to former State Department official Lisa Williams earlier to get insights into the situation. Thank you so much for taking the time to be with us today. We are now learning more about the acting Deputy Secretary of State's unsuccessful attempts to negotiate some kind of settlement to see a return to power of President Bazoum. Why do you think that she wasn't able to make any progress there?
I'm not sure I would characterize that as unsuccessful completely. My understanding was that the acting Deputy Secretary left the door open for continued discussions, and that basically the United States, in what I consider a rare move, offered its good offices to try to help move toward a diplomatic solution. That would be my interpretation of that experience. Why do I think on this first encounter with acting head of this junta was not more compliant or didn't seem to be all embracing. I think it's because it's a first encounter. I also got the impression from reports that I've heard that maybe the Deputy Secretary didn't really see the whole junta, so I'm not sure if there's still unity within that group or not.
Victoria Nuland said that the conversations were, quote, extremely frank. She said at times they were difficult. We know that she wasn't able to meet with President Bazoum. What do you think this says about the US's influence in Niger? Has it lost its influence?
No, the fact that they allowed her to land and they were willing to meet with her, to me, is a big indication of their hoping that there's some kind of that they'll be able to maintain some kind of relationship with the United States government. That they weren't able to meet with Bazoum, I think it's a military coup attitude that they're trying to control their power and they're trying to make sure that there were no images of the United States with the duly elected and still president of Niger. That's just a power move. But at this point, I wouldn't say that interaction indicated a total loss of the relationship with the United States. I do think that this is a fragile moment, period. But I'm not quite ready to count Victoria Nuland out yet.
Well, President Biden hasn't called this situation a coup yet, and we know that that would require the US to hold back some or all of its aid there. Some aid has already been withdrawn. Given the results of Monday's meetings, do you think the Biden administration should now call this situation a coup?
If the United States government really is committed to trying to use its good offices to talk to this group of officers who have taken this very drastic measure, then we need to put all the support behind that as possible. So I would refrain, I'm calling this a coup. I mean, I can do it, I'm a civilian, I'm no longer in the government, and it's obvious that there are a group of military men trying to act like they run things. But I understand what the legal implications are with the United States government, and I would hold up on that until I was absolutely convinced that there was no other outcome.
So, Ambassador, we've seen the regional bloc of West African nations, ECOWAS, and their deadline for President Bazoum to be reinstated. We've seen that deadline come and go. There's been no intervention as of yet from them. How critical do you see the next few days?
I do think that it was really important for ECOWAS to say this was a huge mistake. We'll give you a week to rectify it. So you're correct, that week has transpired. I didn't interpret that to mean that 1 minute after that week they were going to intervene. Now, if there really was going to be an intervention, I think that's when they have to do their planning. However, I think that it's really important for ECOWAS to stand on its ground and to say that to mean that they want to preserve the beginning of democratic transition that Niger was showing. And clearly, the states of ECOWAS are concerned about stability in the region, security and stability in the region. So I think the leadership did and had to take the move that they had.
But what do you think ECOWAS needs to do to make that happen?
I don't know how much prior coordination there was between the U.S. and ECOWAS. I imagine there was some communication. That's normally how we operate. But so it seems to me that there needs to be communication between the United States, which is willing to put itself really out there on a limb to try to help things move along, and the leadership in ECOWAS. If there's a way to somehow talk this group into really looking at what its options are, if this group of military men who have taken over really are doing this for the Nigerian people, and you can see the suffering already that the sanctions are causing, and the trauma, the fear that's within the Nigerian public, they ought to be willing to sit down with the leadership of ECOWAS and the good offices or whatever external friend is there to try to work a way out. I think that's possible if these soldiers really are considering the population. I do think the window is I don't know if you call it small. I think the timeline is short for that. And the longer that this kind of period, this period lasts, the worse it is for the Nigerian people, the worse it is for President Bazoum, and obviously the worse it is for this little coup group as well. The real hostages in this situation are, of course, President Bazoum and his family, and the Nigerian people. and the military, all of military, not just this little group that appear on television, but the rank and file ought to see that. And I think that's also now what the leadership in ECOWAS is conscious of as well.
Lisa Williams, former US ambassador to Niger. Thank you so much for being with us.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Well, earlier, my colleague Katrina Perry spoke to the chairman of the House Intelligence Committee, Republican Mike Turner, about the situation in Niger as well as other international crises.
Chairman Turner, thanks for joining us. We'll start off just looking at Niger. Niger's coup leaders have closed the country's airspace until further notice, citing potential intervention from other countries in the region to reinstate the president. The US has about 1,100 troops there, a drone base there. The Biden administration is pausing some aid, but hasn't pulled it all back, and it hasn't called it a coup yet either, should they?
Well, I think right now everybody's hoping that this is reversible. This is the concern of authoritarianism versus a democracy. This is democracy that we hope can be restored. It certainly is a very tense time right now, but I think certainly both the United States, EU, and others are looking to how can we restore peace from this conflict.
Does it have any potential impact on US military operations in the region?
Well, certainly, I think it affects everyone. What's really key here is that, as you hear the reports that maybe they'd be pulling in the Wagner group, and that the group that did the coup, it may be aligned with Russia. You really do see this, authoritarianism versus democracy push here. And I think that's why people are so concerned, because as you look in the region, as what's happened in Mali and others, this is really an important pivot point to hopefully restore democracy.
Now, if we move to the situation in the Ukraine, China is obviously providing assistance to Russia in that war there. It did attend the peace talks, however, in Jeddah over the weekend for the first time, talks which excluded Russia. Do you support a third round of talks?
Well, I think ultimately this is going to have to be a diplomatic resolution. I think any talks are certainly helpful. But President Xi stood with Putin in Russia, and they had their open mic incident where they captured their conversation. President Xi said, we're bringing about change that hasn't happened in 100 years. Well, that 100 years is World War I and World War II. It's the fight between authoritarianism and democracy. And that's how China and Russia see this conflict, as Russia trying to impose its will through aggressiveness against a democracy. So we're going to have to be very careful as to any discussions and negotiations, because Ukraine needs to have its territorial integrity restored, and it needs to have guarantees on its territorial integrity in the future.
Should the U.S. be doing more to help Ukraine?
Well, I think the United States is certainly doing a great job in both providing the advanced weapon systems and training. This administration has been a little slow on the uptake on weapon systems. Sometimes they'll outright say they're not going to give them a weapon system, wait months, and then ultimately do so. But we need to provide them every capability that they need so that they can win the conflict, push aggression back into Russia.
Okay, if we move then to look at that relationship with Russia and China themselves, we saw them engaging in joint military operations very near to Alaska. The US in response moving 4 Navy warships in place in recent days. How concerned are you about that?
Well, I'm very concerned about the coordination that's happening between Russia and China. But again, back to President Xi's statement, this is a long-term plan from both of these nations. I mean, Russia and China are working together as to what they see to go against democracy. Now, they see it as in rising up against NATO and the EU in opposition, and they have the United States as a self-declared adversary. We're going to have to watch this. We're going to have to be careful. But it's going to take unified efforts from both the EU, NATO, and the United States to make certain that we counter this.
So what specifically would you like to see the US doing then?
Well, I think we need to work cooperatively. And this is the fact that these two nations are working together and openly stating that their goal is to go against democracy and to promote their authoritarian regimes and other authoritarian regimes around the world. This is going to take a coordinated fight. If we take our eye off the ball in any area like Niger and allow Russia and China to continue to move the flags of authoritarian movements, we're going to see the impact both on freedom and our allies.
The Philippine government has released video of China shooting water cannons at their own vessels in the South China Sea, and the US says it has the right to defend itself as tensions rise over those crucial waterways. Do you think the US is doing enough to defend those international waterways?
We certainly have a presence, and we certainly have asserted that these areas are international waterways. Now, what we're seeing from China, which is why people are so worried about Taiwan, is that it's not just about Taiwan for China. They're looking at a more broader area where they want influence and where they want to rule. And so we have to make certain that we work with nations to ensure that international territorial waters remain international waters.
Now, the former US ambassador to the UN, Nikki Haley, who is running for the Republican presidential nominee, she's been underlying that threat that China poses to the US over the weekend. And here's what she said.
China has been planning war with the United States for years. That's not over dramatizing. This is the biggest threat we've had since Pearl Harbor.
Do you agree with her?
Well, I think that China has been planning a conflict with the United States. But you've heard President Xi himself say to his populace, we need to prepare for war. Those are strong words coming from the leader of a nation to its populace. And I think we need to believe our adversaries. When an adversary expressly makes a statement like that, we need to take note.
And what is the US doing to be prepared for that if it's as serious as you say?
Well, we're certainly increasing our military capabilities in the area, including weapon systems. As a result of Ukraine, we certainly have seen a need for increased production for weapon capabilities. We're doing that. We're also increasing our intelligence capabilities, seeing what China is doing, what their leadership is doing, and what threats it may pose, and also sharing that intelligence with our allies so they understand what China is doing and preparing. Some of the things that they're doing are wide and open. For example, they're tripling their nuclear weapons capability. They're building new ICBMs, silos, and putting weapons in them. The world can see that, and that's something the nation doesn't do that just wants to maintain territorial integrity or peace. That's very aggressive act.
When you look at the US economic dependence on China, though, I mean, we're already seeing statistics out from the US Census Bureau that the number of companies who are importing from China has declined in the first 5 months of this year. That presumably, based on what you're saying, there is something you're happy to see.
Absolutely. China is more vulnerable to the West than I think the West is vulnerable to China. Their whole economy is based upon the world shopping there. What we need to do is to make sure that we have inherent domestic capabilities in case there is a conflict, so that we don't have massive disruptions of supply chain. Clearly, China believes our dependency might result in their being able to exert their will around the world, and that's just not the case. The West, especially as we've seen with Russia and Ukraine, is united on democracies need to stand, and authoritarian nations are not going to be permitted to come into certain territory.
Okay, well, we'll leave it there for the moment. Chairman Mike Turner, thank you for joining us.
Well, in that interview, you heard Congressman Mike Turner talking about the war in Ukraine there, and officials say that at least 5 people were killed in Russian missile strikes in the eastern town of Pokrovsk in the Donetsk region. Now, that included at least 4 civilians and an official. Dozens more were also injured. Well, rescue efforts amid the rubble are ongoing, and the head of the region said that the strikes damaged 2 residential buildings, a hotel, shops, and administrative buildings. He warned of a threat of repeated attacks and urged residents to take shelter. Around the world and across the UK, this is BBC News.
BBC News bringing you different stories from across the UK.
This is Pauline. She teaches diving at Skegness Aquarium and she's 76 years old.
I find it very therapeutic. I enjoy being amongst the fishes.
Pauline has been here for 8 years and teaches people all ages how to dive. She says the oldest person she's taught was 90 years old.
I like helping people, especially the people that are nervous, who have trouble getting them into the water. Once they actually manage to get in and come out all smiles, that is the best feeling.
And those that work with Pauline adore her.
Yeah, we call her Grandma Shark. Everyone that comes here to do the dive, they see her on the actual e-learning before they come on their homework. So it's good. So everyone comes in and asks for her.
Underneath the water, amongst the fish, is where she says she belongs. Age is just a number.
For more stories from across the UK, head to the BBC News website.
You're live with BBC News. Lawyers for Donald Trump say that a protective order sought by special counsel Jack Smith violates the former president's First Amendment rights. In Monday's filing here in Washington, the attorneys wrote, quote, "In a trial about First Amendment rights, the government seeks to restrict First Amendment rights." Now, they urge the judge to only restrict, quote, "genuinely sensitive material." The order would limit what information Mr. Trump and his legal team can share publicly. It comes after he posted online what appeared to be a threat of revenge for anyone who went after him. Now, these kinds of orders, they're not uncommon in criminal cases, and after his third indictment last week, Mr. Trump pled not guilty to charges of trying to overturn the 2020 U.S. presidential election. This comes as officials in the U.S. state of Georgia have put up barriers around an Atlanta courthouse ahead of a potential fourth indictment against Mr. Trump. The district attorney there is wrapping up a probe into his alleged attempts to overturn his 2020 election defeat in the state. And earlier I spoke with Sarah Krisloff, former federal prosecutor in the Southern District of New York, and CBS chief election and campaign correspondent Robert Costa for their take on the case, as well as the political consequences. Trump's legal team have opposed a government order for a protective order. Sarah, what does this mean for the January 6th case against the former president?
Well, these types of protective orders have become very standard, frankly, in recent years. And I think they're really going to be litigating the details of this protective order. I think it's clear that one will be issued. The question is how broad it will be. The question is what types of classifications will be for the various documents. And so that really remains to be seen. And I think it is frankly reasonable for Trump's team to be litigating the contours of that protective order. That is also, frankly, something that's done in a really a standard way.
Okay, well, Bob, to you now. I mean, this past weekend, we saw Donald Trump attack Judge Tanya Chutkan online. Since then, we have learned that the security detail has been upped for both the judge in this case and special counsel Jack Smith. Are there concerns about their safety?
There are growing concerns about the safety of Judge Chutkan and the safety of special counsel Jack Smith. CBS News has learned that both of those individuals have seen bolstered security in the past few days as this case has moved forward. But it's going to be complicated on a legal basis as well as a political basis and how this all plays out, because not only is former President Donald Trump an active candidate for federal office and running for the presidency, but so is one of the key witnesses in this January 6th investigation of Trump's conduct, former Vice President Mike Pence, who was pressured by Trump in the final days to take steps to block the certification of President Biden in Congress. And when you have a key witness and the defendant all talking about the case publicly on the campaign trail, sources close to both of these individuals say they expect this to be litigated, and it could go all the way to the Supreme Court to ultimately have a ruling about how political speech can be managed when it comes to a protective order. But until it gets there, there is a belief that there could be, if it's narrowly done, some sort of understanding with the Trump legal team and the special counsel about what exactly he can say. And we've seen on the records case, for example, Trump has been railing against the special counsel there, but so far that's moving forward without any kind of real concern by the special counsel about evidence being disclosed.
Well, in other news, new satellite images show that the size of wildfires raging in Portugal. Smoke from those blazes has destroyed roughly 60 square kilometers of forest and undergrowth. That is about 23 square miles of foliage. More than 1,100 firefighters and 14 water-carrying aircraft have also been deployed. This all comes as Portugal recorded its hottest day on record this year, raising the risks further for fires. The American Red Cross is now allowing gay and bisexual men to donate blood without restrictions. The move comes after the Food and Drug Administration further eased a long-standing policy that targeted them over their sexual orientation. Restrictions were introduced early in the AIDS epidemic before blood screening for HIV was effective. The Red Cross says a recent shortage of donations led to an appeal for more donors. In the US, a former Minneapolis police officer has been sentenced to nearly 5 years in prison for his role in the death of George Floyd. The ex-officer, Tu Tao, held bystanders away while another ex-officer knelt on Floyd's neck for 9.5 minutes in May of 2020. Tao was found guilty of aiding and abetting manslaughter in May of this year. Thousands of scouts at the international event in South Korea are being evacuated from a campsite due to an incoming storm. Attended by more than 40,000 young people from 155 countries, the World Scout Jamboree has also been plagued by high temperatures and poor sanitary conditions. Well, history is set to be made later this week with the latest launch of Virgin Galactic's commercial space program. The first mother-daughter duo will go to space. They'll also be the first people from the Caribbean to make the journey. The pair won the voyage in a competition, as Louise Hosey now reports.
Welcome to space.
It's a once-in-a-lifetime adventure few of us will ever experience. But for Keisha and Anna,
Fire.
their dream is on the edge of becoming a reality. They're about to become the first ever mum and daughter in space. They'll be on board Virgin Galactic's VSS Unity spacecraft.
To just have the experience to actually go to space and look at our amazing planet from that high and to just breathe that in and to just be in that energy, it's just super amazing.
It brings out a lot of emotion in me because it's something that I've wanted for so long and it's happening. I know that we'll get to experience weightlessness and be able to see the planet from outer space. I have no words to describe how I feel about experiencing that.
Originally from Antigua in the Caribbean, Anna is currently studying physics at Aberdeen University and hopes to eventually work for NASA.
Hi Anna, you and your mother are going to space.
Her mum won the seats on the rocket after entering a competition she saw advertised on a flight as they travelled to get Anna's student visa. Anna believes it was written in the stars.
Had I not randomly chosen Aberdeen University and had we not had to take a massive detour to get my visa, we wouldn't be going to space. This is cool!
Anna hopes her example will inspire aspiring astronauts like some young people at this event in Aberdeen.
I think that's really cool that people like from Aberdeen can go off into space. It's like really like amazing. Seeing the rockets and everything.
Wait. It's because I see the Earth where I live and I can see my house from the Earth.
You're going to be the first mother and daughter to ever go into space. How does that feel?
It is so much more reassuring and so connecting to be able to do this with someone I love so much.
The Virgin spaceflight takes off from New Mexico on Thursday.
Well, before we go, William Friedkin, who directed the classic horror film The Exorcist, died on Monday at the age of 87. Friedkin's nearly 60-year career began with a musical comedy, Good Times, and his other famous films included crime thriller The French Connection, which won 5 Academy Awards, including Best Director. He spent much of his career creating some of the most disturbing, violent, and controversial images in film history. Friedkin died before his latest movie, The Caine Mutiny Court-Martial, could hit screens at the Venice Film Festival. Well, that is all from us here in Washington, and our colleagues in London will pick things up at the top of the hour, and we leave you with these live pictures of London as the day begins there. Bye from us here in Washington, DC.
Hello there. There's a promise of something a little bit warmer for all of us towards the end of the week, but it's going to be a short-lived warm snap as cooler, wetter conditions return for many northern western areas over the weekend. For the next few days, it's southern areas which will see the mist, the murk, the cloud, the rain, a bit brighter further north. This deep area of low pressure will bring all sorts of problems to Scandinavia with localised flooding, heavy rain and strong winds. But the weather front pushing in across the south of the UK for Tuesday will be a much weaker affair, bringing increasing cloud to the southern half of the country with some patchy rain and drizzle, low clouds and sea fog around southwestern coast and into Wales. But for northern England, Northern Ireland, Scotland, bright with some sunny spells, 1 or 2 showers in northeast Scotland where it will be windier, especially in the northern Isles, gusts up to 50 miles an hour here with only 12 degrees in Lerwick. But for the mainland, the UK, 16 to maybe 20 degrees from north to south. As we move through Tuesday night, it looks like the showers, long spells of rain across the south of England clear away until it's dry with lengthy clear spells. It will continue to be windy in the northeast of Scotland. into the Northern Isles. Temperatures in single digits across the north. Another chilly night to come here, but milder in the south and west, where it will be the misty and murky. Wednesday, then, not a bad looking day. Quite a bit of sunshine around. Still windy in the northeast of Scotland and the Northern Isles, but thicker cloud will push into western areas at times, and there will be some mist and murk around too. But I think most places will stay dry. Increasing sunshine across the east and southeast of England. So here, 24, maybe 25 degrees, and it feels increasingly humid as well. Towards the end of the week, we start to tap into that warmer air over the near continent. So it will turn drier and sunnier, but it will turn a little bit humid as well. You can see the red and orange colours spreading their way northwards across the UK. We could be up to the mid-20s in Scotland on Thursday, and the high 20s parts of England and Wales. But it will be a short-lived warm spell. Low pressure out in the Atlantic will send the weather front across the UK during Friday, which will bring showers or longer spells of rain, particularly to the north and the west of the UK. Some of them may be heavy. And as it moves through, temperatures will drop back down below the seasonal norm once again. So an unsettled theme as we head into Friday and the weekend across the north and the west of the UK. Not looking that bad, though, across southern and eastern parts of England.
Companies using high-pressure sales tactics.
One thing being on top of everything, and then when you're not, and it's spiraling, it's hard.
Panorama debt trap. Who's cashing in? Watch on BBC iPlayer.
Extreme weather conditions are hitting Europe, the US and Asia.
It does appear that this year is more extreme than previous monsoon seasons.
The climate of southern Europe is changing, say local people. It's becoming more and more like North Africa.
And the authorities are warning people that the temperatures aren't just record-breaking, they're life-threatening.
Get the full story with bbc.co.uk/news. Follow the story for all the latest with BBC News.
Never miss a story. Get the headlines as they happen. And watch BBC News live wherever you are. Download the BBC News app.
People are travelling again, heading back out on the road and rediscovering their wanderlust.
Exploring new destinations and cultures, making fresh friends, and creating memories that will last a lifetime.
That's why at the Travel Show, we're expanding our horizons too. And wherever we go,
We want you to come with us. And that might make for an awful lot of excess baggage, but we think you're worth it.
The Travel Show. Watch now on BBC iPlayer.
This is BBC News. We'll have the headlines and all the main news stories for you at the top of the hour, straight after this programme.
Welcome to Hard Talk. I'm Stephen Saka. Ukraine sees itself locked in an existential struggle against Russian aggression. Already the conflict has lasted a year and a half, almost a decade if you trace it back to Moscow's first military moves in Crimea and the Donbass. What has the fight and the human cost of it done to Ukraine, to the spirit, the morale of the people? Well, my guest is Andriy Klivnyuk, Ukrainian rock star turned armed defender. As Ukraine becomes a militarized society, what has happened to its culture? Andriy Klivnyuk, welcome to Hard Talk.
Thank you for having me here. Good days.
It's a pleasure to have you here. I'm very mindful you've just made a pretty extraordinary journey, serving on the front line in Ukraine with the security forces just a couple of days ago, and then a long journey to here in London in a couple of days. You will be making music in front of tens of thousands of people at Chelsea Football Stadium. All of that sounds kind of surreal. Does it feel that way to you?
This is one kind of contrast. 3 days ago,
me and actually my partner who is here as a shooting cameraman, we were under artillery fire in Kherson, and then a trip by bus, sleep on a bus last night, and then a flight here. And here I am. This is quite a contrast, believe me. And I'm very, very glad and happy to observe people living a peaceful life and having peace problems, chatting in cafes and having, I don't know, everything. Even on those traffic jam is fun.
Is there any sense of guilt when you leave? Because you've been serving for the best part of a year and a half. You've taken breaks. You've taken Boombox, your very well-known and successful band. You've taken them on tour a few times outside of Ukraine to Western Europe, even the United States. When you leave, is there any sense of guilt?
Yeah, you feel guilty. You tell yourself that this is a very important work, that you're gonna collect some donations. Maybe you will inform, you will bring the news, to tell people around the world about what's going on and what help do we need. But you feel guilty because you leave your equipages over there and you are very, very worried about them. So because they miss one or two, they miss you, actually. So if you are a small team, even a small team as what I do, I have a small squad of fighting drones.
You're a drone operator?
Yeah, I'm a drone operator, but so I know they're gonna miss the pilots. So they will do another work, maybe more dangerous, maybe less, I don't know, but you want to return as fast as possible.
We'll talk more about what it's like on the front line in a moment, but I just want to take you back to February 24th, 2022. You were in Ukraine. You were preparing actually for a major international tour at the time. Russian tanks rolled across the border. It was Putin's all-out invasion. Did you at any point feel you had a choice about whether to sign up and serve, don that uniform and become a soldier?
Our kids were in the fire. My ex-wife, my small kids, my mom. I had no. It was not about the choice. I'm a grown up, mighty man, 40 plus, and there's some people who need my help because they are in the fire. Their houses are about to be destroyed, and unfortunately, people are going to be, robbed and some raped. So you have to. You don't think a lot about that. You just, you're gonna go and defend because it happens in your home. Imagine. I think you do the same. You have no choice, actually.
I guess nobody truly knows what they do till it happens to them. But I'm just wondering whether you saw yourself as a politicized artist, musician, performer long before February 2022. Was politics a part of your makeup?
No, it wasn't. I was an activist even here in London in 2015 when I met my good friends from Belarus Free Theatre and then David Gilmour from Pink Floyd, and they helped me bring some voices of political prisoners.
So you've been active working with publicizing the cases of a number of different political prisoners inside Russia.
But it was not I was not a part of a political movement, never.
But what you had done, and this is very noticeable in your career, you had, as a group, Boombox, you had made a big decision in 2014 after Putin launched his first military operations, which of course involved the ultimate annexation of Crimea, Russian operations in the Donbass as well.
Yeah.
After that, you said, despite the fact your band was huge in Russia, you said no more touring in Russia. We're not going there again.
Yeah, because they said first it was an invasion. Crimea was a part of Ukraine, as my home, Cherkasy. It doesn't matter. Donbass or Kiev or Lviv, it doesn't matter. And the second one, that people were killed. Russians say they didn't kill no one, it was a peaceful occupation. No, they did. So they are international criminals with weapons. That they've shot Ukrainian. The name of the first casualty was Zhenya. His name was Zhenya, and he was serving in the Ukrainian army. He was on the height, doing his job in a military camp, and he was killed. After that happened, we all understood it is a war.
But in 2014, other Ukrainian artists took different decisions. I mean, because partly it's about money. I mean, your biggest audience was in Russia. I believe something like 3/4 of your sales, music sales, record sales, were in Russia. And there were other bands in similar situations who continued to play in Russia. What did you make of them? Did you judge them?
No, I don't care. When you do something, you sooner or later you'll face the consequences. So if you think about if you have a choice as it's not about being judged to judge someone. It's about every day you wake up and you see yourself in the mirror, or you go to bed in the evening and there's nobody there, no one to judge except you. You are the biggest judge of yourself. So would it be comfortable you to be with you all alone? And it's not about money. Who cares about the silky sheets on your bed or simply one? You will not be able to answer your kids a question, what did you do when that happened? And they will ask it. They will ask it after the war.
Let's talk about your view of Russia. Because you're in a fascinating position, as I say, as an artist, as a performer. Russia was really important, but indeed, you sang songs in the Russian language. You really connected with your audience. You had a huge number of fans in Russia. And I'm sure you loved the fact that you had thousands of fans in Russia.
It was not about that loving the fact of so it was it was the work of my life.
But my point is that you had this ability to connect with Russians on a cultural, artistic level. It was a great connection. So I wonder what's going through your mind now, because it may be that on the front line, some of the young men who you are looking at on your screen with your drone operations, they may be big fans of Boombox. They may know all the lyrics to your songs.
And I'm I feel very pity for them because it didn't work.
What do you mean it didn't work? What didn't work?
Most of them, some of them danced on their school, the last evening at school. What is the English for this? The evening when you...
Well, you have the prom night, you have the last dance, all of that. And you think they were sometimes listening to your music?
Of course, because it was top 100 songs. And they didn't understand that you don't want to go there to fight the guy because he did nothing wrong, because we did nothing wrong to them, and they came to our land and started killing and destroying homes and kidnapping.
Do you it's a hard word to use, but do you now feel a hatred for these young
No, I don't
men
feel
who are...
hate. No, I don't feel hate. No, it's disgusting, but maybe a pity or I don't know.
I'm just wondering, when you have been an artist, your tools are your voice, your guitar. Are you finding it possible to kill people?
I'm not killing any people. I'm not doing any killings. I have to eliminate the international criminals out of my mom's garden. I have to push them back to where they came from.
But the surveillance drone operations that you're conducting are, of course...
It's not about killings. I don't want to kill anyone. They can just simply take their stuff and go back if they want to.
There are also Russians who I know have reached out to you and talked about what they've described as shame at what's been done in their name by the Russian military and the Russian government. How do you respond to that?
I feel pity for them. They've lost their own motherland. They became, somehow, just for telling the truth, they became the, I don't know, out of law over there. You couldn't call that the law. Terrorist, maniac society says to all those people who are voting for peace that they are illegal. Maybe that's the best thing for them to do.
Do you sing any songs in Russian anymore?
No, I don't.
Can you imagine ever again using Russian?
After war, maybe in some years, but I've seen terrible. I was a witness of terrible things when we deoccupied the occupied territories, and we've seen things that, as long as this war lasts, I cannot imagine singing my own Russian song.
You were in Bucha.
Yeah, in Bucha, in Irpin, and then on the eastern front, and now for a year I'm on the southern front, and I did it to Kherson region, because I'm in Kherson right now. So,
given what you've just told me, I'm just kind of struggling to think how sometimes you go on stage in front of that sea of faces and sing the rock songs that you have to sing because that's what your fans expect.
No, I don't have to sing any songs. The rock music is rock and roll is freedom for the first, and then all the rest. You are free to do whatever you want, and your audience is free to observe it, to be a part of it, or go home. It's okay. I'm not forced to sing some, I don't know, material I don't want to. Neither any musician, I think.
We have seen in Russia a real split. You know, there have been some artists, and I'm thinking particularly of singers, your particular sort of part of the arts. Some singers like Alla Pugacheva, very famous Russian female singer, one of the most famous, who made clear her opposition to the war. We've seen others, and I think his name is Nikolai Rastogoyev, one of the big Russian singers who takes pride in appearing at Putin rallies and being a cheerleader for the war. Do you feel there's a danger that you could be used by the Ukrainian government as that kind of cheerleader, a rouser of patriotic feelings?
See, this is the difference between we're fighting for common rights and the right of a life being, common for all a normal world. It's not only about existing of a Ukrainian nation and Ukrainian culture. It's about sharing the same values of international law that are welcomed in Europe or in this continent or in this world. We all want to be in peace. And from one hand, from the other hand, the cheerleaders of dictatorship and destroying and conquering, I think there's a huge difference between that. I didn't take part, and I won't take part, I think, in any electoral,
You've never felt you're being used?
No, I didn't. No. Even now, I'm not a part of any political movement or a political party. I'm just a private in a war police. That's it.
I tell you what I want to do right now, Andriy. I want us both to look at a really interesting piece of video. It's something that was filmed just 3 days after the all-out Russian invasion was launched on February 24th. And it is you, in uniform, choosing to go into one of Kyiv's central squares and without any accompaniment, just sing a simple historic folk song that many Ukrainians regard as one of their most beautiful songs. Let's watch the video and then we can talk about it.
Ой, у луті червона калина похилилася. Чогось наша славна Україна зажурилася, а ми тую червону калину підіймемо, а ми нашу славну Україну розвеселимо.
It's a pretty extraordinary image. It's a silent city because, of course, the war had broken out. People were staying in their hiding places in their bunkers. You're on the street, you're carrying your weapon, your dark glasses, and you're singing a very traditional song. It went viral. Millions and millions of people have watched that. One of them was the founder of Pink Floyd, Dave Gilmour, who was so touched by it, he incorporated your vocal into a Pink Floyd new release. In fact, their first new release for many years.
Since 1994.
What did that make you feel?
I was injured. I was in the hospital, and he gave me a call. I said, "Hey, Andy, would you mind if I use your vocals in a release of Pink Floyd?" And I was like, "Are you kidding me, sir? Would I mind? It's a dream of every musician in the world, actually. I'm a young one, or I don't know. You're a legend. So of course I will, of course." And that brought, except of a huge effort. I mean, the moral one, the all money from the release was directed by Sir David and his crew to charity in Ukraine, and that's true because I know it. I have many things from different charity organizations in Ukraine. They call me, I know, some of them I know, and they call me and say, please tell all the English people who've listened to the song, all the people all over the world who've donated using the song, playing it in YouTube and different things, that we are very glad and grateful, and always say thank you to David and everyone you meet who is involved in that, because it helps, it saves lives.
It's funny because it has had a huge impact, and I noticed, I just looked on the internet, it's also raised hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars for Ukraine. But it's also made me think, do you think that in war, art has to have some sort of utility, like using it for fundraising purposes? Is there really room in Ukraine today, in wartime, when it is an increasingly militarized society? Is there room for art's sake, music for music's sake?
There is always room for art. It is a part of our life, as crucial as food, sleep. The main task in this struggle is not to find yourself similar to your enemy. And if you skip art, if you skip kindness, skip help, you will find yourself just the same invader or same fighter just trying to survive.
But does it change your art? Do you feel now a need to be sort of more patriotic, to focus maybe your songwriting on the struggle, the war?
No, I don't.
Not at all.
Not at all. You don't have to point your thoughts into let's write songs about winning, struggling. No, it's not the art. It is a conjuncture. So you don't have to do it if you don't want to. If you feel it in that way, of course you are able to do it, no problem.
Before we end, because we don't have much time, I just want to ask you, as somebody who has a huge young fan base in Ukraine, who knows young Ukrainians very well, do you worry about the morale of Ukrainians today This, that video was taken on February 27, 2022. 18 months later, Ukraine has suffered the loss of so many civilians and soldiers, so many millions displaced. Young people perhaps beginning to think, what is my future? Do you worry about their morale?
I'm worried about your singers that will have to learn things I've learned. Now I'm closer than 1,000 miles away in Ukraine. I'm here with you and you guys watching me on your TV. I'm very worried that you don't see your neighbor, close neighbor in me, if you don't. Because if you do, give me all the weapons you would give to your boys to protect you from the evil. And if you won't give it to me, then your sons and your brothers and your listeners and your writers will become machine gunners and drone pilots like I did. Consider this. And morale is only one. The only task of a normal defense part as a soldier is to defend women and kids, no matter what nations they are of.
But Andre, it's easy for me to say because I'm not where you are, I'm in London, but looking from the outside, Putin appears to be determined to fight this war as long as it takes for him to achieve what he would call a victory. Russia has the scale, the size, the men, the weaponry that Ukraine cannot match in pure numbers.
If we all agree this guy is a war criminal, then we have to take him dead or alive, and that's going to be the end of this war.
Well, we have to end there, but Andre, it's great to see you in London.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
And after a long journey, thank you for coming into the Hard Talk studio.
Thank you.
Hello there. Consistently dry, warm summer weather has been hard to come by over recent weeks. There is a bit of a change on the way through the next few days. It is going to turn drier and warmer, but perhaps not for all that long. Let me show you what's going on. We've got one quite potent area of low pressure swirling over northern Europe, bringing very heavy rain and strong winds here, getting close enough to Shetland to bring some quite brisk winds. A much weaker weather system further south, feeding a lot of cloud, mist and murk, and some splashes of rain into parts of Wales, central and southern parts of England. Much of northern England, Northern Ireland and Scotland will see sunny spells. Some showers in the northeast of Scotland, where it will be turning quite windy, particularly for Shetland. Gusts of wind here, 50 miles per hour, or a touch more in the afternoon, and temperatures below it of just 12 degrees Celsius. More generally, 17 to 20 degrees, still a touch below the average for the time of year. Now, through Tuesday night, where we see clear skies across many parts of the UK, it will turn quite cool, quite fresh, indeed quite chilly. But out towards the west, we'll see more cloud, mist and murk rolling in. And temperatures in Plymouth, 14 degrees. Some increasingly humid air spreading in behind this weak warm front here. That will continue to bring some areas of cloud and perhaps some splashes of rain northwards and eastwards as we head through the day on Wednesday. Expect some mist and some fog around some of the coast and over the hills, but there will be some spells of sunshine too. That's the best of the sunshine across northern and eastern part. Still windy and very chilly across Shetland. Elsewhere though, starting to turn just a little bit warmer. And Thursday is set to be the warmest day of all for the majority. This southerly wind bringing that warm air northward across just about all parts of the UK. With that, there will still be some areas of cloud, a bit of mist and fog around through Thursday morning as well, but some spells of sunshine. In the far northeast, still with that quite brisk wind coming down from the north, temperatures will struggle, 14 below it, but elsewhere, temperatures widely up into the 20s, maybe 26 or 27 degrees across parts of southeast England. But that warmth and humidity will be short-lived, because as we get into Friday, this tropical system, this cold front, will push its way eastwards, and could bring some heavy and possibly thundery rain behind it. a mix of sunny spells and showers, but we change the wind direction. The wind's coming back in off the Atlantic from the west or the southwest, and so it will start to feel cooler again. 20 degrees for Glasgow, for Belfast, Cardiff and Plymouth. Still 25 at this stage across eastern England. And then as we head into the weekend, well, high pressure to the south, where you're closest to that area of high pressure in the southern part. There will be a fair amount of dry weather, but further north and west, low pressure rolling back in, and that is going to generate some quite heavy showers, maybe some longer spells of rain at times. So across the north and the west of the UK, expect quite a few showers through the weekend. Certainly a cooler, fresher feel. The further south and east you are, well, not as many showers, more in the way of dry weather, some spells of sunshine, and temperatures of 20 or 21 degrees. As we head into next week, well, it looks like low pressure will dominate the scene. That is going to bring some outbreaks of rain at times, and for the most part, temperatures will be at or below the average for the time of year. So a brief warmer spell this week, but it may not last all that long.
I've just spent the last 2 years as one of the BBC's Middle East correspondents. But one of the things I love about my job is being out in the field. On the morning of the earthquake, I was actually already in Turkey. I was in Istanbul airport. This is a country in shock. This was an entire neighbourhood, and it's completely destroyed. It was hundreds of apartments, thousands of people. I've always really liked finding people and talking to them about people's stories, because if I'm going to talk about things that some people live through, I think the best way is for me to see it and understand it myself. So what's happened is more and more people have joined this conversation at the building, and they are telling us that some of them lived here, they knew it was dangerous. Then when I tell you what's happening, hopefully you will have more faith in me to tell you that story accurately and impartially, and in a way that really means something.
Live from London, this is BBC News. At least 5 people have been killed in a Russian missile attack on residential buildings in the eastern Ukrainian town of Pokrovsk. A senior US official meets with leaders in Niger as the political chaos grows on the ground. And a last goodbye to Sinead O'Connor as fans gather in County Wicklow ahead of her private funeral. Hello and a very warm welcome to the programme. I'm Sally Bundoff, and we begin in Ukraine, where at least 5 people have been killed in a Russian missile attack on residential buildings in the eastern Ukrainian town of Pokrovsk. Ukraine's interior minister reported the strikes also injured at least 31 people. Among those who are injured, at least 19 are police officers, 5 rescuers and a child. The head of the Donetsk region said the strikes damaged a hotel as well as shops and administrative buildings. Meanwhile, Ukraine's intelligence agency announced that an arrested woman has been arrested in connection with an alleged assassination plot against President Zelensky. The woman was allegedly preparing a Russian airstrike in the Mykolaiv region during Mr. Zelensky's visit to that area. Our Ukrainian correspondent James Waterhouse has more.
So these are quite interesting allegations emerging from the southern Mykolaiv region. Sources at the security service have told us they've arrested a woman who is accused of traveling around the local area, taking pictures of different military sites and sharing them with her Russian handlers. But these are part of a string of allegations, which include her trying to get hold of the itinerary of an official visit by President Zelensky and trying to share that with Moscow, which would therefore help Russia launch a major airstrike during President Zelensky's visit. That visit that happened without any incident, and the woman was arrested shortly afterwards. We're told she was being investigated for a number of weeks. And not just that, there are claims that she worked in the local military shop at one of Ukraine's army bases in the south. Now, as the country's wartime leader, President Zelensky sees long-distance trips as being part of the job description. It's important to him that he appears on the front line as well as in cities and army bases to try and keep the population's morale high. There have been reports of several attempts on his life, not least I remember early on in the invasion when Russia's main aim was to topple his administration, to take him out and install a puppet official of their own. These allegations are a reminder of the risks he faces every time he travels outside of Kiev, or even when he stays in Kiev, to be frank with you. Russia has not commented on these claims.
Well, let's now cross live to Singapore, where I can talk to Samir Puri, who's a senior fellow at the International Institute of Strategic Studies and former ceasefire monitor in East Ukraine. A warm welcome to the program. If we just start with these latest attacks, the missile attack on residential buildings in eastern Ukraine, what do you make of this in terms of the Kremlin strategy?
Well, thanks for having me. Pokrovsk, the town that was struck, it is a frontline town. It's in the Ukrainian-controlled part of the Donetsk region. And I think we can interpret this attack in a similar way to the attacks against Kramatorsk, which is a bit further to the north, that we saw in recent months. These are frontline towns that the Russian military is basically saying, you're not safe, civilians or foreigners or Ukrainian military, being in these towns and supplying the Ukrainian front line. It's also, I think, a very brutal statement of intent by the Russian military to say this is still our objective, is to conquer the whole of the Donetsk region, which is one of the regions that President Putin at least annexed by in name, if not in deed, last September.
And in terms of the counter-offensive that Ukraine launched a few months ago, many are saying this is a critical time now as we head towards autumn, winter months. In terms of its success, what they have achieved so far, what's your perspective on that?
I think it's been very frustrating for the Ukrainian military based on the hard-fought progress that they've made, recapturing quite small pieces of territory. And we know it's been the story for the last few weeks that the thickly layered Russian defences have really impeded the Ukrainian advance. And as you say in the question, this is really the issue of the hand of time ticking down to a change in the weather, autumn, and then of course winter, where temperatures can be minus 20 degrees potentially when we get to the November, December time. So the Ukrainians don't have infinite time to make that breakthrough, and that's what we're waiting to see. And the Ukrainian military are trying hard to breach the Russian defensive line somewhere and to send their reserves to actually exploit that. But at the moment, the prognosis for the Ukrainian offensive is that they will continue to make quite small gains. And that would be very frustrating for Zelensky and his overall strategy, I think.
If we talk about President Zelensky now, I mean, the news of this woman who's been arrested, who's accused of a plot to assist Russia in the killing of President Zelensky, your take on that development?
It's a really dramatic development, and as your previous report said, Zelensky has made his name by traveling nationwide across Ukraine. Remember, we even saw him in Bakhmut, that eastern Ukrainian city, the outskirts of it, when it was under full-scale Russian assault several months ago. And I can only imagine that Zelensky's close protection team, the people who are entrusted with making sure he is safe in all of these trips, are taking every possible measure. For example, making arrangements to the very last minute, making them very unpredictable. We see Zelensky kind of appear in different parts of Ukraine rather than, of course, being given a full notice. This lady who was arrested by the Ukrainian security services, I think this reflects the fact that there is an ongoing Ukrainian counterintelligence efforts to root out Russian informants, and in particular those who might be trying to give up Zelensky's whereabouts ahead of his travel, because the only hope the Russians have got of attacking Zelensky is if they know where he's going to appear. And that's the key information piece that the Ukrainians think they found this lady trying to pass over to her Russian handlers.
Very, very interesting. Samir Puri, thank you. We appreciate your expertise on this. Senior Fellow at the International Institute for Strategic Studies and former ceasefire monitor in East Ukraine. Now on to other news, and a senior US State Department official has met with coup leaders in Niger. This took place on Monday as they continue to defy international pressure to reinstate deposed President Mahmoud Bazoum. Acting Deputy Secretary of State Victoria Nuland travelled to the country's capital for 2 hours of talks, which she says, or she described, as extremely frank. The coup leaders have closed the country's airspace, saying they're ready to defend themselves, citing the threat of foreign military intervention. They claim to have information a foreign power is preparing to attack. It comes after the expiry of a Sunday deadline from West African Regional Bloc, ECOWAS, which demanded the coup be reversed. The group now plans to hold an emergency summit on Thursday. In the meantime, the US is suspending more than $100 million in aid to Niger, but officials insist there's still time to solve this crisis.
The window of opportunity is definitely still open. We believe that the Houthis should step aside and allow President Bazoum to resume his duties tomorrow, anytime in the near future. I don't want to put an assessment on when that window would be closed, other than to say that using diplomacy to achieve this objective is our top priority with respect to Niger.
Well, Lisa Williams is a former US ambassador to Niger, and she told us more about the meeting between the US State Department official Victoria Nuland and coup leaders.
My understanding was that the acting deputy secretary left the door open for continued discussions, and that basically the United States, in what I consider a rare move, offered its good offices to try to help move toward a diplomatic solution. That would be my interpretation of that experience. Why do I think on this first encounter with acting head of this junta was not more compliant or didn't seem to be all embracing? I think it's because it's a first encounter. I also got the impression from reports that I heard that maybe the deputy secretary didn't really see the whole junta, so I'm not sure if there's still unity within that group or not.
Well, our correspondent Chris Iwokur is following this story for us from neighbouring Nigeria.
It's one day after the expiration of the ultimatum given to Niger coup leaders by ECOWAS to reinstate ousted President Mohamed Bazoum. The leaders are due to meet on Thursday this week to deliberate on the proposals by ECOWAS defense chiefs, as well as other measures that would help them resolve the situation in Niger diplomatically. But the leaders want to make it very clear that coup or military takeover of government in the sub-region will no longer be acceptable. Meanwhile, here in Sokoto, northwest Nigeria, the border remains closed against Niger. Not too far away from here at the border post, long lines of vehicles, lorries carrying loads covered with tarpaulin have been stranded with their drivers sleeping under them or even sitting down waiting to hear the latest development about the border. Some of them told me they've been stranded for nearly 2 weeks. But the Nigeria Customs Board said the border closure is in compliance with the ECOWAS resolution.
Trade can only happen when there is peace. Peace has been threatened. There are situations of instability that is unloading in this place. If it happens in Niger and it is not controlled, it could have some kind of repercussion.
Across the border in Niger, state-run TV Tele Sahel on Monday urged people in Niger to mobilize against external threats to the country amid looming military action by ECOWAS. The statement released in French, Hausa, and Zarema focused on the need for citizens to reawaken their patriotic spirit in the wake of economic sanctions imposed by ECOWAS. Neighboring Mali and Burkina Faso have continued to show solidarity to the coup leaders. They sent a joint delegation in support of the junta to Niamey on Monday. But the sanctions imposed on the country continue to take effect. Price of commodities have gone up, and Niger remains in darkness, cut off from electricity supply from Nigeria. Chris Iwokur, BBC News, Sokoto, at the border with Niger.
Now let's look at news in the UK. 15 asylum seekers spent their first night on the government's controversial accommodation barge after a series of delays over safety concerns. Ministers want to move hundreds more onto the Bibby Stockholm in Dorset this week, but some have already refused to go, launching legal challenges. It comes as the Home Office announces a new task force to crack down on rogue lawyers who may be helping migrants remain in the UK under false claims. Ellie Price reports.
The first asylum seekers move into their new temporary home off the coast of Dorset. 15 arrived yesterday on day one, but not everyone who was supposed to come here did.
We've had a small group of about 20, I believe, who've refused to come on board. Accommodation is offered on a no-choice basis, and I can't go into the details of the specific legal proceedings for each individual, but we are continuing to bring people on board later this week and then over the coming weeks as well.
Today will be the first full day the new residents of the barge have to get used to their new surroundings. We're told there'll be hourly buses to take them to nearby areas. But how local people feel about their arrival, well, opinions are mixed.
Refugees are welcome here.
For some, the welcome was warm, but the opposition to the policy clear.
I'm quite upset by the level of hatred that's been shown by some people, by no means all, I don't think most, in the local area, towards the going to be the residents of the barge, the asylum seekers.
Charity begins at home.
And for others, concerns over the impact on local services.
I know more than anyone through my work with the food bank and the community fridge. There's just too much poverty on Portland, okay, and this isn't helping.
The government first floated the idea of this barge in April. Now this floating idea is a reality. Ellie Price, BBC News, Portland.
Around the world and across the UK, this is BBC News. Now let's look at some other stories making the news. 3 hill walkers have been found dead after failing to return from a trek in Glencoe. Police in Scotland say the bodies of 2 men and a woman were discovered during a search of the Unioch area on the ridge, an area which is very popular with climbers. A man is due in court over the death of a 12-year-old boy who was hit by a car while crossing a motorway. Callum Rycroft died on the M62 in West Yorkshire on Saturday. 36-year-old Matthew Rycroft will appear at Leeds Magistrates Court today, charged with causing or allowing the death of a child. July's wet weathers caused a slowdown in UK retail sales. New figures show with demand for clothing falling as people felt less need to restock their summer wardrobes. Overall retail sales grew by 1.5% in July, down from 2.3% the year before. You're live with BBC News. A year-long undercover investigation by BBC News Arabic has uncovered allegations of widespread sexual abuse and coercion by spiritual healers. In the first investigation of its kind into this issue, more than 60 healers in Morocco and Sudan were accused of rape, sexual assault, and coercing women into sex. This film by Hanan Razek contains references of sexual abuse and sexual violence that some viewers may find upsetting.
Sausan was having problems with her husband and went to a spiritual healer for help.
He said he would have sex with me and use the resulting body fluid to concoct a potion I should feed to my husband. He said this is the treatment. I left immediately and I will never go back.
The practice of spiritual healing in Sudan is unregulated, which leaves many women like Sausan vulnerable to sexual exploitation. They turn for help to this center run by a healer, Sheikha Fatima. She helps women who believe illnesses or emotional problems can be solved by expelling evil spirits.
Many women told us that part of the treatment involved the sheikh or healer touching part of their body.
Out of 100 women, undoubtedly a quarter of them would have been sexually abused by a healer.
In the first investigation of its kind, we spent months verifying stories of abuse. 50 women in Sudan accused 40 healers of harassment, assault, and manipulating them into sex. One of these women, Afaf, told us about a healer who had assaulted her. I saw his shadow behind me, then he groped me. In the end, when he approached me, I swore to God I would scream and alert his children. I took his hands off me and I left. After hearing accounts from 2 other women, we sent an undercover journalist to visit the healer, Sheikh Ibrahim.
I'll do prayers and recite 5,000 times over prayer beads to find you a solution.
Sheikh Ibrahim puts his hand on our undercover journalist's thigh. She pushes it away. He then puts his hand on her stomach and tries to touch her genitals. Shocked, she immediately leaves. We contacted Sheikh Ibrahim to put our allegations to him, and he agreed to be interviewed. I asked him if he had ever tried to have sex with women who had come for treatment.
Only treatment. I only do treatment.
What about our evidence that he had sexually assaulted women, including our own journalist?
No, that didn't happen. God will hold her accountable for that. Allah will reveal the truth.
Then he abruptly ended the interview. We took our evidence to Sudan's top religious authority.
It's become a profession for those who have no profession. We don't deny there are sexual anomalies. We undoubtedly support treatment with the Quran, but in the current form, it's chaos.
With no help coming from the authorities for women like Afaf, she has her own advice for those wanting to see a healer.
I tell them to forget about the healer and to solve their problems in another way.
Hanan Razik, BBC News, Khartoum.
And you can watch the full film Sex for Healing on the BBC iPlayer. Now let's move to Haiti now, where UNICEF says some 300 women and minors were kidnapped by criminal gangs in the first half of this year. The 6 months number is close to the total registered for the entirety of last year, and it's triple the 2021 tally. Criminal gangs control more than 80% of the capital city Port-au-Prince, and kidnappings, rape, robberies and murders have become a looming daily threat. Let's go live to our newsroom now and speak to our reporter Mimi Swady about this. Mimi, this is just awful, these numbers. Just tell us more about what's been going on this year.
Well, UNICEF have warned that this disturbing rise in abductions is leaving deep physical and psychological scars, not only on those who are held captive, but on the community. And this is because there has been a spike in kidnappings in recent years as the situation in Haiti has quickly deteriorated. Like you pointed out, this has been a really sharp increase in numbers, where women and children are being used as bargaining tools, bargaining chips for gangs, alongside robbery, sexual violence, and even murder in some cases, becoming daily threats. So gangs can maintain, but also expand their territory and basically terrorize local communities into obeying them and making sure that they stay in line. Now, gangs were taken on by a civilian vigilante kind of movement who were really fed up of security forces not taking the matters into their own hand and dealing with this really vast issue in the capital and area around. However, kidnappings have returned to the capital, Port-au-Prince, and in huge, huge numbers, as we're seeing.
And as we've mentioned, criminal gangs control more than 80% of the capital city. I mean, as you say, people live in fear, don't they, in Haiti currently?
Exactly. Haiti is grappling with multiple compounding crises. There's a deteriorating humanitarian situation. There is a really security crisis. And this is all going on alongside a political void, which was triggered by the assassination of President Moise 2 years ago, which means there's no political infrastructure to try and deal with that humanitarian and security crisis. And this means now that thousands of people have been displaced by gang violence, and that violence is increasing. Only a few hours ago on Monday, thousands of people took to the streets to call out against this gang violence, which is terrorizing and destroying communities and lives. They went against the police and government officials, burning government vehicles in some cases, pleading with the police to protect them and give them aid against the gangs.
Okay, Mimi, thank you very much indeed. Mimi Swady there with the latest on the situation in Haiti. The funeral of singer Sinead O'Connor will be taking place later today in Ireland following her death last month. She was just 56 years old. The musician and activist was propelled to international stardom in 1990 with her version of Nothing Compares to You. Our Ireland correspondent Sarah Gervin has more.
If there was ever any doubt about how Ireland felt about Sinead O'Connor, this tribute said it all. In letters 9 metres tall, Earl of Sinead appeared on a hillside overlooking the seaside town of Bray in County Wicklow, the singer's home for 15 years. Those behind it said it was important for Ireland to say goodbye.
Her story is intertwined with ours over the last couple of decades, and to see how much she's helped change this country and to see how much this country has changed, and because of Sinead and because of so many other people that have followed in her path, I think it was just a really, we just felt like it needed to be said.
In a statement, her family said she loved living in Bray and the people in it. Outside her former home, it was clear the feeling was mutual. The tributes have flowed since her death from the world of politics and music. I go out every night and it was Sinead O'Connor's haunting music and her activism that made her famous around the world. But it's in Bray that people have been invited to line the streets to pay their final respects as her funeral cortege passes. A private burial for someone whose life was so public will follow later today. Sarah Gervin, BBC News, Bray.
So Sinead O'Connor there, who died at the age of 56. Now, new satellite images do show that in Portugal, wildfires are still raging. Smoke from these blazes has destroyed roughly 60 square kilometres of forest and undergrowth. That's about 23 square miles of foliage. More than 1,100 firefighters and 14 water-carrying aircraft have been deployed to battle these fires. This all comes as Portugal recorded its hottest day on record this year, raising the risks for fires. And Antarctica is suffering, according to scientists who claim burning fossil fuels is causing extreme events that were unthinkable 30 years ago. A group of analysts have identified nearly a dozen ways that human impacts are changing the Antarctic, from melting sea and land ice, collapse of ice shelves, warming oceans and atmosphere, near extinction of marine animals, and introduction of foreign species such as moss and grass. Next, all the top business stories. We're going to look at this story that we've got online on BBC News. Higher food prices may be here to stay. That is according to the Bank of England's chief economist. So what are the reasons why? What are the factors pushing up global food prices currently? We'll be looking at that in detail and the other top business stories next on BBC News. Don't go anywhere. I'll see you in just a moment.
Hello there. There's a promise of something a little bit warmer for all of us towards the end of the week, but it's going to be a short-lived warm snap as cooler, wetter conditions return for many northern western areas over the weekend. For the next few days, it's southern areas which will see the mist, the murk, the cloud, the rain, a bit brighter further north. This deep area of low pressure will bring all sorts of problems to Scandinavia with localised flooding, heavy rain and strong winds. But the weather front pushing in across the south of the UK for Tuesday will be a much weaker affair, bringing increasing cloud to the southern half of the country with some patchy rain and drizzle. low clouds and sea fog around southwestern coast and into Wales. But for northern England, Northern Ireland, Scotland, bright with some sunny spells. 1 or 2 showers in northeast Scotland where it will be windier, especially in the Northern Isles. Gusts up to 50 miles an hour here with only 12 degrees in Lerwick. But for the mainland, the UK, 16 to maybe 20 degrees from north to south. As we move through Tuesday night, it looks like the showers, long spells of rain across the south of England clear away, and it turns dry with lengthy clear spells, but it will continue to be windy in the northeast of Scotland into the Northern Isles. Temperatures in single digits across the north. Another chilly nights come here, but milder in the south and west, where it will be a bit more humid, misty and murky. Wednesday, then, not a bad looking day, quite a bit of sunshine around, still windy in the northeast of Scotland, the Northern Isles, but thicker cloud will push into western areas at times, and there will be some mist and murk around too. But I think most places will stay dry, increasing sunshine across the east and southeast of England. So here, 24, maybe 25 degrees, and it feels increasingly humid as well. Towards the end of the week, we start to tap into that warmer air over the near continent. So it will turn drier and sunnier, but it will turn a little bit humid as well. You can see the red and orange colours spreading their way northwards across the UK. It could be up to the mid-20s in Scotland on Thursday, and the high 20s for parts of England and Wales. But it will be a short-lived warm spell. Low pressure out in the Atlantic will send the weather front across the UK during Friday, which will bring showers or longer spells of rain, particularly to the north and the west of the UK. Some of them may be heavy. And as it moves through, temperatures will drop back down below the seasonal norm once again. So an unsettled theme as we head into Friday and the weekend across the north and the west of the UK. Not looking that bad, though, across southern and eastern parts of England.
I'm Jordan Dunbar. I was a comedian and a drag performer in Belfast. Can you the scene?
It was just a regular Friday night.
As I chatted with Jimmy Carter and Bill Clinton, both of them wished me a happy birthday. That was my beginning with American presidents.
I've seen the headlines. What did the boffins actually find? Are you allowed to call them boffins? Good affection.
There's always more to the story with our podcasts. Listen on BBC Sounds.
What does it take to become a top opera star like tenor Jonas Kaufmann, Welsh bass baritone Sabrina Terbell, and soprano Sonia Yoncheva? I'm on a mission to find out how opera is trying to attract new audiences and reinvent itself.
I think music has the power to change the world completely.
Take me to the opera. Watch on BBC iPlayer.
This program asks plain questions with the help of the unrivaled range of BBC journalists right across the world and gathered here in this building. I'll also draw on my time reporting on global conflict, frontline experience that helps me know who to talk to and who to listen to, meaning our analysis is unbiased with absolutely no spin.
Unspun World. Watch on BBC iPlayer.
Live from London, this is BBC News. More long-lasting than expected, the Bank of England warns higher food prices may be here to stay. Is this the end of remote working? Video conferencing giant Zoom calls its employees back to the office. And enhancing the fan experience, we take a look at the latest technology changing how we view sport. Hello, if you've just joined us, I'm Sally Bundock, and we're focusing now on the top business stories starting in the UK and a warning from the central bank that our current high food prices may be here to stay. Speaking to MPs, the chief economist for the Bank of England warned that the era of cheaper food was something we may not be seeing for a while yet, if in the future at all, pointing to an unstable global food supply pressurised by the war in Ukraine. Now, the price of food in the UK rose by nearly 17.5% in the year to June, which was actually a fall from a high of just over 19% in the year to March, following an overall drop in the wholesale price of food, which you can see it's actually peaked here. And as you can see, it's kind of been trending downwards This is when Russia invaded Ukraine last year, but prices are still much higher than before the war and have started to creep up again. Well, let's talk to Kona Hack about this, Head of Research at Commodities House ED&F Man Holdings. Good to have you on the programme. So do you agree with Hugh Pill, who's the Chief Economist at the Bank of England, that actually high food prices are here to stay?
I think at least for the short term, we still have got some pressures that are going to keep prices elevated. The fact is, globally, the stocks, global stocks of the grains, the staples such as grains and oils and sugar, these are still much lower than they were even before COVID. So it's going to take a while for these stocks to be replenished. We're still consuming more than we're at a faster rate than we're producing at a global level. And this means that really the stocks just need to be replenished a lot faster. And it's not happening partly because of what you mentioned, the Ukraine war, but also because of unusual weather patterns around the world. And of course, we've got the whole transportation, the logistics of moving the food across around the world is also a lot more expensive than it used to be before COVID.
Well, talking of logistics, of course, Russia pulled out of the Black Sea grain deal last month, which was causing the price of grain and wheat to go up again. Russia's not showing any signs of re-entering that agreement. Where are we at with that? What impact is it having?
That's quite major because at the end of the day, the Black Sea, which is the main artery, if you like, for the outlet for Ukrainian grains, and Ukraine accounts for, Ukraine and Russia together account for a quarter of most of the world's grains, oils, vegetable oils. It's just absolutely a critical origin in terms of so many food staples. The fact that the main outlet from which this Ukrainian grain can come out is now being blocked. It's pretty critical, and I think Russia coming back to the table would be absolutely huge in terms of allowing those grains to come out in a more normal fashion. On the other hand, Russia itself is sitting on quite a large wheat crop, so I think they're going to take advantage of any blockages there to try and ensure that their own grains come out in a more timely fashion. But at the end of the day, the world needs Ukrainian grains as well. It's just that they're going to have to come out in a more expensive fashion. So rather than coming out of the Black Sea ports, they will come out of river barges or on land via Europe. So I think that's a bit more of a cumbersome and slower and maybe even more expensive process.
Just briefly, Kona, you mentioned the extreme weather is impacting food supply from different parts of the world, different food staples like rice, for example, in India. But also, if we add to that the fact that the pressure is on everyone globally to farm, supply food in a sustainable way, that means that it will cost more, surely, anyway, for that reason, if not that one alone.
I mean, potentially, absolutely right. In India, because we had this so-called El Nino weather phenomenon where Asia is particularly warmer than normal, and we've all been talking about record temperatures this year across the world. This has impacted rice yields in India, which is the world's largest exporter. And it's not just India, it's also Thailand, Vietnam, China. But the fact is India has banned exports of rice, non-basmati rice, and this is causing a big surge in rice prices, which is actually the staple for half the world's community. So the fact that rice is being banned out of that country is pretty significant, and who knows what else will soon start being controlled as well, because at the end of the day, if bills start falling in one country, that could actually lead to a bit of trigger a little bit of panic buying by other governments, or it could even lead to further export bans from other origins. So I think there's a bit of a cumulative effect, and when weather turns wrong, it does really impact the way governments behave in terms of being very protectionist over their country's main commodities, and in this case, grains is pretty big.
Kona, there is so much to talk about, but alas, we haven't got the time. Thank you so much, though, for sharing your expertise this morning. Kona Hack there from ED&F Man Holdings. Now, let's have a look at a management change at the electric car giant Tesla that has surprised industry watchers. And we're not talking about Elon Musk, of course. You would know about that if that was the case. But a figure considered to be a possible successor to him, that's the finance chief, Zach Kirkhorn, he's stepping down after 13 years at the company. Michelle Fleury in New York has the details.
It was a bit of a surprise. In a LinkedIn post, Zach Kirkhorn confirmed he was stepping down from his role as Chief Financial Officer and would leave the electric car maker at the end of the year. He also expressed gratitude to his boss, Elon Musk, and to his colleagues, saying, quote, they had accomplished things many thought not possible. Mr. Kirkhorn had been with Tesla for 13 years. He took over the finance role in 2019. During that time, Tesla's profits and its market valuation soared. No reason was given for his exit, but his departure does raise questions about who will succeed Elon Musk, a busy man who also runs SpaceX and the former Twitter platform X. Accounting head Vaibhav Taneja will take over the role of CFO, but no word yet whether he will inherit the title of Master of Coin, a name that was given to Mr. Kirkhorn back in March 2021.
Michelle Fleury there. Let's bring you some other business stories now. The online payments giant PayPal has launched a US dollar stablecoin. Dubbed PayPal USD, it's fully backed by the American dollar and short-term US treasuries. The move makes PayPal the first major financial tech firm to embrace such digital currencies for payments and transfers. Stablecoins are crypto tokens whose value is pegged to a stable asset and are currently mostly used to trade for other cryptocurrencies. The publishing giant Simon & Schuster is to be sold to a private equity giant $1.6 billion in cash. The deal with investor KKR marks the likely end of a years-long saga for owner Paramount Global, which had been looking for a buyer for the book company since 2020. Competition concerns had scuppered a previous deal which valued the firm at more than $2 billion. Italy's cabinet's approved a 40% windfall tax on banks' profits for this year, with the money thought to be in the billions of euro, set to be used to help mortgage holders and cut taxes. According to the Deputy Prime Minister Matteo Salvini, who criticised the banks for not passing on higher interest rates to savers, the Italian government's repeatedly criticised the European Central Bank too over its rate hikes. The Australian company that was meant to buy the failed battery firm Britishvolt has missed the deadline to pay for the business, casting doubt on the deal. Filings from the administrators EY show the final instalment that was due in April is still outstanding. EY says the buyer, Recharge Industries, therefore defaulted on its agreement to buy the business. Recharge Industries, though, disputes that they're in default. Here in the UK, we've had the figures out for July showing the wet weather's caused a slowdown in retail sales, with demand for clothing going down. Overall, retail sales grew 1.5% in July. That's down from 2.3% the year before, according to the British Retail Consortium. The group said rising interest rates were also squeezing shoppers' budgets. Now to the US, where the tech giant Zoom has just ordered its staff back to the office. The company behind the video calling technology that became the tech tool of choice for millions of us during the pandemic has apparently seen its limitations. Zoom are now calling on staff to come to the office at least twice a week. At one point, they said staff would be able to work remotely indefinitely. So why the change? Well, let's see what Mark Oswald can tell us about this, Chief Strategist at Investors ADM ISI. Good morning to you, Mark.
Good morning.
Coming to us via Zoom or some other form, I would imagine. Tell us more about this move. It's quite ironic, really, isn't it?
Oh, there is a big irony, but I think this is the big challenge with people adapting to more people working from home, that a lot of the things which are part of the office environment, which build up the morale within an office, which build up a certain team spirit, are lacking when one's working remotely. And I think that is the biggest challenge. And Zoom, it is, of course, the sweetest of irony that there has to be Zoom, which everyone focuses in on. I don't think that they're definitely not the only company doing this at the moment. They're across many industries. But it is this challenge of also bringing in the younger generation, people who are new hires, the graduate schemes, they don't function as well when everyone's working from home because there isn't that natural, if one wants to say, banter.
How's your pattern, Mark? How's your pattern changed for you since the pandemic? Do you do a hybrid work scenario?
We do have a hybrid work scenario, and it works very well. But for everyone, there is a certain amount of challenge, and it is the fact that you're not seeing people every day. There isn't, if one wants to call it, the water cooler, the kitchen making coffee, things which sometimes a lot of things get done in the office that way, which we're struggling on.
Sorry to interrupt you, Mark, but for Zoom though, I mean, it has been under mounting pressure, hasn't it? Because of course, everyone's caught up with Zoom since the pandemic. You've got companies like Microsoft upgrading all their video offerings. And if you look at Zoom as a company, its growth has slowed sharply, hasn't it, since the pandemic?
Yes, I mean, that's unsurprising. On the other hand, it also has grown itself in terms of, when it first came out, a lot of companies were loath to use it because of the security issues. Nowadays, actually, a lot of companies are adopting it, despite that. Well, actually, because they've upgraded it. So I think for Zoom, it's basically where do they go from here? And I think they need to make a stronger effort to be more cohesive, to fend off the challenges from the likes of Microsoft, from the likes of Google, because they are actually quite immense. And because of that, those challenges right now, they need to be far more competitive, as we're seeing across the tech sector, all those layoffs last year.
Yeah, absolutely. Mark, thank you. We're going to have to let you go. Thank you so much for your thoughts on that. Really interesting. Tell me what you think. I'd love to hear from you as well. Are you hybrid working, you more at home or in the office? Do get in touch. Around the world and across the UK, this is BBC News.
BBC News, bringing you different stories from across the UK.
When I take my sugar to tea, all the boys are jealous of me.
The Blaze family are absolutely potty about teapots. They've spent £250,000 on the biggest collection in the UK. Everything from politicians to pop culture and some wild and wacky creations.
I've got a favourite, which is a Harley Davidson teapot. It was made, and I saw the man make it. I see how hard it was for him to make it. And your one is?
Diana. Because Diana was my favourite person.
People say, why collect teapots? And I always say, well, why not? There's so many different weird and wonderful things, and once people get into the museum and they can actually see the different things that we do. We've got ones that are this sort of size, and we've got a 12-foot teapot in the garden. You never can believe the things that people can make.
For more stories from across the UK, head to the BBC News website.
Hello again, you're live with BBC News. We're covering the top business stories. To China next, with all eyes on the trade data, which is showing a significant drop in exports and imports in the month of July. This, as the world's second biggest economy, continues to be hampered by weakened demand at home and, of course, a sluggish global outlook. Well, let's go to Nick Marsh, who's in our Asia Business Hub, who's been crunching the numbers. Nick, it's continuously kind of gloomy news coming out of China, isn't it, when it comes to its economy?
Yeah, it seems every time this data comes out, it's never really good reading. I mean, these figures for trade are actually even worse than economists had anticipated. In terms of exports, it's the weakest data since back in February 2020, when China, of course, was right in the thick of the pandemic. Why is this data so bad? Well, it's mainly to do with China's customers abroad. They're really struggling with high inflation, high interest rates, so they're spending less money on Chinese goods. And if you're a policymaker in Beijing, well, it's difficult to say what you should do about that. You can't just force other countries to start buying more of your goods. But there's also more to contend with. If you look at the spending within China, that's also looking not very encouraging at the moment. Tomorrow, we're expecting some more figures to be coming out, which will probably show deflation, prices actually going down in China. that's a bit more difficult to explain, but there are some people who think that China's zero COVID policy went on for so long that customers just aren't ready to splurge post-pandemic like they did in Europe, like they did in the United States. So you've got problems outside of China, people not ready to spend on Chinese goods, and within China as well.
Okay, Nick, thank you so much. Let's stay in Singapore and turn to a homegrown talent there that's hoping to make a global footprint when it comes to the nightlife scene. Zouk pioneered the clubbing scene in Singapore in the 90s. 30 years on, the brand feels it's time to venture further. We caught up with the company's boss, Andrew Lee. A warning, this contains some flashing images.
Something like 32 years, you have people, who have their almost who are the founding fathers and founding mothers of Singapore who have clubbed in the same brand as now their children. Honestly, it was extremely daunting. I think I had a huge imposter syndrome. I think at the beginning, Lincoln Cheng is still a legend in the field. I mean, he basically brought house music from Ibiza and took this warehouse in Jack Kim Street, which became so iconic. But I think, when I saw the brand and I myself took that kind of emotional connection to it, I realized that we needed to have a spokesperson, and I wanted to help lead that charge as we grow into kind of this global and lifestyle hospitality group. When we first started, we were just this one kind of nightlife clubbing establishment. Now we span about 35 concepts around the world. During COVID, we changed our club into a live streaming studio, Lazada. We also made it into a spin studio with one of the big kind of spin studios here in Singapore. And upstairs, we changed Capital, which is one of our club concepts, into a restaurant as well. We realized we wanted to just branch out in very key gateway cities, right? And I think Tokyo and LA are actually both have very strategic purposes. LA being the fact that it's actually one of the big feeder markets to Las Vegas, right? So you have a lot of people coming in from the West Coast, obviously, into Las Vegas. Tokyo, on the other hand, is a completely new build project. We're partnering with Belluna, which basically operates hotels as well in Japan. And so we're going to be inside their new hotel in Ginza. With this new project, we can really custom make a nightlife experience that I don't think Japan has ever had before.
Well, let's talk technology now. And Japan's SoftBank Group is involved in an enormous cluster of companies, a conglomerate with fingers in many pies around the world. Well, it's at the forefront of a lot of international tech investments, and it's due to post its latest earnings today, with many expecting it to return to profit on the back of things like the recent AI boom. So let's talk through what's expected with Mark Schwab, who's international partner at King & Wood Mallesons. Mark, good to have you on the programme. So talk us through SoftBank and many names that it's involved with that we may be familiar with. What are we expecting it to say today?
Morning. I think what we're expecting today is that it's had a very tough run in the last few months or the last year, and had some major losses. So I think perhaps, with all those fingers in different pies, a lot of focus has been on the loss-making companies like the FTX investment, which is a big Ponzi scheme, the crypto exchange, WeWork, which really didn't make sense for my guess, and then IRL, which is a social media company where most of the users were bots, not people. So I think now what we're going to see is people, as you mentioned before, focusing more on the very many investments they have in many of the world's most innovative tech companies.
It came to the UK's attention. Many UK viewers learned about SoftBank when they bought Arm Holdings, which is one of our prizes here. They're going to float that, aren't they, in the next quarter? That will make them a heck of a lot of money, which will help, won't it?
Yeah, Well, I think the ARM IPO, obviously we don't have details exactly what's happening there, but there's a planned IPO. I think for the UK, unfortunately, it's not going to be planned for London, but rather a NASDAQ. But that's, again, it's an AI company. And I think, what you mentioned in a previous session was about Zoom being a company which has hit a certain size problem. But, Zoom came from nowhere and became very successful and had a lot of value created. So I think that's where SoftBank is going to be very successful, is in identifying these companies before that growth spurt and exiting perhaps before it fully matures.
Okay, well, we shall look at those numbers when they do come out. Michael Schwab, thank you very much.
Thank you.
If we stay with cutting edge technology and what's been hailed as the future of the internet, Web 3.0 or Web 3. Now, you may be enjoying the Women's Football World Cup right now. I certainly am. I love watching England yesterday. Commiserations to Nigeria. Or maybe watching the football on TV or on your phone is what you're up to. But the third generation of the internet, Web 3.0, will offer so much more, enabling things like augmented and virtual reality to transform the fan experience is a whole new set of opportunities the sports industry is trying to tap into. Well, let's talk to Bernard Marr, author and one of the world's leading digital strategists and business coaches. You've worked with Google, the NHS, all sorts of organisations, Bernard, and to what extent is the sporting sector trying to tap into the next, metaverse, as it were?
Yeah, what I'm seeing is that we are seeing this evolution towards a third web, which is a more immersive, potentially more decentralized internet that is enabled by AI. So the first one was just websites, then we had the social internet, and now we will have the more immersive internet that will give us immersive experiences as if we were in a football stadium. So we could wear glasses and we could choose wherever we wanted to sit and have the best seats with unlimited capacity for stadiums. And we've seen this already in the music industry, where rappers like Travis Scott have performed in Fortnite, in a video game, in front of 12 million people. So this is something where stadiums suddenly could have unlimited capacity. And not only could you sit anywhere in a stadium, you could put on your VR goggles and let's imagine if it's a penalty shootout, as we've just seen against Nigeria, you could put yourself into the goal and have the perspective of the goalkeeper. Or if there was a corner kick, you could see where everyone else is standing, and you really immerse yourself. And this is what is happening at the moment, this continuous upgrade to a more immersive 3D environment.
I mean, it sounds amazing. For me, the ultimate would be on centre court for a Wimbledon final. So how soon will this become accessible to people? And as you say, you need a VR headset or something of that nature to make it happen, I presume.
Yeah, so at the moment we're seeing that this is a big limitation, that not many people have VR headsets today. So what we're seeing is that this technology is being introduced into 3D gaming environments, for example. And you mentioned Wimbledon and being on centre court. Wimbledon has already launched its own Wimbledon in the Roblox gaming platform. So people get a Wimbledon experience, and they can steer their little avatars into the Wimbledon grounds and explore it and watch tennis from there.
Bernard, sorry to interrupt you, but do you think that this move into massive sporting events, such as like the Women's World Cup, the final that's coming up, it could mean that many, many more people take up VR and move into that realm than would have done before so?
Yeah, absolutely, and we see the launch of Apple's Vision Pro headsets. So there's lots of stuff happening in the background. Companies like Microsoft investing hugely in mixed reality headsets, Samsung and others. So we are definitely seeing this technology being developed. We're not quite there yet, but big sporting events are definitely giving it a push.
It's fascinating. Bernard, thank you. Good to talk to you. Bernard Marr there, talking about Web 3.0 and what it means for the world of sport. Thank you for your company as well. Have a really, really good day. If you're watching us on BBC One, breakfast is coming up. If you're watching us around the world, I will see you at the top of the hour.
Hello there. There's a promise of something a little bit warmer for all of us towards the end of the week, but it's going to be a short-lived warm snap as cooler, wetter conditions return for many northern western areas over the weekend. For the next few days, it's southern areas which will see the mist, the murk, the cloud, the rain, a bit brighter further north. This deep area of low pressure will bring all sorts of problems to Scandinavia with localised flooding, heavy rain and strong winds. But the weather fronts pushing in across the south of the UK for Tuesday will be a much weaker affair, bringing increasing cloud to the southern half of the country with some patchy rain and drizzle, low cloud, some sea fog around southwestern coast and into Wales. But for northern England, Northern Ireland, Scotland, bright with some sunny spells, 1 or 2 showers in northeast Scotland where it will be windier, especially in the Northern Isles. Gusts up to 50 miles an hour here with only 12 degrees in Lerwick. But for the mainland, UK, 16 to maybe 20 degrees from north to south. As we move through Tuesday night, it looks like the showers, long spells of rain across the south of England clear away, and it turns dry with lengthy clear spells, but it will continue to be windy in the northeast of Scotland into the Northern Isles. Temperatures in single digits across the north. Another chilly nights come here, but milder in the south and west, where it will be a bit more humid, misty and murky. Wednesday, then, not a bad-looking day. Quite a bit of sunshine around. Still windy in the northeast of Scotland, the Northern Isles, but thicker cloud will push into western areas at times, and there will be some mist and murk around too. But I think most places will stay dry. Increasing sunshine across the east and southeast of England. So here, 24, maybe 25 degrees, and it feels increasingly humid as well. Towards the end of the week, we start to tap into that warmer air over the near continent. So it will turn drier and sunnier, but it will turn a little bit humid as well. You can see the red and orange colours spreading their way northwards across the UK. We could be up to the mid-20s in Scotland on Thursday, and the high 20s parts of England and Wales. But it will be a short-lived warm spell. Low pressure out in the Atlantic will send the weather front across the UK during Friday, which will bring the showers or longer spells of rain, particularly to the north and the west of the UK. Some of them may be heavy. And as it moves through, temperatures will drop back down below the seasonal norm once again. So an unsettled theme as we head into Friday and the weekend across the north and the west of the UK. Not looking that bad, though, across southern and eastern parts of England.
Being deaf is not something you overcome, it's something that you embrace.
2 stars open up about their personal lives, discussing issues that affect many.
No one's grabbed us by the horns. When these kids come, they don't come to us skipping and singing.
You do need people to help you out, otherwise I'll be in prison by now.
Don't worry about his future.
It only fuels a fire in me.
Stories that matter on BBC iPlayer.
Missed the end of my show? How very day, but it's all good. With the BBC Sounds app, you can listen to live radio, pause it and rewind it. And with continue listening, you will never ever lose your place with podcasts or your favourite music mixes. All is forgiven if you download the BBC Sounds app. Go on.
You've been seen to?
Yes, we've got an appointment. Parker's Electricals, 4 o'clock.
Yeah, good luck with it.
What the hell was that? I was trying to think what Martin would do.
The Power of Parker. Press red for all episodes on BBC iPlayer.
Good morning, welcome to Tuesday on BBC One. Now, time for breakfast.
Hello there, good morning. Welcome to Breakfast with Rachel Burden and John Kay.
Our headlines today. As 15 asylum seekers spend their first night on the Bibby Stockholm, more launch legal challenges and refuse to be moved onto the barge.
Making the grade in a couple of hours, thousands of pupils in Scotland will find out their exam results.
A last goodbye to Sinead O'Connor as fans gather in County Wicklow ahead of her private funeral.
We may have fallen out of love with sending letters, but parcels are now the priority thanks to online shopping. Good morning from Royal Mail's brand new parcel super hub in Northamptonshire. We'll find out how they handle up to 90,000 parcels every hour.
Good morning. England ride their luck to reach the Women's World Cup quarter-finals, but they'll be without Lauren James, whose one-match ban could be extended following her sending off against Nigeria.
Good morning. We've got a north-south split in the weather today. In the north, largely dry with some sunshine, but winds increasing in the far northeast. In the south, increasingly turning cloudy and murky with some patchy light rain. I'll have all the details later in the programme.
Morning all, Tuesday the 8th of August, and our main story is that 15 asylum seekers have spent their first night on the government's controversial accommodation barge after a series of delays over safety concerns.
Ministers want to move hundreds more onto the Bibby Stockholm in Dorset this week, but some have already refused to go, launching legal challenges.
And all this comes as the Home Office announces a new task force to crack down on rogue lawyers who might be helping migrants to remain in the UK under false claims. Here's Ellie Price.
The first asylum seekers move into their new temporary home off the coast of Dorset. 15 arrived yesterday on day one, but not everyone who was supposed to come here did.
We've had a small group of about 20, I believe, who refused to come on board. Accommodation is offered on a no-choice basis. I can't go into the details of the specific legal proceedings for each individual, but we are continuing to bring people on board later this week and then over the coming weeks as well.
Today will be the first full day the new residents of the barge have to get used to their new surroundings. We're told there'll be hourly buses to take them to nearby areas. But how local people feel about their arrival, well, opinions are mixed.
Refugees are welcome here. For some, the welcome was warm, but the opposition to the policy clear.
I'm quite upset by the level of hatred that's been shown by some people, by no means all, I don't think most, in the local area, towards what's going to be the residents of the barge, asylum seekers.
Charity begins at your home. And for others, concerns over the impact on local services.
I know more than anyone through my work with the food bank and the community fridge. There's just too much poverty on Portland, okay, and this isn't helping.
The government first floated the idea of this barge in April. Now this floating idea is a reality. Ellie Price, BBC News, Portland.
Let's go live to Portland and speak to Ellie on Breakfast Now. And 15 on board, 20 refusing to get on board, and up to 500 is the ultimate plan. What next, Ellie?
Well, I think we wait to see how many people arrive today. And of course, yesterday we didn't have an idea throughout the day who was coming. Of course, this is a working port. Security is tight. Very difficult to see who's obviously getting on and off. I mean, obviously the intention had been for more than the 15 to get on, obviously with the 20 refusing to get on. As you heard in the piece there, the Home Office saying that accommodation is offered on a no-choice basis. Presumably that's therefore the basis of the legal challenge. You know, at what point can you refuse to get on? And presumably that's what the lawyers will be arguing about today. We are expecting more people today, that we are expecting more buses to come by. And of course, probably we are expecting more legal challenges as well. The intention was to get probably around 50 migrants onto the barge this week and very quickly work up to that capacity of 500. This is a barge that was originally designed to house 220 people, but basically bunk beds were put in the previously single occupancy bedrooms, and that's why the capacity is so big. And that's why there's controversy over this barge, of course, where protesters saying that the conditions will be basically inhumane because there are too many people on board. The government, of course, saying it's safe, it's functional, and that's really the point, that they don't want to offer the lap of luxury. After all, this barge is meant to do its role as meeting the UK's responsibility of offering safe haven for people looking for asylum while their application is processed. But of course, it's meant to not be an attractive option. It's meant to be a deterrent. So all of this will play out this week, and presumably we'll be counting the numbers.
Okay, Ellie, we'll be back with you a bit later in Portland. Thank you for now. We're also going to speak to the Justice Secretary, Alex Chalk, on Breakfast at about 7:30 this morning. But at 6:05, what else do we need to know this morning? Rachel.
A man is due in court over the death of a 12-year-old boy who was hit by a car while crossing a motorway. Callum Rycroft died on the M62 in West Yorkshire on Saturday. 36-year-old Matthew Rycroft will appear at Leeds Magistrates Court today, charged with causing or allowing the death of a child. In less than 2 hours, students across Scotland will find out how they've done in their exams. More than 144,000 pupils will get their results by text, email and post. Our reporter James Shaw is at a school in Hamilton this morning, so a nervous day ahead for pupils, James.
Yeah, this is the day when pupils in Scotland wake up with only one thing on their mind. What have been their results in National 5? That's a fourth-year exam, and Highers and Advanced Highers, which are taken in the fifth year and the sixth year. And I think one thing people are thinking about is recovery from COVID. It is now 3 years since we were at the height of the pandemic. Everything appears normal on the surface, but underneath, the process of getting people's education back to the way it was before the pandemic is still continuing. So let's talk to the head teacher here at Hamilton Grammar School in Hamilton, Graham Sivers. Graham, what's it been like recovering from COVID? How has the last year been?
Good morning, James. Welcome to Hamilton Grammar. Well, it's been a challenge for every school community over the last few years, and we're no different. But where we are just now is delighted. We are delighted to be back operating as schools do. Schools can be very sad places without pupils following all of the things that we usually do. So all of the competitions, all of the team games, all of the cultural and civic things, they're back on just now and they're operating largely as normal.
The Scottish Qualifications Authority have said that they've reduced some aspects of coursework, they've cut out some bits of exams to make the process manageable as schools get back to normal. Has that helped? Has that been necessary to make those adjustments?
Yeah, I think it has been necessary given what school communities have been through. So I think schools are adapting to that, and I think it's been appreciated. There was a level of understanding that we need to have a wee change to get us over that hump, if you like, until we get back to normal.
Graham, thank you so much. And we'll be back with you later with those pupils getting their exam results. I apologise to Graham for not wearing a tie this morning. Luckily, he says he's got a drawer full of them. So next time you see me, I might be slightly better turned out.
Good job. Thank you, James. We look forward to that a bit later. Now, in other news, thousands of hospital consultants in England will strike on September the 19th and 20th in a long-running dispute over pay. The walkout will affect routine services, but medics will continue to provide emergency cover, including at A&E. Ministers say their 6% pay rise offer was fair. Retail sales slowed in July as the wet weather dampened demand for summer clothing. The British Retail Consortium says total sales across the UK grew by 1.5% last month, compared with 2.3% in July last year. Hundreds of firefighters are battling wildfires in Portugal. The country recorded a temperature of 46.4 degrees Celsius yesterday, the hottest this year. More than 1,000 people had to leave their homes in Odemira near the Algarve. The funeral of Sinead O'Connor will take place in Ireland later today. The musician and activist, who died aged 56 last month, was first propelled to stardom in 1990 with her version of Nothing Compares to You. Our Ireland correspondent Sarah Gervin has more.
If there was ever any doubt about how Ireland felt about Sinead O'Connor, this tribute said it all. In letters 9 metres tall, Our Love Sinead appeared on a hillside overlooking the seaside town of Bray in County Wicklow, the singer's home for 15 years. Those behind it said it was important for Ireland to say goodbye.
Her story is intertwined with ours over the last couple of decades, and to see how much she's helped change this country and to see how much this country has changed, and because of Sinead and because of so many other people that have followed in her path, I think it was just a really, we just felt like it needed to be said.
In a statement, her family said she loved living in Bray and the people in it. Outside her former home, it was clear the feeling was mutual. The tributes have flowed since her death from the world of politics and music. And it was Sinead O'Connor's haunting music and her activism that made her famous around the world. But it's in Bray that people have been invited to line the streets to pay their final respects as her funeral cortege passes. A private burial for someone whose life was so public will follow later today. Sarah Gervin, BBC News, Bray.
3 hill walkers have been found dead after failing to return from a trek in Glencoe. Police Scotland said the bodies of 2 men and a woman were discovered during a search of the Onakeguk Ridge, an area popular with climbers. Our Scotland correspondent Alexandra Mackenzie reports.
The mountains of Glencoe, stunning, exhilarating,
but often dangerous. The search focused on the Uinneach Egach Ridge, thought to be one of the narrowest in the UK. It runs for around 6 miles. It is exposed and challenging for those who attempt it.
At its most sort of exciting point, breaks into a series of sharp, rocky pinnacles. Making progress at that stage is more akin to mountaineering or rock climbing than a walk as most lay people will understand it. You're using your hands and you're climbing up and over these rocky pinnacles. So it's spectacular, but also quite an uncompromising location.
The search and recovery operation was hampered by mist and fog. It involved Coast Guard helicopters and the RAF and Glencoe mountain rescue teams.
The alarm was raised on Saturday evening, but the terrain was difficult. A Coast Guard helicopter from Prestwick provided additional support before the bodies of the 2 men and a woman were recovered. Many walkers and climbers traverse the ridge safely every year, but this is a sad reminder that lives can so easily be lost. Alexandra Mackenzie, BBC News, Glencoe.
Brian Randall, the long-term partner of Hollywood actor Sandra Bullock, has died aged 57, according to his family. In a statement to People magazine, relatives said the photographer had died on Saturday after a 3-year battle with ALS, a form of motor neuron disease. Sandra Bullock said he chose to keep his journey with the illness private. Antarctica is suffering. That's according to scientists who claim burning fossil fuels is causing extreme events that were unthinkable 30 years ago. Experts have identified almost a dozen ways that human impacts are changing the Antarctic, from melting sea and land ice, collapse of ice shelves, warming oceans and atmosphere, near extinction of marine animals, and introduction of foreign species such as moss and grass.
13 minutes past 8. Have a look at this. This is Hank the Tack. What a tack.
He is huge.
Well, you say he is huge.
Mhm.
She is huge.
Wow.
Hank is female.
Big Bear Mama.
Yeah. Captured, you'll be relieved to hear, after more than a year on the run.
Yeah, she is believed to have broken into 21 homes since last year. That would be an unwelcome sight, wouldn't it, in your bedroom? She's now been moved to a sanctuary in Colorado.
I don't think she'd fit in my bedroom.
No.
It's absolutely enormous. Hank is back behind bars and Colorado could rest safe.
Yeah, well, she has a little relaxation in the sanctuary. We're all trying to find some sunshine, Carol. And there was a bit of it around yesterday, as promised.
That's right, Rachel, there was. And some of us will see more of it today. In fact, over the next few days, it's actually going to turn that bit warmer, but it will be fairly short-lived. What we have for today and for some of us for tomorrow is a little bit of rain. Nothing particularly heavy. It's going to be light and patchy. There'll be some drizzle with it. And we're also looking at some mist and fog, particularly so around the coasts and the hills across southwest England and also Wales. And today, also the English Channel. And you can see after a bright start how the cloud romps in from the west and pushes across the Midlands and into East Anglia. But it will brighten up across Northern England. So for Northern England, for Northern Ireland and for Scotland, we're looking at a largely dry day. A few showers peppering the far north. The wind strengthening across the far northeast, particularly Shetland, where we could have gusts up to about 50 miles an hour. So you don't feel cool. Lower at 12 degrees, 18 in Liverpool, 20 in Norwich. The temperature's just a little bit below average for the time of year. Now, through this evening and overnight, the rain pulls away from the southeast. For many of us, it's going to be a clear night. Still a few showers in the north and still very windy across the northeast. But at the same time, we've got another weather front coming in across western areas. So Northern Ireland, you're going to cloud over through the course of the night with some patchy rain arriving by tomorrow morning. And it's the same too, quite murky across the far southwest. A chilly night for most, but muggy across parts of southern England. Now, as we head into tomorrow, again, a lot of dry weather, fair bit of sunshine around, but out towards the west, again, we've got the murk, we've got low cloud, and we've got some patchy light rain and drizzle. But temperatures are starting to rise up to about 24 degrees, and it's by the time we get to Thursday, those temperatures will rise across most areas. So, and on Friday, temperatures start to dip once again. I did say we're short-lived.
It's a little roller coaster with the weather at the moment, isn't it?
It certainly is.
Thank you, Carol.
Should we look at today's papers then? Starting off with the Metro. Not all aboard is their headline after just 15 asylum seekers boarded the controversial Bibby Stockholm housing barge. The paper quotes the Care for Calais charity saying its lawyers had stopped 20 people being transferred there. They talked about some of them having previously suffered trauma at sea.
The Daily Mail is leading with a story about how Home Secretary Suella Braverman is launching a major clampdown today on what she calls crooked immigration lawyers, following an investigation by the Mail newspaper.
Elsewhere, The Guardian leads with a new study on how air pollution is helping to drive a surge in antibiotic resistance.
And some fantastic pictures, I think on all the front pages today, of the England Lionesses celebrating their win over Nigeria, including this one of Chloe Kelly after that winning penalty. It's quite something, wasn't it?
It really was. The way she held her nerve, they beat Nigeria, who were, to be honest, the better side across the 90 minutes and extra time. So I think Nigeria will feel quite hard done by, really, with that result. But that's the way tournament football goes, and in the end, they were able to do it. And Chloe Kelly clinically executing that final penalty. She was fantastic. So best of luck to them. But they are going to need to up their game. And of course, the downside of that whole match, Lauren James stamping on one of the Nigerian players. We don't know what kind of ban she'll face yet, but that is a real blow for England.
Chetan keeping across that for us this morning. Interesting, this story, Rach, in the Times this morning, saying Zoom, the company that revolutionised online meetings during the pandemic 3.5 years ago. We were using Zoom as a verb, weren't we? Let's Zoom. But apparently Zoom are telling their staff to get back to the office 3 years on. They're saying,
work from home.
well, they say they can work. It's hybrid working, but they say they want people in the office at their desks interacting face to face,
And not on Zoom.
not on Zoom. Apparently, Google, another technology company, is trying a different strategy. They've built a hotel at their headquarters in California, and they're encouraging people to move to the hotel for their nights at work, and then just commute from the hotel room.
All kinds of comments emerging from that with staff interacting in hotels. Just one that I'll mention briefly, little public health message for you all here. There's a story in the Mail this morning that half of us cannot help taking our phones to the loo with us. We just cannot put our mobile phones down. So when we go for a nice sit down, the phone comes too. And doctors are saying there are issues here. First of all, with potential transference of bacteria, because they're not the cleanest places to be, but also just, issues with general functions that can occur if you sit down for too long.
The knock-on effects.
The knock-on effects, exactly.
Okay, we have been warned. Thank you, Rachel, for the advice. It's 19 minutes past 6. Lots to come here on BBC Breakfast this morning.
Now, the student Laura Nuttall campaigned tirelessly for better awareness of brain cancer up until her death in May. It's something I know that you featured a lot here on BBC Breakfast, and it is a fight her mum Nicola has vowed to continue.
And now for the first time, Nicola has met Noreen Parker, who's the mum of the pop star Tom Parker, who died also from the same form of tumour about a year ago. Annabelle Tiffin has the story.
Sometimes it feels like you could lose your mind almost. I think I've had days where I thought, I think I'm just going to lose my head because I just can't bear it, the pain of it.
People often think that they can imagine what it's like to go through this, but until you've actually had the lived experience, you've no idea how horrific it is and how vulnerable you are and how little you are prepared for something like this.
Yeah. Two mothers brought together through a shared experience.
Hi, Nicola. How are you? And you? Oh, good.
How are you?
I'm all right, thank you. Yeah.
I wish we didn't have this in common.
I know, but
I wish it was
obviously,
something
yes,
nice.
I do. But
And that thing in common is the loss of their children. Noreen Parker's son Tom, a member of the band The Wanted, and Nicola Nuttall's daughter Laura both died from glioblastoma, an aggressive form of brain cancer.
it's just such a shock, that word, isn't it, brain tumour, because it signifies so many different things, doesn't it?
Yeah, and when we were told, we were still thinking, okay, brain tumour, it probably is, it's probably benign and And because you don't really get it.
No.
And there's also that kind of confusion of, oh, so it's a cancer. Oh, right.
Couldn't even say that word. I think that was a psychological situation as well. I could not say it. And even now I can struggle to say that word, yeah.
How lonely is it as a parent when your child gets that kind of diagnosis?
That's devastating. It is very lonely. And whereas you might know somebody who's had one of the more common cancers, you don't know someone that you can phone up and ask about it, or someone else that's lived through that. And I mean, no one knows how to help you either. And then people are horrific. You know, they're like, what do we do?
Yeah, you feel like you're in a horror movie almost. But that's what I felt like.
So what happened when you found out?
We were just like, Tom found out he had a seizure, and then obviously he started to do all the reflecting. You know, should we have seen something? But they told him in a hospital bed on his own that he had a brain tumour.
No shows, they sure tell in the way you hold yourself.
Tom from Bolton was diagnosed in 2020, but like Laura, he spent much of the time he had left campaigning and searching for alternative treatments.
He did so much stuff in that 20 months. You know, he did a concert, he wrote a book, he did all sorts. And I think, and you have to do all that research. As a family, we did it, because obviously as a parent, it's your job to make your children survive and live, and you do anything you can.
When she was diagnosed, she realised how hard people had to fight to get diagnosed often, how many times they were back and forth to the GP, and how underfunded this cancer was. She basically said, no, I'm happy to be used and abused, just share the story, get it out there as far as possible. It was hard, and it was hard on the day that she died to put the radio on and hear her voice. That was really hard. But it was important. It was important to get that out. And I have no regrets about what we did. I think we did everything we could to make people aware of this disease. And if there's people now that know what glioblastoma is and how underfunded it is that didn't before, then we've done our job. Sorry for making you cry too.
Knowing you're a year on, really, in your position to Nicola, how are you now?
I couldn't say I feel better, because I don't. I think it's just different. I think it's just a bit. I think the first year there's a lot of that massive, lows, and it's a bit. I think it's a bit like that, really, And then there were days when I could actually just go to work and I was absolutely fine.
Just being in Laura's bathroom and all the toiletries, and that just failed me, because the things she was going to come back and use that I just in a cupboard, and I've been fine for days, and then I just cried my eyes out in the bath, and I had to take myself to bed because I was just so devastated by it. And then the next day I'm functional again.
I mean, I know that you have to move on. You have to find a way. You have to find a way, don't you?
Well, thank you both ever so much. I hope meeting each other was a good
stop
thing.
Talking.
No, you can carry on.
Having a nice chat with you.
Two mothers with heartbreak in common, but both with a steely determination to make things better in the future for people like Laura and Tom.
That report of a very special meeting by Annabelle Tiffin from BBC Northwestern, and that an extended version of that report will be on their programme at 6:30 this evening.
You're watching Breakfast, still to come this morning. Hedgehog numbers are falling in the UK as their safe habitats are being lost and roads get busier. In half an hour, we'll visit the animal hospital that's giving injured hogs a second chance at life.
Oh, goodness. Right, it's 6:25. Let's get the news, the travel and weather from breakfast teams around the UK. See you in a second.
Hello, I'm Anjana Gadgil with the news here in the south. 15 asylum seekers have spent their first night on board the Bibby Stockholm barge at Portland. It's part of the government's plan to reduce the cost of accommodation. It wants to house 500 men on the barge, but some have had their transfers cancelled because of legal challenges. There are concerns about living conditions on the vessel, but the government insists it's safe. Police investigating the discovery of a human placenta in Southampton have released a photo of a potential witness. They're still trying to trace the mother and child after the discovery in the Hollybrook Park area in June. Officers have reviewed local camera footage and say the man in this image was seen nearby on July the 1st. They're urging him to contact police. 2 men are due before magistrates this morning in connection with the death of 18-year-old Cameron Hamilton in Bournemouth.
Either changed personnel or formation, and those changes, in a sense, have been forced on her. The Kira Walsh injury obviously forced her to change the formation against China, and it worked so well there. It didn't work quite as well against Nigeria, and she's now going to have to change things up again in the absence of Lauren James. And what does she do? Does she bring in Ella Toone? Does she go back maybe to the sort of formation of the lineup that we saw in their first game against Haiti? I think it very much depends perhaps on who they play next, and we'll find out in a few hours. They're going to show the Colombia-Jamaica game here at the Fan Park in Brisbane. We're expecting a big crowd of Colombia fans, and it's going to be an exciting match. These are two of the real surprise packages in this tournament. Jamaica, they've had to crowdfund to get here, don't forget. They haven't conceded a goal all through the group stages. They've done remarkably well to reach this stage. And then Colombia, well, they've got one of the stars of the tournament, Elinda Caicedo, such an exciting young player. It'll be great to see what she is able to do in this match. The winner, of course, of that game faces England, and there's another last 16 match taking place today between France and Morocco. Another really exciting game between two teams that know each other well, and the winner there gets a quarter-final against the co-host Australia.
Could potentially meet England in the semi-final. Let's not get too far ahead of ourselves. Katie Gornall, our correspondent in Brisbane, thank you for that. As Katie was saying, then we will keep our eyes on what Jamaica and Colombia do. They kick off at 9 o'clock this morning. The winner of that will play England. Remember, Jamaica caused a shock in their group by finishing above and knocking out Brazil, and their manager says they'll do all they can to make sure their journey doesn't end at the last 16.
We're going to come out and try to give it a good shot and try to win the game, you know. Somebody will be knocked out. You know, it's like a boxing match. Somebody will go down. So we're gonna try to be the one who we want to be standing when the game is over. So we have to give it our best. We're playing a great team, you know, very good team, very good players. So it will be a great match.
When the domestic women's game, there'll be a moment of history at Old Trafford in this season's Women's Super League. And Manchester United Stadium will host the match between the club's women's side and their rivals Manchester City on the 19th of November. It's the first time the stadium will host the derby. The return fixture will be played at City's Etihad Stadium, just as it was last season. One of the big football transfer stories of the summer has a new development. It's unlikely to be the end, though. Tottenham have rejected Bayern Munich's latest offer for their captain Harry Kane. It's understood the two clubs remain apart on striker's valuation. Bayern, the German champions, had suggested they'd move on if their bid was unsuccessful, but with still more than 3 weeks of the transfer window left, it remains to be seen whether that's the case. I told you about the speculation yesterday morning. It was then later confirmed Henry Slade is the standout name missing from England's Rugby Union World Cup squad. The centre's played at the last 2 World Cups, but hasn't made it into Steve Borthwick's 33-man squad. There's also no place for Alex Sombrand and Joe Kakanasiga, also left out. England's first game is against Argentina in Marseille on the 9th of September. So how far does Borthwick think they can go?
For us, we'll work over the next few weeks to be ready for September the 9th. And from that point on, it'll be one game at a time. Just dealing with that game, to put the best performance we can be. And I think if we keep that mentality and work to get better every week, then I think we've got a lot of talent that could do very well.
And the men's 100 Manchester Originals have got their first win of the new campaign after thrashing the Birmingham Phoenix. Joss Butler, top scorer for the home side at Old Trafford, scoring 43 as the Originals set their opponents 161 to win. Phoenix never got close. Tom Hartley, the pick of the bowlers, with 3 wickets. Phoenix bowled out for 111. The Manchester Originals also came out on top in the women's match. Only just England's Sophie Eccleston starring here, taking 4 wickets for 11 runs. But Fee Morris went one better, taking 5 wickets for just 7 runs as the Phoenix were bowled out for 87. Originals made hard work of the chase, though, reaching their target with just 1 ball to spare. Another golden day of success for Great Britain at the World Cycling Championships in Glasgow, as 4 gold medals were won, most notably for Kieran Riley, who took men's elite BMX freestyle title in style, beating the reigning World Olympic champions in the process. It's a performance they'll be looking to repeat in Paris for the Olympics in just under a year's time.
I have this championship now, but Olympic gold is always going to be the goal, and this is a perfect stepping stone for me right now. I have this, and I know my hard work's paying off, and I'm excited to go home and keep working hard and look forward to Paris. It's amazing, and in this crowd, when I was contemplating certain tricks, when I was so tired, the noise that they made, it got me through the run, and that could have been the make or break between this gold medal. So thank you so much, Glasgow, and thank you so much my family who drove up.
And on the track, Neil Fackie and Matthew Rotherham won gold in the men's beast, with a remarkable 19th world title. Fackie, there were also golds for Ethan Vernon, whilst Lee Evans and Eleanor Barker took gold in the Madison. Lots of medal success there.
Thank you, Chatham.
It's 7:15. Now, most of us will be happy just to win a bottle of wine or a bar of chocolate in a raffle. But imagine the ticket comes out and your prize is a trip to space.
Yeah, that is exactly what happened to 18-year-old Anna Mayers, who has bagged a voyage on Virgin's Unity spacecraft. And she's going to make history along with her mum, as Louise Hosey reports.
Welcome to space.
It's a once-in-a-lifetime adventure few of us will ever experience. But for Keisha and Anna,
Fire.
Their dream is on the edge of becoming a reality. They're about to become the first ever mum and daughter in space. They'll be on board Virgin Galactic's VSS Unity spacecraft.
To just have the experience to actually go to space and look at our amazing planet from that high and to just breathe that in and to just be in that energy, it's just super amazing.
It brings out a lot of emotion in me because
it's something that I've wanted for so long, and it's happening. I know that we'll get to experience weightlessness and be able to see the planet from outer space. I have no words to describe how I feel about experiencing that.
Originally from Antigua in the Caribbean, Anna is currently studying physics at Aberdeen University and hopes to eventually work for NASA.
Hi Anna, you and your mother are going to space.
Her mum won the seats on the rocket after entering a competition she saw advertised on a flight as they travelled to get Anna's student visa. Anna believes it was written in the stars.
Had I not randomly chosen Aberdeen University and had we not had to take a massive detour to get my visa, we wouldn't be going to space. This is good!
Anna hopes her example will inspire aspiring astronauts like some young people at this event in Aberdeen.
I think that's really cool that people like from Aberdeen can go off into space. It's like really like amazing.
How does it make you feel seeing the rockets and everything?
It's great. It's because I see the Earth really well. I see my house for the Earth.
You're going to be the first mother and daughter to ever go into space. How does that feel?
It is so much more reassuring and so connecting to be able to do this with someone I love so much.
The Virgin spaceflight takes off from New Mexico on Thursday. Louise Hosey, BBC News.
Good luck to Anna and her mum on Thursday. That's
Amazing experience. Extraordinary, yeah.
Absolutely brilliant. I bet Carol would love to go up into space, wouldn't you?
Do you know what? I would rather stay on terra firma, John.
Oh, that's a shame because I got your ticket.
Could you maybe change it to the Caribbean or somewhere, please?
Please change it to Friday, yeah.
Carol, exciting times yesterday. Do you know what? I wore my sunglasses. Oh, yes.
For the first time this year?
For the first time in, well, it felt like many months.
But you know what, Rachel? You'll need to get them out again. Maybe not so much today, although in the afternoon, yes. And then towards the end of the week, before it all changes, then get your brolly back out. In the meantime, you can use your brolly, of course, as a parasol. You never know. Anyway, good morning, everybody. Some of us are off to a beautiful start. As you can see from our Weather Watchers picture here, taken earlier in Gwynedd in Wales. Now, if you're just stepping out, it's not a particularly cold start to the day for most of us. These are the temperatures that will greet you. In Aldergrove in Northern Ireland, it's 9 degrees. Kirkball in the Northern Isles, it's 11. But in St Mary's, in the Isles of Scilly, it's already 16 degrees. And that's because we've got more cloud coming in here, courtesy of this clutch of weather fronts. We've also got tightly packed isobars across the northeast of Scotland. Here, it's going to be particularly windy as we go through the day. And to start with, we've also got some splashes of rain. Some rain across northern England currently, that will tend to disperse. And we've also got some low clouds, some murky conditions coming in across Wales and southwest England, with some hill and some coastal mist and fog. Now, through the day, that's going to be spreading steadily eastwards. So after a bright start in East Anglia, in the Midlands, for example, what you'll find is we'll see a return to some murkier conditions. But for Northern England, Northern Ireland and Scotland, we are looking at a dry day, a peppering of showers in the far north, not much more than that, and windy in the northeast. Temperatures 12 to about 20 degrees. Now, as we head on through the evening and overnight period, we say goodbye to this rain across southern England. There'll be some clear skies, still pretty windy across the far northeast. And then a new weather front coming into Northern Ireland is going to introduce some thicker cloud. And by the end of the night, some spots of rain. And it's the same too across parts of Wales and the southwest. Here it'll be cloudy and quite murky with some patchy light rain and drizzle. Temperatures tonight, 9 to about 12 degrees, 15 in the Channel Islands. But it's starting to feel quite humid again across the far southwest. So that leads us into tomorrow. A lot of dry weather. Rachel will have her sunglasses out again. And we're looking at quite windy conditions across the far northeast. But you can see there's always going to be that bit more cloud in some western areas. And in the southwest and in Wales, it could be thick enough for some spots of patchy light rain or drizzle. Temperatures starting to rise though, 24 degrees in London, 23 in Birmingham, 20 in Edinburgh, but still cool across the far north. It's after that we start to see a bit of a change. The end of the week, certainly for Thursday and Friday, we're looking at drier and warmer conditions for a time, because during Friday
We've got a weather front crossing us, and that's going to introduce some fresher conditions. So we're pulling in all this mild or warm air from the near continent. These are the kind of temperatures that you can expect, so widely into the mid-20s. But then it all gets ruined by a weather front coming in from the west, a cold front that's going to introduce some fresher conditions behind it, and also some rain or indeed some showers for some.
That's more like it.
Goggles and sunglasses by Friday. Carol, thank you very much indeed.
Now, it's a prickly issue, this, but hedgehog numbers are falling in the UK because they are losing safe places to live.
We've talked in the past about some charity sanctuaries that have opened in different parts of the country, but none of them are quite like the Secret Garden in Devon, which treats disabled hedgehogs and then gives them a secure and beautiful new home. Janine Jansen has been for a visit.
This baby has just arrived.
There we go, my darling, you're not a very bold chap.
He's dehydrated and needs urgent care. Everywhere you look in Judy's house, you'll find hedgehogs. Almost 200, in fact.
Who have we got here? This is Fergus. That needs to be weighed and his wound checked.
Judy's a part-time nurse in the NHS, but has been rescuing hogs for 16 years.
I love everything about hedgehogs. They say your animal chooses you. I also think I'm beginning to look a bit like a hedgehog because I'm short and I'm round and I love my food and I can be a bit prickly on occasion. Sorry.
Hedgehogs have been placed on the red list of vulnerable species in the UK. It's thought populations have fallen by around a third since 2000. They're in decline due to habitat loss, and it's estimated hundreds of thousands die on our roads each year.
The two most important things that anybody can do is make a hole in your fence, only 4.5 inches by 4.5 inches, and allow the hedgehog's passage between your gardens so you link them up, and a dish of water out all the time, all year round, because they're incredibly thirsty little creatures. And the other thing you can do is to stop using slug pellets.
Well, this charity is so overrun with hedgehogs, they've actually transformed their garage into a hedgehog hospital.
If I can find her first, I think she is. So Jemima, she's quite a big girl. She had a very bad strimming injury. She lost some of her face because of it. You'll be able to see she's got one eye missing completely.
Sadly, Jemima's remaining eye is infected and will have to be removed. But with no sight, she wouldn't survive in the wild. That's where the Secret Garden at Powderham Castle comes in. Here, disabled hogs can live safely within a 2-acre walled garden with no predators like badgers or vehicles. One of the residents here is Miracle. She lost an ear when she got caught up in garden wire.
One of her friends is missing a leg, and then we have another one that was unfortunately caught by the strimmer, so she had half a set of teeth, so she needs to have softened food. So we just have the hedgehogs here, which are just needing a little bit more love and attention. So they're down at the far end of the wall garden here. We've got several sort of like hedgehog houses and a feed station, and we check on them and feed them every day to make sure that they're all okay.
The hogs getting a second chance at life in the Secret Garden.
To watch hedgehogs.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Janine Johnson, by the way. I'm sure I've seen more hedgehogs in the last couple of years. Driving into work early in the mornings, I've seen quite a few recently, yeah.
Prickles in a Pickle are doing a good job then, aren't they? They
are.
Which is the best name for a charity, I've heard.
One of your children had their sort of first encounter with an actual live hedgehog.
Yeah, which I hadn't realised, like well into his teens, saw one last year, and he was like, oh my God, like, it was almost like seeing a dinosaur or something. But it's, I think you're obviously very lucky. Maybe it's getting up early in the morning.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's not as many about as
There
they
are
used to be.
benefits to getting up at 3:30 every day.
Super. Now we know. Thank you. Right, it's nearly 7 o'clock. We've got the headlines coming up, but also here on BBC Breakfast this morning, we're going to hear from the presenter, John Holmes.
Yeah, he has always known that he was adopted, but only recently started searching for his birth parents. And he's going to talk to us about uncovering family truths, including the really shocking treatment of thousands of mothers and their newborns.
Because when John was finding out about his own personal family history, The government, MPs were investigating the wider issue. So he's made a documentary about that. We'll speak to him a bit later.
Time now to get the news, travel and weather where you are.
Hello, I'm Janet Gadgill with the news in the south. 15 asylum seekers have spent their first night on board the Bibby Stockholm barge at Portland. It's part of the government's plan to reduce the cost of asylum accommodation. It wants to house 500 men on the barge, but some have had their transfers cancelled because of legal challenges. There are concerns about living conditions on the vessel, but the government insists it is safe. Police investigating the discovery of a human placenta in Southampton have released a photo of a potential witness. They're still trying to trace the mother and child after the discovery in the Hollybrook Park area in June. Officers have reviewed local camera footage and say the man in this image was seen nearby on July the 1st. They're urging him to contact police. 2 men are due before magistrates this morning in connection with the death of 18-year-old Cameron Hamilton in Bournemouth. Cameron was stabbed in the town centre in the early hours of Saturday. 18-year-old Thomas Betteridge from Southsea is charged with murder. Lenny Hansen, also 18 and from Waterlooville, has been charged with assisting an offender. A woman from America has made an emotional pilgrimage to the New Forest to thank those who helped her father while he was stationed there during the Second World War. In May 1944, Major, later Colonel William Jones from the US Army Air Force was shot down and injured over German-occupied France. Colonel Jones had been based at Stony Cross. He survived and was helped back to the south of England. He spoke about the New Forest in an audio recording shortly before his death in 1977.
Stony Cross looked like a fine aerodrome, brick building. We had no heat. Everybody slept in his fine clothes. You might say we lived in our fine clothes.
He wanted everyone to know that he was incredibly indebted and so humbled by the British sacrifices that they made. And so I've been on a mission to thank the many people who helped him.
The full story on Saturday at 6:30. Now let's get the weather with Dan.
Hello there, morning. A cloudier day for us today. Clouds been building in through the night. Some patchy outbreaks of rain and drizzle here and there, a bit of misty murkiness. We might see 1 or 2 brighter breaks a bit later this afternoon, but for many, it's staying rather grey, rather overcast throughout the day. The wind's mainly light or moderate, fresher though around the Isle of Wight and around the Solent, with temperatures in high teens for most of us. Overnight, though, a lot of that cloud clearing and breaking up to allow some clear spells. A fairly cool night tonight, could get down into single figures, particularly in the more northern counties. And tomorrow, some sunny spells, some areas of cloud. I see a bit more cloud just drifting in from the west at times as well. But for many of us, some sunshine through much of the day and temperatures a little warmer as a result, getting towards 22 or 23 Celsius. Have a good day.
I'll be back in half an hour. I'll see you then. Bye for now.
Turning it up to 100 decibels. It's back. 100% action. First ever 100 in the 100. Loving the atmosphere. The 100. Watch now on BBC iPlayer.
Hello there, good morning. Welcome to Breakfast with Rachel Burden and John Kay.
Our headlines today, as 15 asylum seekers spend their first night on the Bibby Stockholm, more launch legal challenges and refuse to be moved onto the barge.
A 12-year-old boy who was hit by a car while crossing a motorway is named as Callum Rycroft.
I eat my dinner in a fancy restaurant.
A last goodbye to Sinead O'Connor as fans gather in County Wicklow ahead of her private funeral.
Good morning, England ride their luck to reach the Women's World Cup quarter-finals, but they'll be without Lauren James, whose one-match ban could be extended following her sending off against Nigeria.
Good morning. We've got a north-south split with the weather today. In the north, mostly dry, increasingly windy, but with some sunny spells. And in the south, increasingly cloudy, with some patchy light rain or drizzle. I'll have all the details later in the programme.
Morning all, Tuesday the 8th of August, and 15 asylum seekers have spent their first night on the government's controversial accommodation barge after a series of delays over safety concerns.
Ministers want to move hundreds more onto the Bibby Stockholm in Dorset this week, but some have already refused to go, launching legal challenges.
And all this comes as the Home Office announces a new task force to crack down on what they call rogue lawyers who may be helping migrants to remain in the UK under false claims. It's Ellie Price.
The first asylum seekers move into their new temporary home off the coast of Dorset. 15 arrived yesterday on day one, but not everyone who was supposed to come here did.
We've had a small group of about 20, I believe, who've refused to come on board. Accommodation is offered on a no-choice basis, and I can't go into the details of the specific legal proceedings for each individual, but we are continuing to bring people on board later this week and then over the coming weeks as well.
Today will be the first full day the new residents of the barge have to get used to their new surroundings. We're told there'll be hourly buses to take them to nearby areas. But how local people feel about their arrival, well, opinions are mixed.
Refugees are welcome here. For some, the welcome was warm, but the opposition to the policy clear.
I'm quite upset by the level of hatred that's been shown by some people, by no means all, I don't think most, in the local area, towards what's going to be the residents of the barge, asylum seekers.
Charity begins at home. And for others, concerns over the impact on local services.
I know more than anyone through my work with the food bank and the community fridge. There's just too much poverty on Portland, okay, and this isn't helping.
The government first floated the idea of this barge in April. Now this floating idea is a reality. Ellie Price, BBC News, Portland.
Well, we can go live to Portland now and speak to Ellie. And Ellie, any sign this morning of any more asylum seekers boarding the barge?
It seems to be very quiet at the moment. We have seen a bus going past, but I couldn't possibly tell you whether that had any migrants on board. And that was kind of the story yesterday, to be honest, John, too. This is a working port after all, so security is tight. We can't go all the way in and we can't stand outside the barge. So it's difficult to see exactly who's getting on and off. And in the end, of course, only 15 people did get on and 20 people refused to get on based on those legal challenges. You heard there that accommodation for these migrants, for these asylum seekers, is offered on a no-choice basis. Exactly what that means in practice, i.e. if you refuse to get on, what does that mean for where you then have to go? It's presumably exactly what those legal arguments will be today, and presumably we'll hear a bit more about that today. We are expecting more migrants to be brought here today on those buses. The ambition had been to bring around 50 this week, but very quickly work up to the capacity of the barge, which is 500. And that is the centre of the controversy really around this barge. It was originally designed to have 220 people on board. It's been modified to double that capacity to 500. And of course, that's what protesters are worried about. They say that the conditions are inhumane. Of course, the government says it's safe, it's functional, but that's exactly the point. It's not meant to be the lap of luxury. It's meant to be a deterrent to attracting people to come here.
Ellie in Dorset, thank you very much indeed. We're going to speak to the Justice Secretary, Alex Chalk, here on Breakfast in the next half hour, so we'll try to get some clarity on those points. But at 7:05, what else do we need to know this morning? Rachel.
Yeah, let's bring you the other news stories. Thanks, John. A man is due in court over the death of a 12-year-old boy who was hit by a car while crossing a motorway. Callum Rycroft died on the M62 in West Yorkshire on Saturday. 36-year-old Matthew Rycroft will appear at Leeds Magistrates Court today, charged with causing or allowing the death of a child. Alice Key reports.
A larger-than-life character who brought laughter and noise into any room. That's how Callum Rycroft's mother described her much-loved son. The 12-year-old was hit by a car while crossing the M62 near Cleckheaton on Saturday evening. Police think he was walking on the road with another man after an earlier crash on the slip road near to the services. A 36-year-old man is due to appear at Leeds Magistrates Court later today, charged with causing or allowing the death of a child. That man, Matthew Rycroft, has also been charged with failing to provide a specimen. Another man from Bolton, who'd previously been arrested on suspicion of causing death by dangerous driving, has been released on bail. In a statement, Callum's mother paid tribute to him, saying he was a beautiful, happy soul who was unique, great fun, and larger than life. He brought light, laughter, and noise into any room. He had a massive impact on everyone who met him, and the house is so quiet without him here. As Callum's family try to come to terms with such a devastating loss, officers are still trying to piece together what happened on this stretch of motorway. Alice Key, BBC News.
Thousands of hospital consultants in England will strike on September the 19th and 20th in a long-running dispute over pay. The walkout will affect routine services, but medics will continue to provide emergency cover, including at A&E. Ministers say their 6% pay offer was fair. Retail sales slowed in July as the wet weather dampened demand for summer clothing. The British Retail Consortium said total sales across the UK grew by 1.5% last month. That's compared with 2.3% in July last year. Hundreds of firefighters are battling wildfires in Portugal. The country recorded a record temperature of 46.4 degrees yesterday, the hottest this year. More than 1,000 people had to leave their homes in Odemira near the Algarve. Now, in less than 2 hours, students across Scotland will find out how they've done in their exams. More than 144,000 pupils will get their results by text, email and post. Our Scotland correspondent James Shaw is at a school in Hamilton this morning there to kind of comfort and cajole these students as they get their results. James, how's it all going so far?
That's right. I'm at Hamilton Academy in Hamilton in South Lanarkshire. It's a big school, more than 1,300 pupils here, and some of them gathered this morning waiting for those all-important results in about an hour's time. Some of them will get envelopes through the post, a lot will get texts and emails. But it has to have been a difficult year because the school and all schools in Scotland are still recovering from COVID, that enormous disruption that there's been over the last 2 or 3 years. So let's talk to a couple of the pupils. We've got Paddy and we've got Eva. So what has it been like this last year? Have you felt that it's been difficult, more difficult because of COVID?
Well, I think the interesting thing about COVID from a perspective of a student is, well, nowadays anyway, is that we don't really know any alternative. So we've only really lived with COVID in schools for the last couple of years now, but you do notice things like trips and things like school, after school clubs and stuff like that have been really damaged. You know, there's not as much of a volume of that, but now we're starting to see it all build back up again in the last few months as well.
True though, isn't it? I mean, a lot of the people who will be watching this have no idea of what the experience was of living through a pandemic, being at school during this massive worldwide emergency. You've survived that, as it were. I mean, how do you feel about it?
I think that mainly it's the social side that really affected, like the academic side, the qualifications, the courses were altered, but I feel like really socially with like clubs like Paddy mentioned, and just going like straight in, because we done our national fives just kind of straight out of COVID was still kind of affecting us. So I feel like that was like really big, just going straight in. But as Paddy said, we don't know anything else. But yeah, no, it's
starting to build back up now and stuff like that. So we're starting to see things change for the better now, which is quite positive. And
well, we've got our fingers crossed for you for the next hour, hoping that your results are going to go the way that you hope. Of course, that doesn't always happen. There is help and guidance for people who are worried about the results that they get, but we'll find out a lot more about that within the next hour.
Yeah, thank you very much, James, and best of luck to all of those students today. Now, 3 hill walkers have been found dead after failing to return from a trek in Glencoe. Police Scotland said the bodies of 2 men and a woman were discovered during a search of the Unug Egog Ridge, an area popular with climbers. Our Scotland correspondent Alexandra Mackenzie reports.
The mountains of Glencoe, stunning, exhilarating, but often dangerous. The search focused on the Unug Egog Ridge, thought to be one of the narrowest in the UK. It runs for around 6 miles. It is exposed and challenging for those who attempt it.
At its most sort of exciting point, breaks into a series of
sharp, rocky pinnacles. Making progress at that stage is more akin to mountaineering or rock climbing than a walk, as most lay people will understand it. You're using your hands and you're climbing up and over these rocky pinnacles. So it's spectacular, but also quite an uncompromising location.
The search and recovery operation was hampered by mist and fog. It involved Coast Guard helicopters and the RAF and Glencoe mountain rescue teams.
The alarm was raised on Saturday evening, but the terrain was difficult. A Coast Guard helicopter from Prestwick provided additional support before the bodies of the 2 men and a woman were recovered. Many walkers and climbers traverse the ridge safely every year, but this is a sad reminder that lives can so easily be lost. Alexandra Mackenzie, BBC News, Glencoe.
Brian Randall, the long-term partner of the Hollywood actor Sandra Bullock, has died aged 57, according to his family. In a statement to People magazine, relatives said the photographer died on Saturday after a 3-year battle with ALS, a form of motor neuron disease. Sandra Bullock said he chose early to keep his journey with the illness private. Antarctica is suffering. That's according to scientists who claim burning fossil fuels is causing extreme events that were unthinkable 30 years ago. Experts have identified almost a dozen ways that humans are changing the Antarctic, from melting sea and land ice and collapse of ice shelves to warming oceans and atmosphere.
I haven't got a polar bear for you, but I have got a bear for you. Because people in California might have had a rather better night's sleep last night after a black bear was captured after a year of causing complete chaos.
And here she is. She's known as Hank the Tank.
I wonder why.
A notoriously mischievous black bear and causing all sorts of problems. She's been on the run since last spring. And during that time, get this, she's believed to have broken into 21 homes, presumably after food.
Yeah, I'm sure she looks like she found quite a lot, doesn't it? Hank is now behind bars. She's been moved to a sanctuary in Colorado. Hope they've got plenty of snacks in.
Maybe it's time for her to lay off the snacks, to be fair. She's an impressive creature. Right, let's take a look at today's weather. It's showing glimmers of improvement, Carol, isn't it?
It is very briefly, though, I have to say, Rachel. We've got a really mixed fortunes today. Bit of a north-south split going on. So in the north of the country, what you'll find is it's dry, it's bright. There are a few showers peppering the very far north of Scotland. But as we come further south, the clouds are going to continue to build through the course of the day and produce some patchy rain. We've got that combination already in southwest England. So you can see the radar picture where we've got the rain. Some showers across northern England, they will fade, 1 or 2 Argyll and Bute, and also some across the far northeast of Scotland. And when we add on the satellite, there's not a lot of cloud around generally this morning. But through the day, we'll continue with all this cloud, this dankness, moving from the west towards the east across England and Wales. There'll be hill and coastal fog, quite extensive as well. But for northern England, brightening up. For Northern Ireland and Scotland, we'll have some sunny spells and just a few showers, most of which will be across the north of Scotland. But don't forget, across the northeast, the wind is going to strengthen. We're going to have gusts up to about 50 miles an hour as we go through the course of the afternoon. Now, temperature-wise, in the sunshine, it will feel quite pleasant. We're looking at highs up to about 12 in Lerwick to 20, 21 in the south. So this evening and overnight, we say goodbye to the rain. A lot of clear skies, still very windy across the far northeast. And out towards the west, for Northern Ireland, the clouds are going to build for you. And by the end of the night, we'll see some patchy rain coming your way. And across the far southwest, again, we are looking at a bit more clouds, some murky, dank conditions. It's beyond that we start to see the temperature rise on Wednesday. And also, John and Rachel, into Thursday, temperatures will rise for most of us. And then they go back down on Friday.
Carol, for now, thank you very much indeed.
Now, the town of Bray in County Wicklow is preparing to say goodbye to Irish singer Sinead O'Connor this morning.
Yeah, the musician
Cost of living.
died last month at the age of 56, was a popular member of the community, and her family wanted people to have a chance to pay their respects. Our Ireland correspondent Sarah Gervin has more.
If there was ever any doubt about how Ireland felt about Sinead O'Connor, this tribute said it all. In letters 9 metres tall, Ara loves Sinead, appeared on a hillside overlooking the seaside town of Bray in County Wicklow, the singer's home for 15 years. Those behind it said it was important for Ireland to say goodbye.
Her story is intertwined with ours over the last couple of decades, and to see how much she's helped change this country and to see how much this country has changed, and because of Sinead and because of so many other people that have followed in her path, I think it was just a really, we just felt like it needed to be said.
In a statement, her family said she loved living in Bray and the people in it. Outside her former home, it was clear the feeling was mutual. The tributes have flowed since her death from the world of politics and music. And it was Sinead O'Connor's haunting music and her activism that made her famous around the world. But it's in Bray that people have been invited to line the streets to pay their final respects as her funeral cortege passes. A private burial for someone whose life was so public will follow later today. Sarah Gervin, BBC News, Bray.
Well, we can talk now to Councillor Erica Doyle, who met Sinead when she settled in Bray in 2007. Thank you for talking to us this morning. I can see that the town of Bray is already beginning to show its affection for Sinead O'Connor with tributes there behind you. But Erica, just tell us how you came to know Sinead O'Connor.
So I was a lifelong fan of Sinead, but we met just quite by chance when she moved to Bray. I was with my baby son in a cafe one morning. She reached out to take his hand, asked his name. He had a biblical name, so that started a conversation about religion, about the world, about men, about absolutely everything. So I wouldn't say we became friends, but we got to know each other a little bit.
Really a big part of the community while she lived there.
She was, yeah. And just to say as well that we're very, very grateful to Sinead's family for allowing us the opportunity to say goodbye to her this morning. The seafront here in Bray is over 1 kilometre long, so there's plenty of opportunity for people to gather, and already I can see that there's a lot of activity here this morning. Last night we ended our summer festival. There was fireworks and a fun fair, and even as that was going on, there was a constant stream of people turning up with flowers, candles, laying tributes. So we are really happy to be a part of her final journey and be able to say goodbye to her this morning.
I can see the sun is out this morning. That will probably encourage more people to come out. So you're getting lots of visitors from outside the area, are you, too?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Sinead, although she was attached to Bray and she was very Irish, and that was a huge part of her identity, she was a global superstar. And of course, that's easy for us to forget here in Bray, where we saw her as a mum and as a neighbour. But, she touched lives all across the world. So we're expecting people here, certainly from Bray, from Wicklow, from across Ireland, but also from abroad. And even the media interest here this morning is global. It's not Irish. So, I think Sinead's legacy is still being written and will be for a considerable amount of time. And I think people are taking the opportunity this morning to be able to connect with her in some way, even if that is just to say goodbye to her as she passes.
You talk about media attention. Most of us know her from seeing her on stage in interviews, some controversial moments over the years. What was she like as a friend and neighbour?
Well, I've always said about Sinead that she was actually quite quiet, but she was just never silent. So I think the thing with Sinead, if we mourn Sinead today, we need to mourn the Sinead of Nothing Compares, but we also need to mourn the difficult, troubled Sinead that shone a light on really difficult areas in this country when maybe we just weren't quite ready for that. She was a real person. She was a whole person. And as with any other person, there's the amazing, incredible parts that were maybe more visible than most with Sinead, but there was also the other parts as well. And that's part of being a person, that's part of being a human being. So I think today we need to acknowledge that. She was controversial, but she was controversial in the way that anybody is when they say things that maybe people aren't ready for. And
you know what, comfortable and at ease in Bray, even the fact that she was at ease going up and chatting to you for that first time. But also I think the people of Bray were really protective over her and protective of her privacy, weren't they?
Yeah, I think so. So I know when Sinead bought the house, there was a media report with a photograph of the house and listing the address. And I know she was very disappointed about that because before she even moved in, it was the focus of attention. But very quickly, I think the people of Bray became quite protective of her. I mean, of course, there was a certain novelty factor there, but very quickly she became one of us. and we sought to protect her from the worst of it, whether that was paparazzi or unwelcome attention. And she did. Sinead walked around the town. She did her own shopping. She took her kids to school. You know, she might be heading off then to do some incredible international event, but then she'd come back home and she'd still be seen with her little kids cycling their bike along the seafront. So, you know, Sinead was Sinead. She was a powerhouse. She was an incredible talent. But she was a mum, and she was a woman, and she was a neighbour as well.
Wasn't there a time, Erica, when you spotted a paparazzi hanging around and you told her, you tipped her off?
I did, yes. There's shelters on the seafront across from her home. So I spotted one lurking there one day and I gave her a call just to give her a heads up. And the funny thing was, I called her quite quickly, but already she said 2 or 3 people had been in touch with her to let her know. So that was the way we were, you know. I think we're quite like that. Us Irish, fame doesn't necessarily impress us that much. And we were kind of determined to keep the worst of it away from Sinead and take care of her while she was here. And I really hope she felt that. And I think that maybe the decision of the family to allow her to travel along here shows that she did, and that she felt peace, at least for a little while, in Bray.
It sounds like the town and the community there will do her proud today, Erica. Thank you very much for talking to us. Much appreciated. Erica Doyle, who's a counsellor and knew Sinead O'Connor during her time living in Bray. That funeral takes place a bit later on today.
A bit later, we can hear from a chap called Tom Dalton, also in the community, who saw Sinead just performing in the pub. And he'll be able to share his memories as well. But the time now is 23 minutes past 7.
Now, recently on Breakfast, we have looked at the increase in shoplifting, with lots of supermarkets, like, for example, Co-op, talking about being targeted by armed gangs.
And now some shop workers are claiming that self-checkout tills are actually making stores more vulnerable to theft. Newsnight UK editor Seema Kotecha has the story for us.
A Co-op store in London in February of this year. CCTV footage shows how men jumped over the counter to steal alcohol and cigarettes. The retailer says attacks like this one are on the rise, with criminal gangs sometimes physically assaulting staff or threatening them with weapons.
I've worked in retail for the past 12 years. You know, when I've worked in stores, I've had knives pulled out at me, verbal abuse, homophobia. Recently, when I was in a store, 2 men came in with machetes trying to steal cash. It's frightening, and it's frightening for all my colleagues across Manchester.
Cases of shoplifting are estimated to have risen from 2.9 million in 2017 to 7.9 million in 2021, while the value of the thefts during this time has risen from 663 million to 953 million pounds. Like in other stores, Co-op staff are now using body-worn cameras to deter rising levels of theft.
In our high-risk stores, colleagues have these body cameras, and when they feel threatened, they can press a button on it, and it goes straight to our security centre, where they can see what's happening live. They can call the police, they can gather evidence, and this is a way of supporting the police as well, but also it's a deterrent. When colleagues are wearing this, we do see less abuse because people think twice of doing it.
Convenience stores are not just a place where people buy a pint of milk and a loaf of bread. It sometimes acts as a place for locals to congregate, to grab a coffee, to have a chat with the shop assistant. And so when they're under attack, it can often feel like the local community is under attack too, building a sense of fear and trepidation.
Now several shop workers from various supermarkets have told us self-checkout tills are making stores more vulnerable to theft. This shop worker from one of Britain's most popular supermarkets doesn't want to be identified over fears he'll lose his job for talking to us.
Shoplifting used to be a weekly occurrence. Sadly, now it's a daily occurrence. So what we see in the supermarket chain, we see lots of automation and less members of staff. So they can pay less and less wages. The less people there are on the shop floor, the easier it is for the shoplifter. We only have one set of eyes. And if there's only a bare minimum of staff working, it's just so much easier for the shoplifters to walk in and out without being seen.
The British Retail Consortium said automated checkouts make shopping faster and more convenient for many customers. At the same time, it says retailers are spending hundreds of millions on security staff, CCTV, security tags, and other anti-crime measures. But research shows 93 retail stores surveyed around the world, including some in the UK, said self-checkout systems accounted for almost half of what they call their malicious business losses, such as people leaving without paying. Self-checkout tills have changed the dynamic of the shop floor, but there are concerns they've created opportunities for some serious crimes. Seema Katecha, BBC News, Manchester.
And for more on this story, you can watch Newsnight on BBC Two, 10:30 this evening.
Lots more still to come on breakfast this morning, including the fact that we're now sending far fewer letters in the post than we used to, but demand for parcel delivery is growing due to a rise in online shopping.
And Ben is at Royal Mail's new super hub in the Midlands, where they're speedily sorting all the parcels. What's been happening, Ben?
Yeah, these are just some of the 235 million parcels that get processed in this new super hub every single year. These are going out all over the country. Over here, Nilesh is bringing a whole platform full of, well, these cages, they're called Yorks. Bit of info for you, because that's where they were originally designed. Nilesh, just pause there for a moment. Nilesh, how long have you been working in this new hub?
Nearly a week ago.
A week? Okay. But how long with Royal Mail altogether? 20 years.
Yeah.
And what's it like being here in this hub?
It's a new experience and friendly atmosphere, new staff, meeting new people.
Great. And you've always worked in the sorting bit, the delivery, or have you worked your way in different roles?
I've worked in different roles.
Okay.
Over the years.
Now I know you're coming to the end of the night shift, so you'll be desperate to get these sorted. We'll let you carry on and finish up. As I just explained, that this whole new super hub is in response to our demand for parcels. It has increased as our appetite for online shopping has increased. As I say, they deal with 235 million here every year. It takes a parcel just 7 minutes to get through the system from when it arrives to when it leaves. I'll be showing you a little bit about how it works and the difference it makes to the parcels reaching us. I should say, we showed you the robotic arm earlier. A lot of you got in touch saying, that doesn't look very safe for fragile items. I have asked, and I've been told that the fragile items are still handled carefully in a separate process by hand. So don't worry, that glassware or those flowers, they should get to you in one piece.
If they're labelled fragile. Ben, thank you very much indeed. Thank you.
Now you're watching Breakfast, still to come this morning.
Goodness sake, speak to a doctor about it and get it checked. TV presenter Nick Owen has revealed that he's undergone surgery for prostate cancer, and this morning he's urging other men to get tested. He's going to be here live on Breakfast to tell us what's happened to him and how he wants to stop the same thing happening to others, live on the sofa in around 15 minutes' time.
Time now to get the news, travel and weather where you are.
Hello, I'm Anjana Gadgil with the news in the south. 2 men are due before magistrates this morning in connection with the death of 18-year-old Cameron Hamilton in Bournemouth. Cameron was stabbed in the town centre in the early hours of Saturday. 18-year-old Thomas Betteridge from Southsea is charged with murder. Lenny Hansen, also 18 and from Waterlooville, has been charged with assisting an offender. Police officers and ambulance workers were taken to hospital last night following a collision involving 2 emergency vehicles in Reading. The ambulance and police vehicle crashed in the town centre. There's been no update on their injuries. 15 asylum seekers have spent their first night on board the Bibby Stockholm barge at Portland. It's part of the government's plan to reduce the cost of asylum accommodation. It wants to house 500 men on the barge, but some have had their transfers cancelled because of legal challenges. There are concerns about living conditions on the vessel, but the government insists it is safe. A court hearing today could determine the future of an old sports hall in Oxford. Campaigners had been occupying the East Oxford Games Hall after the City Council said it wanted to knock it down and build flats. The group says that will leave the area without any community space. But the council says that 14 shared ownership homes are needed more than a dilapidated building. Oxford County Court will decide whether to grant the council possession of the site. A climber from Guildford is hoping to secure a place at the Paris Olympics as he competes in Switzerland this week. Toby Roberts, who's 18, started climbing 10 years ago and has won gold medals at World Cup events recently in France and Italy. He's competing at the Climbing World Championships, where podium places come with automatic Olympic qualification.
Everyone's here right now trying to get the first 3 spaces, and it's very competitive. So it's going to be great to give it my all and see if I can get one of the golden tickets.
Football and many of our teams are in action tonight in the first round of the EFL Cup. Swindon travel to Peterborough, Portsmouth are away at Forest Green Rovers, Southampton go to Gillingham, and Reading are away at Millwall. And full coverage of those games on BBC Local Radio. Right, it's time for the weather now with Dan.
Hello there, morning. A cloudier day for us today. Clouds been building in through the night. Some patchy outbreaks of rain and drizzle here and there, a bit of misty murkiness. You might see 1 or 2 brighter breaks a bit later this afternoon, but for many, it is staying rather grey, rather overcast throughout the day. The wind's mainly light or moderate, fresher though around the Isle of Wight and around the Solent, with temperatures in high teens for most of us. Overnight, though, a lot of that cloud clearing and breaking up to allow some clear spells. A fairly cool night tonight, could get down into single figures, particularly in the more northern counties. And tomorrow, some sunny spells, some areas of cloud, but actually a bit more cloud just drifting in from the west at times as well. But for many of us, some sunshine through much of the day, and temperatures a little warmer as a result, getting towards 22 or 23 Celsius. Have a good day.
I'll be back just before 8 o'clock. I hope you enjoy me for a short bulletin then.
Morning, everybody. Breakfast this Tuesday with Rachel Burton and John Kay.
As we've been hearing this morning, a small group of asylum seekers have spent their first night on the government's new accommodation barge in Dorset, but 20 migrants refused to board.
Let's speak now to the Justice Secretary, Alex Chalk, who joins us from Westminster. Good morning to you.
Good morning.
So what will happen to these asylum seekers who refuse to get onto the barge? There's a suggestion in some of the papers this morning that they might lose any benefits they have and be left to fend for themselves. Is that right?
Well, at the moment, the position is, as I understand it, they have made a legal objection. So that process will need to go through its normal course through our independent courts. But look, we are very clear that if people don't have a right to be in the UK, that it is no longer sustainable for the British people to be spending £6 million a day on up to 4-star accommodation. So of course we will be fair to people, ensure that they are put up in appropriate accommodation which is safe and clean and decent and so on. But we've also got to be fair to the British people as well, and that means ensuring that where there are alternatives to expensive hotel accommodation, be it a barge, be it disused army bases and so on, that we will, as the British people would expect, use that alternative to ensure that the British taxpayer is not being, frankly, is not being exploited.
We're seeing pictures inside the barge at the moment. It's got a capacity of 500. Only 15 men boarded yesterday. 20 said no. There are legal challenges to come. You must be frustrated that after all this build-up, all this months of waiting, you've only managed to get 15 on board so far.
I'm going to say goodbye. It's been 10 hours. That's pretty cool. I'll come back later. I'm going to be phoning the courts later on. And let's see now. I'm going to pawn my bracelet and get 200 quid. I've got another week to go before I get my benefits. I'll get £430 every 2 weeks and £691 every 4 weeks. It's not enough money. It's not enough money, Tobacco is £33 a packet. Taxis, £8 or £9 a time. That's £16 or £18 a day. If I go to Italy, and £12.45 for a meal and 2 teas. And I end up spending probably £50 a time in Sainsbury's or Co-op. Yes, so it's kind of difficult, really. I've pawned this before. I think I'll do it again. Have a good day. I'll see you later. It's my birthday today. I'm 56 years old today. The piano man, the family friend, the real stone raver. Yes, oh yes. Have a good day. I'll see you later.